22nd. It's 9:03. We've got a busy agenda today. We'll go on the record. We will reconvene from our recess into the County Board of Equalization. And our 9 a.m. Appellants are Rick and Jean Fossum. And do we have them on the phone?
Do we need a motion to reconvene?
We never adjourned. We simply recessed.
Okay.
So we don't need to make a motion to come back into session. So let's start out with the assessor's office and let's kick this thing off.
Our 9 a.m. appeal is parcel number 097.48.16.B100. It's owned by Rick and Jean Fossum. It's located at 48414 288th Street in Canton, South Dakota. It's a single-family property consisting of 2 acres, built in 1998, 1,572 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. There's lower level finish of 1,403 square feet. We have a current assessed valuation of $316,103. Staff is recommending no change. The property is between market and cost values. Our second slide is a list of 3 comparable properties that we felt were very similar to the Fossums. We chose comparable number 1 as our most comparable, built the same age, approximately the same size, slightly larger, sold for $321,500 in 2018. This is a non-reappraisal area, so this property had a 15% market adjustment from the 2020 assessment year to the 2021 assessment year. Our subject property is currently being assessed at $183 a square foot. Our cost comparables range between $116 and $148. The market is indicating a cost range between $143 and $185 a square foot. Our subject property is superior to the comparables. You can see the map. We had to go quite a ways out to find some comparables in this area to the subject property. That's some back pick is our next slide. And then additional mapping to show where it's located. That's all we have.
The mapping,
Oh, sorry.
Does anybody have questions for the staff? Any commissioner have questions for the staff? Okay, seeing none. Mr. and Mrs. Fossum, are you on the line and can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sir, why don't you go ahead and give us your presentation?
Okay. My assessed value on my land in the last 20 years has gone up from $2,420 to $13,184. I feel that's kind of excessive. In 2001, my house was assessed at $110,000. Today, it's $316,103. That's also gone up considerable. There is houses in my area that were built in 2001 and 2002 with similar square footage. One is valued, assessed at $214,559. The other is $251,748. As far as the land values go, I have the highest land value in Fairview Township. There's land values there that are zoned agriculture that have absolutely nothing to do with agriculture. Whereas at least my land, I do raise cattle. They're not on my property, but I water off my property, and my tractor that I do chores with is off my property. So I think my land assessment values and my house values have increased considerably compared to everybody else in my area. So that's what I have to say. Thanks for listening.
Do any of the commissioners have a question for either staff or Mr. Fossum?
Mr. Chairman, if I may address the
Go
board.
ahead.
I did visit with Mr. Fossum extensively with his comparables. He was comparing agricultural land versus non-ag land on his comparables. So I had asked him if he qualified for ag, and he didn't believe so, although he has a tractor in one of his sheds. But the land isn't being used for agricultural purposes, which is the first criteria that you must meet to be ag.
So it's
But-
just a rural acreage right now.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Does anybody have a motion?
I have
Or
a
any-
question.
Or any questions?
Yes, Commissioner Jim Gemman. Rick, what updates have you done to your house? Have you put new shingles on, or have you done some things that we should know about?
2012, we had hail come through and ruin the siding and the garage doors and the shingles, so I had to redo the whole house, basically.
Are you currently in agreement with the land value that the assessor recommended?
No, I feel that's way too high.
Could you repeat?
The Commissioner Poppins here. Could you repeat which properties did you believe were similar to yours and assessed at a lower value?
2 acres.
You want the addresses?
If I could, or a parcel number or something like that?
Okay, parcel number is 097.48.18.A400.
Could you repeat that?
097.48.18.A400.
Did you get that, Ethan?
We're going to take a quick look at that parcel and give us a second.
Okay.
So it looks to me like, based on the information we have in Encode, the comparable property was built in 2001. It's a ranch. It's got 1,568 square feet on the main floor. Half of the basement's finished, 3-bed, 3-bath, 900 square foot garage with a fireplace. We have this property assessed at $346,986. The land alone is assessed at $58,190. And it's a total of 8 acres.
But the structure itself is, what value is on the structure itself?
The house itself is assessed at $251,748. There is a outbuilding on the property, valued at $37,048. It's a 24 by 42 pole building. So the difference between the subject property and the comparable we just spoke about would be mostly due to the fact that there's an extra 600 square feet of basement finish
On the comparable or on the
subject, which it's assessed for roughly 30,000 more than the comparable.
So, looks like you're actually in line then. Okay.
Does anybody have any other further questions? If not, I'll entertain any motion members may be willing to make.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we leave the assessment as the department's recommendation of 26,368 on the land, 288,001 on the home, and 1,734 on the outbuilding, for a total of 316,103. As in with his own comparable, it seems to be in line. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a motion to adopt the assessor's recommendation in a second. Sherry, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Gibbon,
No?
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you. We're on to our next, and thank you, Mr. Fossum. We're on to our 9:10 a.m. hearing with Lori Wiebe. Ma'am, would you step forward, please? Okay, and you were here the other day, so you know the drill, right? Okay.
Not so much.
Okay.
Our next appeal is parcel number 097.49.01.02025. It's the west half, northwest west quarter, excluding Weeby Addition, and the north 707.15 feet of the west 610.40 feet. Section 1, Township 97, Range 49. It consists of 30.14 acres. We currently have it assessed at $87,344. There was a 15% market adjustment on structures and land outside of our reappraisal areas that have not had a reassessment. Our next slide shows some comparable properties that have sold that are similar in size to the subject property. They sold in 2018 up to January of 2020, ranging from $168,000 to $300,000. Currently, our subject property is assessed at $2,898 an acre. Our range is between $6,209 and $9,950. The market is indicating a range between $7,098 and $14,249. The map is showing you where the subject property is located in comparison with the comparables. It was discussed during the appeal whether the subject property met the agricultural requirements, and I believe through talk with staff that qualification was not met. The income.
Are you talking to me? Or,
Yep. Just addressing the board.
okay.
You'll get a change.
Did you speak with any of our assessors about getting the classification changed to agricultural from non-ag?
No, but I want to.
Well, I thought, okay.
Well, let's hold off on that for a minute. Go ahead, keep going on.
That is all.
That's everything?
Yes.
Does any of the commissioners have a question for staff? No. Ms. Wiebe, go ahead, you can proceed.
Okay. I just, once again, don't really know what to say here, but it is, since that was the last thing that was talked about, it is taxed at a rate not agriculture, because it is the 30.14 acres. My father and mother gave me this land, and it will never be sold. It will be passed on to my kids, and they won't sell it either. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. My ex-husband has the difference between the 40 acres and mine, and he does have a home on there, and those few acres. It is not farmable. You could probably bale, but we don't. I do rent it out for pasture, and that covers the expense of the taxes, but it is steep hills, rocks, and pasture land. And there is no road access for the land. I don't know if that makes a difference or not. I have not done any improvements to the land or changes. It's not for profit for me. It's just basically pay the taxes, that's it. The taxes increased by 25% in 2000 for the 2020 assessment, and now again 15% or not the taxes, but the assessment, I'm sorry. And that's 40%. I'm just asking it to maybe stay at the one from last year or lower. Like I said, I'm not gonna sell the land. I don't really care about the value of the land, if that makes sense. Because it's kind of like, I don't know the word for it, but it's part of our family, so, and it always will be.
Ms. Wiebe, what is the land zoned as right now?
What is what?
What's the current zoning designation of the land?
Well, I don't know what the classification is. I guess I should have checked into that. I just know that a few years ago, it was changed from non-agriculture status because it was not the 40 acres. And then my taxes went up significantly at that time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Lori, could this be that the surrounding area, it looks like it's all ag land, and when this was deeded to you, this was the portion that your father owned, okay? That was what he owned and deeded to you. And since it wasn't 40 acres, it wouldn't be classified as ag land. Although it is agriculture all around it. There's no commercial, this is rough land, I understand. But I'm just trying to figure out why 30 acres wouldn't be called ag, but you gotta have 40 acres to be classified as agriculture. And yet all of this surrounding land is all ag, I assume, correct?
I don't know.
I
Well, we're gonna take a look here at the, we've got the GIS map pulled up. Carla, go ahead. Why don't you help out Commissioner Schmidt there?
Could I,
Yeah, Lori.
Could I just say-
I'm sorry, keep going. If,
way back when they did change it to non-ag, I did call in at that time, and I don't even remember what year that was. But I did call in at that time, so yes, I did call in years ago about it.
understood.
Okay.
Does staff have a comment?
So it is currently zoned as agricultural, but zoning and assessments don't
Correct.
join. Ag land, to be classified as ag land is per South Dakota Codified Law 10.631.3. The first and foremost criteria that needs to be met is it has to be devoted to agricultural pursuance, which pasture is considered ag.
Right.
So once you meet that requirement, you have to meet one of the other two requirements, which is size. And that is 40 acres according to Lincoln County's resolution
What's-
adopted in 2010.
What's the other,
The other requirement is 10% of the agricultural valuation or $2,500, whichever is less.
$2,500 derived from agriculture.
From
annually.
agricultural pursuance. So
Gross.
so if you baled hay on this thing and you made $24.99, you wouldn't trip the trigger.
3 out of the last 5 assessment years or tax years. So they have to meet that out of 3 out of the 5 last tax years. And
And Ms. Wiebe, do you make more than $2,500 a year on this thing? Probably not. I see. Well, I don't know if the Board of Equalization can solve your problem here today, but maybe the commission needs to look into its ordinance with regard to the 40-acre rule. What we have to do here today is figure out the valuation. And so, do any other commissioners have comments or questions?
Yep, I have one. Is there a building eligibility on this parcel?
Could you repeat that, please?
Oh, excuse me, is there a building eligibility on this parcel? Do you know, ma'am?
I don't know.
Does the staff know?
no, we don't have that information.
That information isn't readily available to us.
Is there any, when you say this, Ori, that this land is given to you and you're gonna give it to your children, is there any, is it just land? I mean, Commissioner Poppins make a good point. Is there ever gonna be a house, do you see, built on this or anything like that at some point in time? I mean, it's hard to say, right?
At this point, no,
Okay.
I don't think so. For future.
I can understand the gifting, I can understand the value, so, Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I have one
Oh,
one
clarification.
Hold on, we still have some
Sorry,
questions.
you had indicated it was landlocked, you couldn't have access. The mapping here shows that it has property up to Highway 135. Is that not accurate?
Is that little tiny green piece?
Yeah.
So that is a creek going right there next to the road. You would have to, wait a minute. What are you looking at?
I can't get it to.
Carla, could you pull the map down just
Looks like there's a stream
about an
right
inch
by
there?
the road there.
There's a stream right by the
You
road.
know. Is that correct?
The house that sits next door does cross the same stream. There's a culvert under the driveway, I imagine.
That narrow strip there, is that not your property?
That
It
sliver.
looks
It
like
must
it
be.
is.
It is, yeah.
It
So
must
that
be.
would be with a culvert or
Yeah.
something there, that would access to the highway.
Well,
I think what you're trying to say, ma'am, is Commissioner Poppins is pointing out that the land abuts the road, but what you're saying is there's not actually a driveway there today.
oh no,
Okay.
Yeah.
not at all. And it would be quite an undertaking to cross over that creek. So this property that you're looking at from the aerial to the left with that home, so
No.
can I run the mouse or no?
Per house, okay, sorry. Making you guys dizzy yet?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so that is my ex-husband's home now, and it was our home, and it was quite an undertaking to put that
Yep.
driveway in, and it has washed out and needed repairs through the years. And if I were to do it, I would never cross that creek again, if that makes sense. And then down, if you go to this
This
to
way?
that, yeah, let's see. So there, right there where that purple line is on the side, that is a driveway, but that is my brother's land.
She could have, if she
And that little shed there
know the situation.
is where he
Go back to the 2020.
tinkers, whatever, it's just a beat up shed, and that is how I get back to my land.
Miss
Only
Wiebe,
because it's my brother.
Miss Wiebe, question. You said your ex-husband lives on a slice of the land. Originally, when you guys were married, did you own the whole, were the two pieces of land one parcel? Oh, okay.
When
They were
we-
two different parcels.
Yes, but different.
Okay,
When we built that house, my father, in order to get the right kind of a loan and stuff, was deeded us 1.5 acres to
Okay.
build on. And then, when my father and mother got older, they deeded us the rest of the 40.
right. So at one time, it was a complete 40 with an eligibility, but then at some point in time, that little cutout, the cutout that we're seeing where the acreage is, got turned into another parcel,
Yeah,
right?
after the divorce,
Okay.
yep,
Yep.
or during.
Yeah, as a part of the divorce. I get it. So originally it was 40, but that's, yeah. Do we have a motion or any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a motion.
Go ahead.
Understanding this situation completely, I move that we go back to the 2020 assessment because in the previous years it had a 35% increase. And given what they're going to use the land for and given its usability, I think that $75,951 is fair. My
Got a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Sherry, call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Oh, hold on. Commissioner Poppins,
Sorry.
you had something before
Just
the
a
vote?
quick, I'm very sympathetic, and I understand what your intentions are with all that property. Unfortunately, we really don't have, we shouldn't have that discretion to interpret what people's, because we can always have people come and tell us lots of stories. I believe you totally. Our land values if there's a buildability, which from my understanding of this parcel, there should be, would sell substantially even higher than what, I know you're never selling it. So we're trying to be equitable to everybody. So again, I'm very sympathetic and understanding of your circumstance, but unfortunately, we shouldn't be taking that into consideration. It should be equitable to all. If this property was in somebody's hand that did want to sell it, it's going to sell for substantially higher than what we're assessing in that. So I am not going to support the motion only because of that. I do sympathize with you, though. So thank you.
I get it.
Sherry, call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
No.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Miss Wiebe.
Thank you, you
And
guys. I
Mr.
appreciate it.
Strottmeyer, would you approach?
Our next appeal is parcel number 097.50.03.A100. It's located at 28503 474th Avenue in Worthing, South Dakota. It's a single-family residence sitting on 7 acres, built in 1892. We have approximately 1,299 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. We have it currently assessed at $88,119. The land value is $24,142. The land value is $63,646. The house value is $24,142, and there's an accessory building of $331 for a total of $88,119.
Any questions?
Our-
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
Thought
I
you
was
were
just
done.
our next slide has some comparable properties that have sold that we felt were similar to the subject property. We chose comparable number 2 as our most comparable. It's an older home, slightly larger, 3 bedroom, 1 bathroom, same as the subject property, 1 acre, sold in 2018 for $135,000. We are currently assessing the subject property at $19 a square foot. The comparables are between $52 and $56 a square foot. The market is indicating $59 and $103 a square foot. You can see where the subject property is located, right down on the southern portion of the map. There's 2 comparables just directly north on the west and east side of Worthing. Some of the issues in regards to the appeal is some water issues. We can see that the subject property does have some flood risk, I believe that is, as do our comparable properties. So we're finding over and over that water really is not an issue when it comes to the market.
Any questions for staff at this time? All right, Mr. Strottmeyer, thanks for being here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Was that, that water is not a issue compared to values? I didn't understand whether they're saying that it is in comparables is an issue or is not an issue.
I think what they're trying to say is that similar comparable type properties are still maintaining their value, even though they are complaining about water issues. But regardless, that's their contention. It doesn't have to be yours. Why don't you just go ahead and give us your pitch?
Okay. The water, my property value should be much lower because of the water issues. Because they are things that I cannot control. They didn't exist when I moved there. And so the property value should be less. And when I got the information that showed what comparables were, maybe we can pull up the comparables, the one over by, the interstate.
The count two there on the left, right side? Do you wanna see the house, or?
No, the, one right next to the oh.
It is.
All right, sorry, that is it, yes. Okay. I don't know the facts on that water there. I do know that stays, that water, where it says comp two, that's the house that they're comparing it to. But the water around there, I don't know that changes with rains and spring thaws or not. And that's the condition that happens at my property, is that if we get a 2.5 or a 3-inch rain, it floods at our place. And when the county road on the north of us going east-west, 285th Street, when we moved there, that was a county road. It was a gravel grade. And at that point, the house was built in whatever, it's over 100 years old. The original road would have been lower or equal, no, it had to be lower than what the house was. And once it went to a county road, first of all, building the county road, they already raised the grade of the road. And then, I don't remember which year it was, but then when it became a blacktop, I know that grade got raised again, about 15 inches again. And so consequently, the road is now higher than my house. And then when they graded the road going south for 74th Avenue, then the ditches got improved, and the people that bought the farm ground, they cut the fields to drain into the ditch. Then they came back to the county and talked them into cutting the bottom of the ditch out, because, well, just past this here is just past where the map shows at the edge of the property there is the high point on the road, and they came back and cut the high point out. And typically the road and the road ditch was like a 4-foot grade difference. Mike, we're doing this. Do you mind?
I'm researching, thank you, on this as well. Thank you.
They cut that grade out, and they lowered the high point on the road ditch there. It's at 7 feet wide. It's an extra 16 inches deep. So that again caused more water to be accessing the road ditch to come to our point. And down where the water comes from, the natural direction of the water flow is supposed to go to the east, which each time they have Clark Engineering come out, they keep trying to do things in the road ditch. And they added 2 culverts to cross that road at different times. And the last time they tried to do something, they put a metal flap on the east end of the culvert to try to keep it from flushing back. They have never done anything to improve the culvert at the point where the natural flow of the water is, which is about 1/3 of a mile, almost to the half a mile line. It's supposed to go east.
Mr. Stroutmeyer,
Yes.
not to interrupt you, but I think you've previously given testimony to us as a county commission about all of this as well, in detail. And I'm not trying to say you can't talk some more about the drainage problem, but I think we've got that part of it. Do you want to talk a little bit about the condition of your house at all? The structure?
Yes. I've, in the past, worked on the house. I've tore out walls and repaired, and floors and repaired them because it's an old house. And I'm at a point where because of the flooding, I have no idea what to do to fix on this house because I'm only waiting for the next shoe to drop. The next time to get a 2.5 to 3 inch rain or a spring thaw. And then we end up getting that flood. And it isn't that the county people working haven't tried to do things, but you know, they just try to get the water to drain in the ditches and it just doesn't work. It's not going away. It doesn't go away.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Strottmeyer?
How old again is your house? I know I was out there and looked
It
at
was
it.
before 1900, 18 something, end of 18s.
So it's approximately.
See, on the first page, it always says the year built.
Okay,
1892.
okay, yes, okay, thank you.
Do you have a representation of a property similar that is assessed differently than yours? Well, that's what we're here for, is equalization of values. Not drainage, none of that, just how your property compares to another property. That's
Yes,
the essence of that.
yes. That map of that comparable again, it isn't a house, it's the, that comparable too.
This one?
Yes. That property that is in the blue. That stays wet.
And what is the assessed, do you have the numbers of what that one's assessed at?
It's
That's state
here.
property and has an assessed value of 793 per acre, which is 97,000.
1, 2, or 3, Ethan?
I think it's,
It's comp number 2, I believe. Let's see. So if you're referring to the one on the far right in the bottom right, comp number 2 down there, that's below the.
I'm referring to the
He's-
property above it,
The ag
the
land.
state property.
the ag.
Comp
land.
1?
No,
Neither comps. I
Okay,
don't
so then which,
He's, right.
that's not what how is that, you're using that to value your land portion of it?
yes,
Do you have water sitting on your yard?
it doesn't set there. It comes every time that we get the spring thaws or the large rains.
But this property water will sit there
Right,
perpetually at times, yes,
yeah.
And
unless it's a drought. So I don't see the apples to apples on that comparison.
Well, comp 2 then, they don't have, does that go to flood their yard? Or is it just that there's the water around it? I don't know.
I noticed it states in the assessment history, the 2021 local board lowered to 57,043.
Yes, the local board lowered the land from 63,646 to 38,500. They also decreased this home from 24,142 to 18,255. They also decreased the accessory building from $331 to $288 for a total of, thank you.
And this was not an appeal back. This was Mr. Strottmeyer appealing the local board's decision.
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Strottmeyer, you thought the local board was still too high and you wanted to go down even further, right?
Yes.
Okay,
because I
understood.
have no way to fix my house.
Understand, sir. So here's what I'm gonna do. I think we've got a lot of evidence and testimony. I'm gonna close the floor now, unless another commissioner has questions, and I'm gonna entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would make a motion that we accept the 2021 local board assessment of 57,043.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sherry, call the roll.
So do I have the land value and the structure value on that?
Do you have that, Carla, or not? You just read that, correct?
The land value, 38,500. The house value, NAC 10, 18,255. And the accessory building classed as NAC 1, $288.
Okay, Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppin,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Stroutmeyer.
Have a nice day, Mr. Stratmeyer.
Thank you.
Okay, TCB2 LLC. And yes, ma'am, so she's here to represent the appellant and staff is here for the county.
Our next appeal is parcel number 098.49.57.D100. It is located at Songstad's Tract 1 in McVeigh's Tract 1 in Tract B of the east half south in the east half, excluding Lot H1, Section 17, Township 98, Range 48. It consists of 0.88 acres. We currently have an assessed value of $36,960. Our comps are all of bare land sales, ranging from 2018 to 2019, ranging from 9.1 acres to 11.79. The market price on those sales is between $168,000 and $170,000. Felt the most comparable was comparable number 1. And that had an average assessed value of $11,886 per acre. Our subject property is currently being assessed at $42 an acre.
$42?
$42,000 an acre. You can see the maps that show where the sales are in comparison to the subject property. That's how all of our lot values are being assessed in Canton Township. The first 2 acres is $42,000 per acre, and then the remaining acres is at $3,403.
Any questions for staff? Okay, ma'am, could you state your name and address for the record and then give us your presentation?
Sure. My name is Patty Knorr, and I live in Lincoln County, but 600 East Meadowlark Trail in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I am an owner of TCB. It is an LLC that is owned by myself and my brother and my sister. So we got the assessed property value for 2021. As you can see, it's going from $9,958 to $36,960. That's an increase of 271%. The county says that property owners have a right to appeal the assessment of their property if they think the property is being assessed at a greater than market value or unequal in relation to other similar properties. So we own the surrounding property around this too, and that recently got assessed at $1,400 and about $1,500 an acre. We own the 37 acres completely surrounding this property, and that property also, it went up 100% this year. So that went from like I can't remember what it was before, but went from 26,000 to 56,000. So that increased over 100%. But the small piece, the 0.87 acres, is going up 271%. And it's getting assessed at $36,000. And the remaining property that we own is being assessed at $56,000. So they're saying that this small little property is worth 65% of our surrounding property around it. We bought this small little piece. It was a fireworks stand. We paid $5,000 for it in 2015. We bought it from Rich Brothers. It was a third-party transaction. You know, we don't know them or anything. It was just they were willing to sell it, and they knew we owned the property around it, and so that's what the sale was for. Like I said, we own the surrounding property around it. It's valued at $1,500 an acre, or $1,496. I did make a map of other properties that are also surrounding our properties. I don't know if you guys want to look at it or not, but the other properties. Oh, where do I? Oh,
Right, there's.
oh, look at this. It's getting fancy here. Okay. Maybe I'm gonna go like this, huh? Oh,
There
look
you
at
go.
that. Oh, okay. So this is the property that we're talking about, this little box right here. And this is getting assessed at $36,000, which is $42,000 an acre, this little piece right here. We own the surrounding right here, and that recently got increased to $14.96 per acre. This piece right here is $1,400 an acre. This piece up here is $1,400 an acre. This piece up here is $1,900 an acre. This down here is $729 an acre. This down here is $1,400 an acre. So, I mean, I think all of this property is very similar in application or, just a land use. We, we don't have any farm income off of this property yet. Our goal is to try to get it to some point where maybe we could have some hay type of operation or something like that. But, we're still in the works of trying to figure that out. So I guess we ask that either, it gets valued at what the surrounding properties are being assessed at, or go back to what it was assessed at before this, which was the $9,958.
Any question? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
That's all I
was just
had.
running over you there.
That's okay.
If I may,
Any
Mr.
questions or
Chairman.
comments?
A quick question, the property owner on record of the other areas around it, is that your brothers and or sisters as well?
So
Same
the-
partnership, or
Yes, the 1496 is all the same ownership group, the TCB.
that's all the same ownership
Yes,
group?
yep, yes, exactly.
What about the other parcels that you have listed on there?
That's not listed as ag yet?
No.
It's zoned A1, I believe, but I heard earlier it's not quite the same. So this, the 1442 is all owned by, I think, the person that lives here. They own this, and I think they own up here and down here and down here.
And then what about the 729 an acre? Another person as well?
No, I think it's that same person.
Oh, okay.
It's all ag.
So your argument is, but for this little piece of land being purchased from these guys, you think it would have all been valued as similar properties around you, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And the counter argument, of course, is this guy had a nice little fireworks stand here, and so of course his little parcel of property before you all owned it was supposedly worth more money.
Well, it was worth $5,000 in 2015 when we bought it.
Right. Okay.
So you have access from Highway 18 and then the gravel road going north, is that correct?
To the gravel road.
Or,
We just have access on Highway 18.
okay.
There is no gravel road on the north. That's an old railroad track.
Do you
And
know,
you're
is this,
approximately,
Go
what,
ahead.
half mile from the South Dakota-Iowa border?
Probably less than that, yeah. It's very close.
Okay.
We could probably throw a stone at it.
can you indicate, does this parcel versus the other parcel have building eligibilities, any of that on
I
that?
do not know that. That is something, I'd like to research.
But it was-
There is a building on it. I do have a picture of that. This is the fireworks stand that's currently on it.
That's a charitable description to call
Yes.
that a building.
Okay?
But the parcel would have been platted prior to 1995, very likely.
Probably, yes.
So in my, opinion, that does have a building eligibility on it.
Okay.
How large are any of the other parcels in that area? Do you know, and when they would have been platted off?
I do not know.
Okay.
And are you, I don't think it really matters, but just out of curiosity, are you gonna replat it or not?
Well, I was told that's a possibility, but then you have to hire a professional surveyor to do that, and I feel like that's kind of unfair to the landowners to make them do that to get it assessed at the right value.
Sure.
Is there a floodplain map or anything you could put on it? I'm just trying to assess if it's a buildable.
Did you pull that up?
And ma'am, I'm gonna actually, in the end here, gonna agree that your property needs to come down because of the adjacent property is assessed that way. I'm also gonna smile and say, if this is buildable land and has a building eligibilities on it, all of it's way under assessed. But I don't know that at this point. So from this aerial map, it looks like it's a very buildable site.
Oh, I do have.
And if I may make a comment, there was consideration given for the larger parcel sitting behind the subject right now, for the fact that it is a used gravel mine.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a
Familiar with
gravel,
it.
gravel pit, yeah.
The subject site is not.
I don't,
Is there no longer any active,
No,
gravel
and there
pit
won't be anymore,
operations?
no.
It's been exhausted?
Yes.
And I don't know if it was mentioned, but the sale for this property was not on the open market.
Yeah.
It had not been advertised. It
I
was-
don't think it was
she-
advertised, no. They
she
knew
said
we
it
owned the
was-
surrounding
yeah.
property, and
Yeah.
so they just asked us if we were willing
Which
to purchase
layer?
it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
The risk,
The risk?
yeah. Yeah, the rest of the property is,
This is not ideal. I've been by there 8 bazillion times. This is not an ideal buildable site. You're next to a gravel pit. There's a lot of disadvantages. I could see that where they put their fireworks stand was there. I think I even bought a bottle rocket.
Your local board on the appeal recommended no change?
I believe they recommended they couldn't really do anything because of the rule that less than 2 acres has to be assessed at 42,000.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the testimony now. Does anybody have a motion or questions?
question for Carlo.
Yes, sir.
It does seem to have some discrepancy in the valuations on a per acre basis. This hard, fast rule, the other parcels, if we don't know it, if they have a Belgian eligibility or ability to use that property for something else, would justify $1,400 an acre. But the 36 on this, if it is a buildable spot, is well under the market as far as a building location on a gravel or a oil paved road. So it's a little bit of a trickier determination here, board. It would have been nice if this had been a advertised on the market sale. I'm not quite sure that I'm comfortable thinking it's an arm's length type, qualification. But I have a commissioner here I'm hoping will tell me that it does or doesn't qualify, because it would make my decision a lot easier on what I think this should be, so.
I think it was an arm's length transaction because it's two separate independent parties, but it was a off the market arm's length transaction.
Yeah.
So
which-
I'm kind of giving you 50%.
Yeah,
on that
50, you
one.
gave me 50%. So Jen, I'm gonna stay off. I'm looking to my counterparts to, and hopefully they've got something, because I cannot come up with something. It's either one or the other. I don't think it's somewhere in between. It's one or the other.
Yeah, and I think the challenge here is she appealed, so we have to consider the discrete question of, equalizing the land in comparison to her neighborhood, et cetera. If somebody didn't like the overall assessment of the neighborhood, then that should have been appealed, but it wasn't. So the only question in front of us here today is whether this piece of property should be valued at what it is or not in comparison to the other properties around it, of course. So I am looking for a motion.
I guess I look at it, the fact that the local board appeal recommended no change, so I'll put out there that we accept the assessor's value at $36,960.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
That's not, they didn't really recommend no change. I think the recommendation is they were thinking maybe it could get held for a year if I got it replatted. And I don't know if that's on the record or not, but that's what I was told that they thought might be a. Sorry, I should've-
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second to the
I'll
motion?
second for discussion.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Sherry, call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
No.
Commissioner Aaron's.
No.
Having what you just said, that if you hold this for a year, it will be, and you replat this?
Can replat it with the
Replat it.
rest of the 37, so then it should get
Okay.
assessed with, it won't get penalized for being under 2 acres.
I would propose that we adopt the 2020 resolution there at $9,958 for this tax year, and we'll see what happens after you replat it.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion. I was one or the other. It's either the 1,400, which is what the rest of it is, or it is distinct property, which would be the 36. So I still won't support this, because I think the decision is one or the other. But we'll see how this motion goes.
Yeah, I probably would have assessed it somewhere in the middle, but
Okay, so
Look,
you have good
We're not
chance
done
at
yet.
this.
Yeah.
We're not done.
Commissioner Gibbon,
No.
Commissioner Poppins,
No.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
yes. All right, let's try this one more time.
So I'm going to offer this motion that it go to, what was the adjacent, 14? Sorry, give me the number, 1490 or 1442 for the adjacent properties?
I think
That
Ms.
was the one
Morris-
map, I
I
don't.
think
oh,
Ms.
The one
Moore's
that we
map.
own is 1496.
Yeah, Ms.
Okay,
Moore,
I would
you-
move that we turn it to 1496, giving that is a justification for coming up with that value. It's the similar property adjacent to it per acre, which would come down to 1496 times 0.88. Sorry, Sherry, if you want to do the math on that.
Love to.
$1,316.
There you go. That would be my motion.
Repeat that, please, Carla.
$1,316.
per acre.
Yeah, no, that's
only
it's
0.8
0.8
acres.
acres, the 1492
Got it, got it.
or 96.
That's
so.
less than what you paid
She's
for
asked,
it.
yes.
It's not a gravel pit.
I-
more of a
It's not a
site.
gravel pit.
You're the board.
Anyway, a motion can die, that's fine too.
So the total amount clarification is,
$1,316.
We can't do that.
Motion fails.
Does there, anybody else have a motion?
Well, we're
someone
trying
get
to
us off
find
the
a
bubble here?
compromise here.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, so no one wanted 95, no one wants 14, 36.
No one wants 36.
No one wants 36. So let's do the real good thing and split this thing in half and call it 50%. So that would put it at around 19,000 or 18,000 something dollars.
Is that your motion?
Yeah.
I'll second it for discussion and or vote.
Okay, call the roll, please.
hold, just clarification, please.
We're doing
19,000.
50% of the $36,960.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
No.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes.
There's a compromise.
Okay, ma'am, thank you for tolerating
All right,
us.
thank you, everybody.
Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, the Donald Abbas Living Trust. And we've got that skid, okay.
Put me to this slide, Ethan.
And
Jackie
is
goes
a
from one extreme
representative
to the
from the trust on the phone or here in
No.
person? No.
I talked to Donald Abbas late yesterday afternoon. He told me he did not want to appear. He did not want to call in by phone, but he wanted you to hear his appeal. And his appeal is based on the assessment of the ag land. He feels it's too high. He was concerned that the land value increased. But what he's doing is he's comparing his taxable value to the 2020 taxable value to the 2021 assessment. And that did increase. But the ag land valuation on his property actually decreased from 2021, from 2020 to 2021. In 2020, his ag land was assessed at $444,012. This year, for 2021, his ag land went down to $423,711. I tried to explain that to him, and he still was looking at his taxable value.
Did the ag land decrease
It decreased.
because of any kind of legislative change or Department of
So
Revenue ruling?
ag land is based on productivity, and it's a calculation, and it's an 8-year Olympic average, and we have cap rates, and it's a formula from legislation, and our top dollar for cropland went down 4.71%, somewhere like
But
that.
not because of change in how the calculation works? Just
Correct.
by virtue of the fact of
Yep.
the calculation.
Correct.
Okay.
There was no mention of the ag buildings or the house valuation. It was his ag land. He was
What did that amount to, Carla, per acre?
per acre.
It's shown on the page there in the yellow on the bottom. It says $2,638 an acre.
I'm just looking at the location where I was.
I was gonna see if I can find the location for you.
Is anyone
I got
living
it.
in this home?
Pardon?
Is anyone living in this home currently?
I don't
It
know.
is non-owner occupied, whether it's rental or not. I don't know if it's vacant or.
So he's got this at, built acres, I don't care about the acres.
Well, if
He's
Mr.
also
Abbas is
appealing
not
the
here,
land,
and I understand his position, he said he just wanted the board to consider it.
Yes.
I will close the floor to any further testimony, but I will entertain any questions or comments, motions from the board.
So again, this is at, how much, what per acre? Is this 26?
2,638. It's the second to the last line there in the yellow.
Yep. How much of this is all ag land? I mean,
It's
All of it is,
All of it's ag
all
land.
of it's rated as crop.
yeah,
It's a full quarter.
well,
Yeah.
at $2,638, that's certainly, for ag land located right there, that's prime ag land. That's pretty reasonable in my mind.
Yeah, and there are 3 different soil types on this property, which make up the total, and all of those soil types are rated as crop soils. So I would agree with that valuation ideology.
Yeah, it's a legal fiction anyway. The valuation for tax purposes is based on production, but if you wanted to buy it on the open market, it would go for
And
5
his
times
overall-
that possibly, right?
His overall,
Ish.
overall went down, you said, from 444,000 and change to 423,000?
The egg land
portion,
value did go down,
Yeah.
although the structures and the egg buildings increased. When I visited with him yesterday, it was strictly based on his ag land, and he was comparing his taxable value for 2020 to his assessed 2021 value of his ag land, and he saw an increase.
If I could add to that, Jim, the assessed value last year was $444,012.
Yeah.
The taxable value of that was $377,410. So if you didn't understand what an equalized value was and you compared that to your full and true assessed value, you would think that the value went up, but it didn't.
It didn't, no. It actually went down. Ag land actually went down.
Does anybody have a motion or any further questions?
I guess, since the recommendation was no change, properties below cost and market, I would recommend that we accept the assessor's recommendation of $423,711 for land, $88,797 for the house. The other building, $66,905, and the total assessed value of $579,413.
Is there a second?
Second.
Call the roll, Sherry.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes?
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our 950, and
Our
20.
next appeal is parcel number 098.51.09.A100, located at 46,626 281st Street in Lenox, South Dakota. It's a single-family property built in 1922, consisting of 15.55 acres. The single-family residence is 1,877 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. There's some finish in the lower level. We currently have a total assessed value of $276,325. The land value is valued at $130,111. Accessory buildings of $19,764, and the house is being currently assessed at $126,450. Did you have something? Oh, okay. Our next slide is 3 comparables that we felt were comparable to the subject property. Felt our most comparable was comparable number 1, built in 1910, slightly larger than the subject property, sold in September of 2019 for $580,000. Our 3 approaches to value. Our subject property is currently assessed at $67. Our cost is indicating a valuation range between $58 and $74. Our market is indicating a range between $111 and $189. Our next slide is where the subject is located in pink on the west side of the map, and then where our comparable properties are located. I think taxes was a concern of the appellant, and I put forth some tax information history for your viewing. This is an appeal back, so the local board lowered the valuation, and the assessor's office appealed that local board decision because we felt our values were well within the cost and below the market value.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the appellant either here in person or on the phone?
I'm on the phone.
Thank you. Is this Miss Dannon?
This is.
Okay, Miss Dannon, could you state your name and address for the record, and then go ahead and give us your presentation?
Sure. This is Kathy Dannon, 46626 281st Street, Lenox, South Dakota, 57039.
And Miss Dannon, before you go any further, I'm going to ask you to speak loudly and closely into the phone, and then I'm going to ask our IT staff if they can also turn her volume up at all. Okay, go ahead, Miss Dannon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your time. When I got my tax assessment, I feel it jumped up quite substantially. Increased over 57% from the previous year and went up over almost $100,000. I feel that the value on my land is excessive for being pasture land with a creek through it. I don't agree that it values at $130,000 for 15 acres of pasture land. Recently, some farmland on the same road just sold a couple months ago, and that was farm ground for $6,900 an acre. So I don't feel that the pasture land is valued at $8,300 an acre. I think that's pretty high, especially with a creek come through and you get a heavy rain and then it can flood out. The first comparable, and I don't feel that is a good comparison either. I know that's a neighbor down the road, but that house is almost twice as big as mine, and they do have a attached 2-stall garage plus a detached garage. They have had a lot more updates. It's a kind of a fancier house, a lot of remodeling, and it's also on a blacktop road. So I don't feel that the first one is a comparison because it is almost double the size, and with having a attached garage plus a detached on there. So yeah, I just feel like that was quite an increase for a year with the land assessing going from $84,000 to $130,000, and then the buildings on the property, they're older, but I keep them up. They jumped from $6,900 to over $19,000, and then the house jumped up quite a ways from $84,000 to $126,000. So I feel it was quite a large increase, for like to keep up my property, but it is an older house and older outbuildings. And then some of my basement, I have half of it, somewhat it's finished, but it does have a concrete floor. So I don't feel that should be charged as a full finish. on that area.
Ms. Dannon, Joel
Yep.
Aaron's here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Are you, what is your request specifically? Are you asking for this committee to uphold the 2021 local board change that set the total overall assessment at 210,000?
Yes, I think that is a fair assessment.
Would the
On
staff
there.
please tell me what the breakdown was on that, structure versus land?
For the local board. I can.
Or did the local board just set a consolidated amount?
I think I have, let me see, I might have a copy of that paper here.
Okay,
It was just,
She indicated how she wanted it broke down, which equaled a total of 210. The board
Yeah.
wrote a total value before and a total value after, which equals her breakdown. So you could use hers if you'd like.
is hers on the PT 17? 'Cause-
Yep.
Okay, so ma'am, you believe the
Yep.
correct value of your land is 95,000 and you want the building, the house set at 115?
With the house and the buildings.
Correct, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
House and outbuildings at 115,000,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
so I think 210 for a total value is substantial, a fair amount.
I will, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your comments. I will close the floor to testimony now and ask if there's any questions or motions from the board.
Trying to pull it up here a second, but there we go. The wrong day. So back to the land value, the biggest argument was the land value, but yet even at 6,900 an acre,
that's just for comparison reason. We show that the land is currently being assessed at the first 2 acres, $42,000 per acre, and the remaining 13.55 is $3,403 per acre. We averaged it out for you.
For a total assessed amount of 130,111.
Yep.
And Ms. Dannon, as I understand it, you don't think your land is worth the $130,000? You think it's more in line with the 95,000?
Yes, I feel with it being pasture land, I can't farm it and I have a creek that runs right through it, so there's nothing else I can do with it besides pasture. So I think 95 is fair, or even a generous amount.
Is this acreage?
It is.
And it's not attached to any ag land, is it?
No.
Zoned
No.
rural residential?
I don't know how it's zoned.
It could be zoned rural residential or ag. That doesn't affect the assessed value.
Okay.
But so can I ask a question on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I know I have run across one that their value on their acreage was quite a bit less, and theirs was zoned ag. Does that make a difference because I don't have additional farmland, that mine is more as a residential?
We got an answer for you, ma'am.
So I'm wondering if possibly you're confusing zoning with classification of property. The zoning would not affect the assessed value, but the classification of the property does affect the assessed value.
And this
Okay.
is classified as
Non-ag.
non-ag because it's a rural acreage,
Okay.
right?
Because it doesn't meet.
There's
Yeah, right.
criteria set
Yeah.
forth
It's
in
not
law
connected
to
to
be
any
classified
farmland,
as
yeah.
agriculture.
Right.
Okay. Even though I can use it for cattle and things and raising livestock, it can't be under ag.
If you feel like it should be classified as agricultural, I would suggest that you come in and fill out an application for that so that we can find out if you meet that criteria.
Okay. Okay.
Just living in the country, ma'am, will not classify it as agriculture, okay?
No. No.
Okay.
Right.
Any other questions or comments?
I don't know, I don't see anything in discrepancy wise though, from our department for placing a value on this thing at this time, but I'll
Is that
be
a motion?
patient. I will move to stay with our Department of Equalization's recommendation values.
Is there a second to that?
Dies.
Well, I'll let it hang out there.
Okay. It's well within the cost approach, it's market. It doesn't seem to be in discrepancy of other properties, from what I can tell.
I think the comparable, I think she does have a little bit of an argument there with regard to the comparable that it was compared to. The comp's a little bigger, excuse me.
I wonder what the local board used to go back to the 210,000. What was their criteria? Anybody know?
They used her value.
That's,
Yeah, and Mr. Aaron's, if I may address your comment about
Go
comp
ahead.
number one.
Go ahead.
The total value of the house is assessed higher. It's also assessed higher per square foot, which takes into consideration amenities such as garages. And if you want, you could use either of the other two comps, which are definitely inferior to the subject property, and still uphold that value with the market range, and it is right in line with the assessed value.
Okay.
On the comparisons, on 1 and 2, they both have garages and things. I think the third comparison is probably the closest. I know it has less acres, but that's closest for bedrooms and bathrooms and no garage.
Do you, just out of curiosity, ma'am, it says you have 15 acres here. Do you?
Yep.
Do you hay out, bale any of that, or?
I have some for pasture that I have some horses and some cattle, and then a lot of it is grove on one side of my property.
And then do you gross over $2,500 a year off that ag use, the cows and the horses?
No, I haven't, no.
What's the second
Size.
size? She doesn't meet the 40 acres.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
not hearing a second, is there any way we could possibly split the difference between 210,000 and 276,000?
Make a motion.
motion dies, but.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will gladly make a motion for 243,262. I'm not sure how that breaks down.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
I will second that,
There's a motion and a second.
because I came up.
Sherry, would you call the
same
roll?
figure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. State that.
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Given that I don't know why, no.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Ms. Dannon.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And then, so will you contact me or let me know if something changes, or how does this work?
The auditor will notify you of the board's decision
Okay, by mail or something?
by mail or email, however you contacted us.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
our
you.
10 a.m., Miss Veloise Langen. Is she here or on the phone?
No RSVP from the appellant.
She was sent notice of hearing.
Correct.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and run through it quick then.
Our next appeal is 098.51.19.4030, located at 46464 283rd Street in Lenox, South Dakota. It's a single-family residence built in 1982. It has 2,720 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, sits on 5 acres. The total assessed value is $371,061. We have an assessed value on the land of $94,209, accessory buildings of $15,917, and the house is currently valued at $260,935 for a total of $371,061. Staff is recommending no change to value as it is between cost and market approaches to value. The biggest complaint that we have heard from the appellant is the tax not so much the assessed value, but it is the tax amount. It is currently not an owner-occupied home. It's rental. Our three comparables range from, the date ranges between 2018 and August of 2020, ranging from 300,000 to 486,500. Felt the most comparable property to the subject is comparable number 3, sold for 300,000 in 2018. It was similar in age. Our subject property is superior, quite a bit larger. But for comparison reasons, felt this was the most comparable. Our subject property is currently assessed at $96 a square foot. The cost is ranging between $125 and $183 a square foot. And our market is indicating a range between $150 and $209 a square foot. You can see where the subject property is located in the lower left corner of the map, and our comps are relatively close in neighborhooding to the subject property. Some back pictures.
And I would like to make a note, this is an appeal back from the local board. They changed our assessed value from $371,061 to $265,000.
Okay, so we don't have Ms. Langen here, but she did properly appeal the local board's decision. No, the county appealed it. So it is properly in front of the board for a decision, even though she's not here. I'm going to close the floor to testimony at this time. Are there any questions or comments or motions from the board?
Just clarification, Mr. Chairman. What was the local board's decision? It looked like they left it unchanged on.
The board lowered the value.
Grant Township.
Yeah, they left it alone.
No, they lowered it to $265,000 total.
Yeah, that form didn't say that.
Yes, it's called an appeal back form in your
Okay.
documents.
Okay, so the local board, 265. Thank you.
365 or 265? 265, yeah, that's what I thought I heard. Are there any motions? I'll entertain any motions from the board at this time.
I would move to uphold our assessor's current value.
Is there a second? Got a motion on the floor to uphold the assessor's recommended valuations.
I'll second the motion.
There's a second. Sherry, call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
No.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay. The appeal of Norman Tokel. Is Mr. Tokel, am I pronouncing your name correct?
You got it right.
Mr. Tokel is here. We'll have you stand there. We'll have the board or the assessor's office give its presentation.
Our next appeal is parcel number 098.51.22.A100. It's located at 46765 282nd Street in Lenox, South Dakota. It's a single-family property consisting of 2 acres, built in 1977. It has 936 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. We currently have it assessed at $200,595, a land value of $84,000. And a structure value, house value of $116,595 for a total of $200,595. Our comparables on the next slide range date between 2000. Well, it is all of 2018 that we're using these sales comparables, with a sale price between $222,000 and $335,000. We felt the most comparable to the subject property was comparable number 1, sold in July of 2018 for $222,000. Our subject property is currently assessed at $125 a square foot. The cost is indicating a range of $124 to $139 a square foot. The market is indicating a range between $130 and $179 a square foot. The map is indicating where the subject property is located, right in the middle of the map, and our comps are directly to the north or south of the subject property. Bare lot sales are consisting anywhere between 71,000 for 1.31 acres upwards, just depending on size and location. I think the land value was the biggest concern of the appellant.
Any questions for the staff? Mr. Tokel, would you state your full name, address, and give us your pitch, please?
Okay, my name is Norman Tokel. My address is 46765 282nd Street, Lenox, South Dakota. My appeal is based on the fact that the comparables that were presented here are both newer and the structures have more square footage. The land area is larger, and both of these places have 1.5 bathrooms. Mine does not. The local board, I sent in my appeal to them, and they lowered it to $176,000. I guess what I'm looking for here is something a little bit lower than that. I don't have any other thing to compare it to, but I feel that the increase from the taxable year of 2020 to 2021 is extremely excessive. It went from 134,000 to 200,000. I think that's just a little steep.
Mr. Tokel, is your house slab on grade, or do you have a basement or crawl space?
It has a basement, full
Basement.
basement. Yes.
Okay,
It's not finished.
okay. Legal bedroom windows in the basement?
No.
Okay. How old's the roof?
The roof was redone last year.
Any other improvements besides the roof?
Not in, well, I guess it all depends on, how far back you want to go.
What's the last improvement besides the roof?
The last improvement. Well, I guess that would be, I replaced some windows in the house, and that was approximately 5 years ago.
Okay.
Other than that, it's just been basic maintenance, I'd keep up the paint and
Sure.
stain on the deck and.
Yep.
Is that a two-stall garage? It says two-stall, but it looks
It's,
like it isn't.
it's a small two-stall garage, I guess you could say. I can get 2 pickup trucks in there, and it's
Okay.
really tight.
What did you say the local board assessed it for?
Pardon me?
What did you say the local board assessed it for?
They assessed it to $176,595.
What were your numbers that you thought it needed to be? And you're based it on, I'm just making a quick assumption, it's not based on market, it's just assessment to a certain other property.
Well, the first assessment that come around for 2021 was raised up to
Yeah, but-
$134,000.
Excuse me, sir, we're kind of equalized, so what property would you like us most to use to try to value what your property should be?
You're asking me for an estimate?
No, a certain property that you use to, because we're not over market on evaluation of your home. So we got to do an equalization of your property to some other piece of property.
Oh,
So which property do you think is most representable to your property, so we can compare then those two to come up with an
I don't
program?
have that information.
Oh.
I would
So
have to get
you just feel that it's too high?
Well, see, the problem I have is I'm on fixed income now, and I won't be able to go for a property tax freeze until next year.
Next year you may qualify.
Yes. But my intentions are to stay in that place, for retirement.
Do you know what the qualification standards are for property tax freeze?
Yes,
Are you going to be able to meet them next year?
yes, I will.
Okay.
I really don't want to get stuck at a higher rate. That's what,
I get
I
that.
appreciate
get
your
that.
honesty.
I get
Appreciate
that. So you're looking for a bridge for 1 year. I
Yeah.
understand.
and I would appreciate your consideration, that's for sure.
But you have no other comparables. You don't have your own set of
I
comparables.
haven't got any other comparables that, other than what I've already submitted. I don't know if you have the, all the paperwork that I turned in to the auditor, but that's the only information I have.
We do. There's a handwritten letter here in cursive, I think, signed by yourself that you
Right.
sent in.
Yep.
I see it.
Were there any comparables that you submitted to us? I don't see that on your written notice.
No, I don't have any others, no. Just the information I was given.
How did the local board, Norm, come up with 176,595? Do you know?
That was not relayed to me, I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm just not seeing that in here. And I may not be looking at it. Is it on the PT 17?
You're looking
Yeah.
for the decision of the local board?
Yeah. That
It
that
would
is-
be on the PT 17.
Right, that is not in our packet, what the local board did.
176,595.
Yeah, that's the PT 17.
Teen.
now.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but nothing direct from the,
so they brought it, assessor's value was originally 205.95. Local board brought it down to 176.595.
Correct.
Is that what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was done by the Grant Township.
Do you agree with the land assessment of $84,000?
No. It's just 2 acres and I'm not farming it or anything like that. It's just grass and trees, so.
Commissioner Gibbon, if you would, there is a slide that shows some bare lot sales.
Okay, I'll close the floor to testimony now. Are there any other questions or is there a motion?
I have one quick
Yes,
question.
sir.
I'll try to, Carla, can you tell me, does this property fall in line of the average or above or below the average increase of properties in this area this year?
What was the percentage increase?
I'd have to go back to that page. The reason I'm asking that question, sir, is in the process of determining taxation or actual taxes changes is if everyone's property goes up X amount of, and as long as your X amount of increase, the theoretical change in taxes is nil because we don't generate or reduce or increase the amount of taxes that we actually collect. It's just we're trying to equalize the property from one to another. So if everybody went up, as in the community of T this year, pretty much across the board, every property went up 17%, which is a substantial, even though 6 years ago, they went through this where we had some significant jumps on properties, but even just this year alone, because values have jumped so much, the whole community of T saw a 17% increase. So there will be some tax consequence, but it won't be as substantial because everyone's valuations went up as well. So does that make any sense?
I understand that. I guess the thing that really scares me is the fact that I remember what happened back in the late 70s when mortgage rates started going up and interest rates went up. People couldn't sell houses, people couldn't buy houses. And with what I see on the horizon with the current administration, I can see that coming back again.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have that crystal ball. We have to work with
Yeah, and
what the
mortgage
state
rates are at an
requires
all-time
us to
low.
have properties within a certain percentage of sale value, and we had to make some changes.
I don't set the mortgage rates or interest
Yeah, I know.
rates.
Just, can you,
Yes, I do have that information for you. Owner-occupied homes in Grant Township went up approximately 46.27% on average. Ag buildings went up on average 198%.
Okay. So this property's in line of similar properties then?
Does someone have a motion? I will entertain a motion.
Mine have failed lately, so I'm keeping quiet.
I'm not going to be probably popular here, but I'm going to move that we move this to 176,595 with the board had recommended previously.
And what's the breakdown on that?
Would that be about, I can't speak for you, Commissioner.
Go right ahead.
Schmidt, but I was thinking 76,000 for the land and 100,595 for the house.
Those are good numbers.
So is that a motion and second?
That is a motion.
And a
And-
second.
And we have motion and second. We got a comment from, or
Yeah, I'm afraid I do.
Commissioner Poppins?
I do want to remind the board, now this will become the benchmark for every adjacent property around it to be in front of us next year.
Sherry, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
No.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tokel.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. I've got the next folks up are Roy and Nancy Waltner.
Can I ask a question now? Will I be notified on,
You'll get a written notice from the auditor in the
Okay.
mail. In the mail.
all right. Thank you very much.
You bet. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Our next appeal is parcel number 098.51.29.A100, located at 46,580 284th Street in Lenox, South Dakota. It's owned by Roy and Nancy Waltner. It's a 1961 single-family home, sits on approximately 34.09 acres. We have a current assessed value of $284,102. The land value is $193,202. Accessory buildings of $4,857, and our house value is $86,043. Staff is recommending no change. They are looking for the ag land classification. Sales are indicating between 2,000 or all of 2020 sales. Price range between $120,000 and $180,000 for market, ranging from 25 acres all the way down to 2.84 acres. Our subject property is currently being assessed at $5,667, although we're doing the first 42 acres at $42,000 an acre and the remaining acres at $3,403. An average per acre is $56.67. Our cost is indicating a range between $6,477 to $30,584 for land ranges, and our comparables are indicating a range between $7,098 and $47,883. Big range, but we've got a 25-acre parcel being compared to a nearly 3-acre parcel. See where subject property is located on the map on the southwest corner. Comp 1 is in the northeast corner, but fairly close to the subject property. This is the law that indicates the criteria for agricultural land. And this is an application for the egg status, which we have not received by the applicant.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Carla, can you tell us, when did it come out of the egg classification? And was that the substantial change in valuation?
Ethan is pulling that up as
Thank
we
you.
speak.
The card. Can you look on the card? So our records digitally using our encode program only go back to 2012. At that point in time, it was owner occupied. The property was transferred in 2001. It would be my guess that that's when the classification changed.
Okay.
Was after ownership changed.
So this was not a recent change?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it.
And there's pasture land on this property, and Mr. Waltner is asserting that he rents that out, and it meets classification, but he has not come in, does not meet the classification
No,
standards.
I had an extensive discussion with the local board clerk about what it takes to meet egg classification, what the requirements were. I had that conversation several times, at least 3 or 4 times with the clerk. You know, he is renting this out for cattle use, I believe, from the discussion I had with the local board clerk. However, with the ordinance or resolution that was passed with the county commission back in 2010 requiring 40 acres, he doesn't meet that requirement. And then because it's only 34 acres of pasture land, you know, pasture rents maybe anywhere from $70 to $90 an acre. You're not going to get $2,500.
He hasn't shown
No.
that he's grossed 2,500.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Waltner,
Yes,
could you state your full name and your address, please, and then give us your presentation?
my name is Roy Waltner. My address is 46580 284th Street, Lenox, South Dakota, 57039.
Welcome. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about your appeal?
Okay, for the, I was asked to come up with an application for ag status. I have the form PT 1292. I have that filled out, and I have documentation backing up the income for the different years. What I'd like to see is 26.5 acres changed to ag land, as this is actually what is dedicated to raising livestock. I've taken a meter man to measure the property, and I came up with 7.5 acres as being the farm, the dwelling part of it, which I would not ask for ag status. For that 26.5 acres, they came up with a figure using a neighbor's land of $1,676 per acre. And like I said, for where the house sits, if that's non-ag, I don't have a problem with it.
Understood. Can I ask you a question? So you heard what we were talking about in terms of classification
Yes.
standards, right?
Yes.
Are you going to be able to show you make 2,500 or more?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
With the combination of the income that the renter gets plus what I charge, it's a whole different classification,
So,
according to the Form PT 1292. But yes, I can give you the
2,500 every year for the 5 years.
So I encourage you to get that turned in, fill out the form, turn in your
Got
documentation.
it right here, got the
Thank you.
documents here.
Thank you. Might as well do it while you're in the courthouse after this. And then turn your documentation in and get it reclassified.
Okay.
So you can qualify for that egg status.
Okay,
Now, whether or not the board today can take that into consideration or not is up to the individual commissioners. You how long have you been meeting those qualifications for? Ever since you've been on the property, since 2001?
no.
How long?
Uh,
1 year, 5 years?
well, at least 5 years. I would say 10 years.
Okay. And I think the staff wants to say something.
So it's the income that you receive from the property, not the income of the person renting your property. So it's the income you receive,
I
not a
can't-
combination of what the renter is receiving.
Unless you have a crop share arrangement that's documented that you can verify that with.
That's not the way I read this document, so no, I can't claim 2,500 income for myself.
Which is what's been discussed with the appellant and the local board, which is why we're here today.
Okay. So you don't take in at least 2,500?
There's no way I can do that. It's not logical.
And if I may address the commission, we've heard this several times, at least a couple of times in this gentleman's township. So I would advise the commission to review the ordinance for the county because people who have pasture land in the 30 to 20 acre range are not going to qualify under the current law, current statutes.
Right.
If it's cropland, it's totally different because the rent per acre is at least double or triple.
That issue is mentally going on a future agenda item. Sir, do you have a basement?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a basement?
Yes.
Okay. Is it finished or unfinished?
There is, I want to say 400 square feet that is finished. I think it shows on the assessment.
Does it have any water problems downstairs?
Not to speak of, no.
Okay. How old is the roof
I'm going to say probably 10 years.
and the windows?
The windows are probably at least 15 years. They've been replaced.
Okay. All right. And it's just it says you've got some other buildings as well. What is the other building besides the house?
There's chicken barn, hog barn, cattle barn. There's the remains of a machinery shed, remains of a corn crib.
Okay. Are those structures usable yet, or when you say remains, you mean no longer usable?
The chicken barn might be usable, the hog barn, cattle barn, no, that's falling down. Granary, it needs some structural repair, but it might be usable.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Waltner?
I will concur that most of his property is pasture with Long Creek going through it and a small amount of alfalfa and so on. So, and he receives rental income for both.
I'll close the floor to testimony now and entertain any motions or questions from the board.
Mr. Chairman, before we have I think we should clarify that this ag classification has been determined at 40 acres. And there seems to be some ability to change that, but when the first was enacted, it was 40 acres, and either you met that criteria or you didn't. If you were 37.8, you didn't make it. I sat on this thing, and for countless times, we turned down people, right or wrong, because that was what the ordinance said. So I think that has to be understood, that 40 acres is 40 acres, and that's why we have for building, our building eligibility is based on the 40-40 situation. So just for clarification purposes.
You know, Commissioner Schmidt, you and I were both at that presentation that you gave at the county commissioner hearing, and you heard the one guy in the back of the room, the one commissioner from, I think, a western county, who stood up and talked about, you know, he was in surprise when he heard that Lincoln County has this, what is it, a 4-on-40 rule
Yep,
or
40-40,
something?
yeah.
And he explained that he had, in their county, they've got like 52 eligibilities. He didn't say what size, but certainly bigger than Lincoln County. So maybe that's an agenda item for a future commission meeting. But for today, does anybody have a comment or a motion on Mr. Waltner's appeal?
I do have a sheet here of a property comparable size that is evaluated, well, it was, sale price was 75,000. Square footage is approximately the same. The sale was in 2018. And looking at that, that's why the appeal is on the house.
Could you show us that comparable, sir?
Would you like the parcel number?
Sure.
It's 200.28.10.010.
Can't.
So this is a property inside the city of Canton
Yes.
on a lot that is 6,800 square feet?
I didn't really pay attention to the,
Were you looking just at the structure value and the assessment of just the
I
structure?
was looking at the square footage is what I was looking at, which is close to what I've got. It's that's the main floor, 440 lower level, one bath, detached garage. So that is very similar to what I have.
It is very similar in size, but your house was built 61 years prior to this, according to our records, what we have.
It doesn't show
Only-
when this was built.
A half basement, 440 square feet, compared to your full basement of 984 square feet with finish. I mean, there are some differences.
Okay, commissioners, you've heard the additional testimony from Mr. Waltner about a possible comparable property. Is there a motion? I will entertain a motion.
I will entertain a motion that the land value stays the same at 193,202. The house value decreased to 80,000 and remove the other buildings because I don't feel they're usable if that's possible.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sherry, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Gibbon,
Could I, for Kirk, what's the total then? Sorry. What's the total new number?
193,202 on the land,
Yeah.
80,000 on the house. The other building valuation has been eliminated.
So 273,202.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Waltner. You will receive a notice in the mail from the auditor's office. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, the next appeal up is Brian and Sandra Richter. Are they here? Are the
No
Richters here?
confirmed RSVP from the appellant.
And nobody on the phone either,
No.
I'm gonna assume. Okay. Okay, well, and there is an appeal back filed by the county here, correct, on this? Am I looking at the right one? Richter, peel back. Yeah, so it is in front of us.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Our next appeal is parcel number 098.51.33.A100, located at 28414 466th Avenue in Lenox, South Dakota. It's a single-family property consisting of approximately 16.29 acres, built in 2020. It is 1,852 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, lower level finish of 1,800. We currently have an assessed value of $504,256. The lot value is assessed at $132,629, accessory buildings of $62,847, and a house value of $308,780. Staff is recommending no change. The information was taken from the owner verbally and written, and from the written survey. This property is assessed according to similar properties. This is an appeal back, as indicated by Chairman Aaron's. The local board lowered the value to $474,256. Our comparables range between 2018 and 2020, indicating a market value of $300,000 to $486,500. Felt our most comparable was comparable number 1. It is 10 years older. It is being graded at approximately the same grade, 1,500 square feet, sold for $486,500. Our subject property is currently being assessed at $167 a square foot. The range of the cost is between $125 and $183, and the market is indicating a price per square foot range of $150 to $209 a square foot. The map is showing you where the subject property is located in comparison with the comparables, which are relatively close. That is all staff has.
And this is from Grant County Township, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so this is part of the Grant County Tax Rebellion?
Grant Township.
Seems to
That's
be,
what you want to call it.
there seems to be some discontent in
A
Grant.
few years ago, we
Grant
went
Township.
through other townships and cities and,
Yeah, there's always discontent with reappraisal, Commissioner.
yeah.
So what I'm seeing here is these folks are saying their land is worth $132,000. Their structures are worth $341,000, and the local board for a total of $474,256, right? And what the local board did is concurred with those values, $474,256. And the county here is appealing back and saying, we agree on the land. So we agree with the land of 132, so there's no objection there. Where the objection comes in is the county says the house is worth 30870, and it says the other buildings are worth 62,847. So,
What are the other buildings?
yeah,
We have a 2017 steel utility building, 40 by 64, poultry house, a barn, and a lean-to.
so the county says all those structures are worth 370, and the appellants say their structures are worth 341, and that means there's a difference between the two of you of about $39,000 in valuation. Are the,
Do we
are,
have pictures of, excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Nope,
Do we
go
have
ahead.
pictures of those buildings?
How old is that 40 by 64 building?
It was built in 2017.
New.
New. Ooh. That baby's worth some money.
and this house was built in 2020.
Yeah.
Correct.
And it's a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom, and it's got a finished lower level with 1,800 square feet on the bottom.
Something this new would likely have an appraisal done on it, a fee
steel
appraisal.
building worth?
Haven't heard or seen it.
Waiting to see it.
And the lot is 16 and a half acres almost.
Correct.
I would say.
And if you look at the most comparable, it sold for 486,000, and that house was 10 years older, quite a bit smaller.
And the local board said, county, we disagree with you, and we're gonna lower this thing by 39,000 for some reason. And the appellants, who are not here but did have notice of the hearing, are saying value of the property is being assessed higher than equal lots in the township.
It's one of the buildings.
I would assume the change probably was due to, tax relief, if I had to make an assumption, rather than property value.
Did we put a value on that?
On the outbuilding?
That one, those, let's look at these individually here, if you would.
We are only currently valuing 4 of the buildings.
Which is obviously the newer shed.
2 of them.
You can see the value at the very bottom there. So the one she has selected is $1,902. The livestock barn is
16,917.
So these older buildings are these Depression-era clapboard,
Yes.
1930s.
1930, $662.
No, the brooder house would be worth nothing, or a chicken house. Really. Hot barn, questionable. But the other 2 are very new and very nice.
That's my compromise, if you offer, those need to be removed.
Is there a motion?
Move the
From-
barn. out of
Mr.
that.
Chairman,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I will move that we accept the assessor's recommendation of the land at 132,629, the house for 308,780, the other buildings at 62,847, for a total value of 504,256.
Is there a second?
A second?
Any discussion? Sherry, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay. On to the appeal of Todd and Sandra Schultz. Are they here? I see some folks getting up. Okay, folks, you can come forward, and then we'll let the assessor's office start off.
Our next appeal is parcel number 099.49.32.B100. It's located at 47,732 279th Street in Canton. It is a single-family home sitting on 8.39 acres, built in 2019, 1,644 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. We currently do not have any lower level finish in the basement. The land value is assessed at $105,745, and the structure value is the house value is assessed at $262,835. Staff is recommending no change to value. Our comparables that we have for this particular property is within a date range of sales between 2018 and 2019. With a sell price between $385,000 and $700,000. Felt our most comparable was comparable number 1, which sold in September of 2018 for $400,000. It is similar in grade and size, although it is 20 years older than the subject property.
And the lot's quite a bit smaller. It's only 2.37 versus 8 acres.
There's no perfect comparison. We're just trying to show you a price per square foot. It does have lower level finish. The comparable does. Currently, our subject property is assessed at $160 a square foot. Our cost range is between $134 and $200 a square foot. Our market is indicating a cost per square foot range between 149 and 326. You can see on the map where the subject property is located. Just northwest of Canton, and where our comparables are located. Again, staff is recommending no change.
Question for staff. Anyone? I have a question. In their objection documents, they stated the home is 1,620 square feet, not 1,644 as assessed. Did your office administratively look at that at all, make any determination on that? Or does it disagree, agree? Can't determine?
Every time we assess a new home, we go out and we measure it ourselves and verify that against the blueprint, if we do have the blueprint. So it's been verified at least once, because that's the standard procedure.
The blueprint is also saying 1,644 a square foot provided by the Planning and Zoning Office.
Okay, well, let's let the appellants get into that. Mr. and Mrs. Schultz, would you say your names and your address, please, and then,
Can I give this to you? This is the other person's. Yes. Thank you.
yeah, come on up, speak into the microphone up there.
Okay.
And then tell us your name and address, and then give us your presentation.
For Todd and Sandy Schultz, 47732 279th Street in Canton, South Dakota, 57013. And what else did you need, sir?
Go ahead and give us your presentation, please.
Okay. We purchased 8.39 acres. We were going to purchase less than that, but they added on that amount when we purchased the land. The land had one eligibility on it. When we purchased it, it was separated from Eastland's property, just so you're, I mean, you kind of know the background of that.
Thank you.
We're asking that our land would be assessed at $80,000, which is $9,535 per acre. Our assessment for our neighbor, Dalton Nelson, directly to the west of us, his land was purchased in 2018. He is assessed for less than $7,400 per acre. I'm just talking about the land specifically. And the Krebs's house, which is directly to the east of us, is assessed for $11,100 per acre. We are assessed at $12,600 per acre. That is just the land. The land was a field, a cornfield, no mature trees, no established grasses, no landscaping, nothing. Where the other properties next to us do have mature trees, of course, grassland. The Krebses do have a creek that goes through their land, which is an value, an additional value to their land, just to land specifically. The second point that I have goes to I'm talking about our home now. In June 20th of 2020, we sold a home in Sioux Falls. This home had 2,842 square feet finished and 1 acre in Sioux Falls. The house sold is currently being assessed at $419,200, which is $147 per square foot, including the land. We sold it for $416,500 last year. Our current home is a 30 by 54 home. That's where I come up with the 1,620 square feet. We're being assessed at $162 per square foot. We do not have a finished lower level, nor do we intend to finish the lower level. Our main comparable has 1,276 square feet in the finished lower level, not included in your valuation of their property, bringing theirs down to $101 per square foot if you consider complete finished square foot, which is how assessments are made, right? I mean, it's per finished square foot?
It's not equal between the main floor and the lower level as far as the value per square foot, but
Okay.
each are considered individually.
Okay. So I'm saying you're only using the top, the $1,637 or 1,637 square feet in your assessment of 181 square feet?
Yeah,
On the-
correct. I believe what you're saying is when the total assessed value of the structure is broken down by the square footage, It's
Yes.
broken down by the square footage that is above ground, referred to also as the total living area, above grade.
Okay. So then when you assess the property, the one that's there, that property is located 3 miles west of Sioux Falls on a highway at $181 per square foot. And so how does your assessment of 1,300 square feet in the lower level change that assessment? I guess it's a good question for us to know.
That's part of the reason why the price per square foot is higher, is because all of the value of the basement is being lumped into that number of $295,885. So when you take that higher value than yours and divide it by the similar square footage that you both have on the main floor, you come up with $181 a square foot versus yours at $161 a square foot. There's more inside their home, bringing that price per square foot up. Part of that would be the lower level finish.
Okay.
And I know you said it, ma'am, but tell me again the reason for your square footage calculation? 'Cause I didn't-
30 by 54 is the value, or is what we were told our home was when we purchased it.
Okay, that's what you're going off what you were told. You didn't do like a measurement, like a separate measurement.
Well, I know we've measured it before, and it's
Okay.
30 by 54. I mean,
Okay.
that's
Is there
the
a
value.
4-foot bump out in the back of your house?
What?
Is there a 4-foot bump out in the back of your house?
No, there
Show you
is
the way
not.
that we have it drawn.
There is not. Just in the front, you have that
In the
porch you
front.
see.
I mean, if you could bring,
What do we need to do?
put the dot cam up. Sorry.
I don't know where you got this.
This is what was recorded with your, when you got the building permit.
Okay.
So the bump out that Ethan is referring to is right here.
That's the front.
You mean in the front of the house, not the back of the
Well,
house?
It's the porch in front. you
I don't
mean,
know. Some people say back, some people say front.
Okay.
Is that what we're looking at in the photo? That's what we're looking at in the photo of the subject, right? The
Right.
bump out.
I was actually looking at the sketch of the last property, so that, my apologies on the 4-foot bump out.
This is the plan. This, it's a 1644. It's not a square. It's got a little,
It's got a
Small-
bump out.
12 by,
bump out,
12
yeah.
by 2-foot bump out that you see on the front entry.
And that's where the extra square footage
Yes.
comes from.
yes.
Does that,
Okay.
so if you took, if you took a straight 30 by 54 calculation, you're gonna get what you came up with.
Yes.
But when you add the bump out, you'd agree that's where we get the little extra.
Okay. So, the next point that I have is our valuation went up $58,685 on our home alone. The only thing that we finished was flooring to the upper level. It's not finished on the lower level, and we actually don't even have the railing in yet, and sheetrock in, going down the steps to the lower level. I mean, we have nothing finished in the lower level, nor do we intend to. So we were asking for an adjustment to $225,000, which is $139 per square foot, instead of the $162. So our total valuation of the property is $305,000, including the house and the property as we are asking for or requesting. We have no shelter belt, no mature trees, no outbuildings like our neighbors. We have pasture grass we planted last year. We have no landscaping, no creek or water, any of that, and that's why we're requesting the change in evaluation, please. And I wanted to thank you for your consideration this morning.
Thank you for your presentation.
Did you talk about the acres?
I'll close the floor to testimony now. Do any of the members have questions or a motion to make?
The acres,
I don't know what you mean.
the dollar
This.
per acre.
If I may address the board, this did go to local board and the local board made no change.
Yeah, and this is a Canton address, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're on a gravel road.
It's in Dayton Township.
Dayton,
The comparable,
Yeah,
okay.
it's not a good comparable, really. The most, from, I know we're close, so we're not supposed to talk about.
No, go ahead. You want to say
When you-
something, go ahead.
The most comparable is on a highway, and it's close to Sioux Falls.
It's 3 miles from Sioux Falls
And-
city
and-
limits.
And house valuations on the highway are are different than valuations.
The land especially is
in-
valued
in the
different.
Interior.
You guys are on a oil road, correct?
No, we're on gravel. That hilly road. You know which
Oh,
one
yeah.
I mean?
But
Yeah.
you did pay 140 for the lot, right? 140,000 for just the lot as is
With one eligibility, which has been taken by the home.
in 2019.
Would you, and I see, folks, that you said your land is only worth 80, but you paid 140 for the lot. Would
With
you
an
agree-
eligibility,
with
which
an
we
elig-
used by putting in the house.
Right, so would you agree with me then that the land is probably worth 140,000 then, since
I
you
w-
put the house there?
I would not considering, I did an extensive survey of the lands that have been sold in 2020. I don't have that here. You have all of that property. Land itself sells for 6,500 to up to 8,500 per acre for farmland, for land itself, without an eligibility. The eligibilities are worth $70,000 to $80,000 per eligibility, when I'm looking at your property sales for 2020. And so that is part of our assessment, is the eligibility is no longer there on our property because we have put a house in which you are now assessing.
And that's the reason why we've come up with our methodology for land pricing. We've started doing the first 2 acres at $84,000, and that does consider the building eligibility typically.
84,000 for,
That would be
It's
160,000.
42,000 for the first 2 acres, and the remaining acres have a residual rate of around 3403 an acre, I believe, or 3404.
Well, that's much more than we actually paid though. I mean,
No.
It's less, and that's the exact value that we have it assessed for at $105,745.
so 84,000, and the rest is at $3,404? Is that what you said?
If you want, if you take the 84,000 for the first 2 acres, you would have a remainder of 6.39 acres.
Okay.
Which would be $21,751 for the 6.39 acres at $3,404 an acre. That's a total of $21,751.56. If you add in the 84,000 for the first 2 acres, you would come up with $105,751.56. And that is
Rounding.
nearly identical. It's $6 off from what we have you assessed at, which is just due to rounding in our software.
Okay.
So, do I have a motion or any comment?
I have a motion to stay with the recommendation from our equalization office of 262,835 for the structure and 105,745 for the land, with the total of 368,580 for the total property.
You've heard the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Sherry, any discussion? Sherry, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, T Hospitality LLC is the next appellant. This is an appeal back. Do we have them either on the phone or here in person? Representative?
They were supposed to be here in person. T Hospitality.
Nope,
This is an appeal back.
this is an appeal back.
And the reason for the appeal back, would you like me to start from the beginning or start at the
Go
appeal
ahead.
back?
Go ahead.
At the beginning.
Present how you want
Wherever you
to.
want
Thank
to.
you. Parcel number 240.87.01.001, located at 830 Gateway Lane in Tees, South Dakota. It is a hotel built in 2015. It has 50 rooms. We currently have it assessed at $2,964,464. The land is assessed at $143,693. Structure at $2,820,771. The reason for the appeal back is there was an H lot taken out of the land, and with the PT 17 that was submitted by the local board, they did not indicate to take the the H lot out of the assessment. And we wanted to make sure that calculation was done accurately, so we appealed back the local board's decision to remove that H lot from the assessment. But as we read the minutes of the local board hearing, the local board within the minutes did make the adjustment for the H lots. But the PT-17 and the minutes weren't matching. So we were looking at the PT-17 saying, oh, we need to correct this error. But once we read into the minutes of the local board, that calculation had been corrected. So, but we had already sent out the appeal back form to the appellant.
Can you, Ethan?
Does
Any questions for staff? Or any further presentation?
Have a motion?
He's not here. We rescheduled this for him.
we did? Okay.
If there's no
We're at
further,
hold on, are we at the wrong time? No, okay.
so if staff has no further presentation, go ahead.
Right. The recommendation that you have before you is the corrected land value is as the part of the recommendation. The original assessment went out at $149,490 on the land, and we wanted it corrected after the H lot was removed to be $143,693.
Okay. Does anybody have questions for the staff? And I don't see Mr. Olson. I don't see Mr. Olson on the phone. Or is he? Nope. So I don't hear him on the phone,
He
excuse me.
RSVP'd that he would be coming
He
in
did
person.
RSVP, so he's got the notice of hearing. I don't see him in the audience here. I don't think he's out there in the hallway. And this is an appeal back, so it's properly in front of us. I will close the floor to testimony now. Does anybody have a motion or a comment?
Mr. Chairman, I would motion that we keep the assessed value at $2,964,464 as recommended by our assessing.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and second. Is there any discussion?
Just that the record show that the land stay at the 143, and I just lost it because it moved.
143,693.
Thank you.
And
2,820,771 on the structure.
that is your motion and second, gentlemen, correct?
Correct.
Sherry, call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Our next appellant up is Don Hoffman. And it was originally set for 11, and I have it 11:25.
Our next appeal is parcel number 099.53.03.C100. It's located at 47331 273rd Street in Harrisburg, South Dakota. It is a single-family residence that sits on 1.8 acres, built in 1993, 1,971 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. It does have some lower-level finish of 1,194. Our current assessed value on the lot is $4,984, and our assessment on the house is $271,679. It is classified as agricultural. It did go in front of the local board. The staff is recommending to leave the value at $276,663. We have 3 comparables in the 2020 assessment year or 2020 year, ranging between $395,000 and $520,000 for the sales. Our most comparable we felt was comparable number 2, sold for $395,000 in July of 2020. It's similar in age, size, although the subject property is a little bit larger, but relatively close. We currently have an assessment of $138 on the subject property, on the structure, and our cost is ranging between $147 and $168. Our market is indicating a valuation price per square foot of $204 to $298. The map is showing where the subject property is located in comparison with the comparables. The next two slides I would. Again, staff is recommending no change.
I got a question for the staff.
Yes.
Of the three comparables you used, are any of those three comparables adjoining a CAFO?
No, I don't believe so, but I do think that comp number one is right across the road from one.
Comp number one?
Comp one, yep, which would be this one right here. If you see, I believe it must be to the north of them there that the cattle yard is.
Okay.
But this is the appellant's cattle yard that he put in on his property.
Okay.
That the neighbors also deal with next door.
Who didn't appeal to this board?
No.
Okay. All right, let's have the appellant step forward, give us his name and address, and he can make his speech.
Don Hoffman, 47331 273rd Street. The reason I'm appealing it is my price went up 62% in 1 year. Back in 92, when we built this house, built it in 93, 92, we considered a construction loan for $92,000 on this house. At that time, I talked to the banker, which was Steve Christensen at Valley Exchange Bank in T, trying to figure out where to put the money in at. You know, should we building a house or should we be doing something else with it? At that time, he told me, he said, you can expect a 3% appreciation value per year in your house. Okay, we're going to take a 30-year loan out. What's this house going to be worth in 30 years from now? Well, we're at 28, 29, year 28 and 29, 3% per year. Okay, that's 90%. 90% of 92,000 is 80,000. 80,000 onto the 92 that we cost us to build this house puts us at $170-some thousand. Huh. What's been the assessed value of this house coming up to this point? $170,000. Is this number just been pulled out of the air? At 3%, it figures out to this. 170-some thousand. Coincidence? Or is it history? This was history that the banker says you can expect a 3% appreciation in the value of your house. Okay, good. I got my notice. I thought, whoa, that's too much. 62%. We're supposed to be, everybody's supposed to be going broke here. I get a 62% increase, which is over $100-some thousand. The house was only appraised at 170 before, or assessed at it. So what's going on here? So I went down to Carter's office. I talked to Heather. Heather pulled up a comparable. That does look pretty nice, doesn't it? The house looks, I think it does. I mean, for a farmhouse, it looks pretty nice. Don't penalize me for that. The house that was comparable with the feed yard, do we have a picture of that? Can we show that feed yard next to that one comparable?
Yeah, I think we can probably manage that somehow. I'll probably have to get on that computer, I would imagine.
Yeah, go ahead.
They have any idea how many head that was?
No idea.
So do you think you could build your house today for 176?
I'm not building. Let me.
Yeah, but you're using replacement costs.
This time's finished. huh?
Yeah.
Let me finish why the house is the way it is. I'm 70 years old. I have no intention of rebuilding the house.
Yeah, your intent really isn't relevant, but I don't think that's right. 4916K 100. Oops. So here's the comparable that the appellant wanted to look at. Here's the feedlot across the street. I have no idea how many cattle there are there, but here's your view of it. We haven't had an adjustment for neighboring cattle lots or cattle lots on your property yet that I've been aware of, and I haven't seen any impact in comparable sales, so that's why we have the value we do.
Assessment on comparable number 2 right across from a feed lot. We have it assessed at $335,890. It's sold for $395. Our assessment versus market isn't indicating an adjustment.
Go ahead.
Okay, these are comparables, right? Okay. When we built this house, what's on the inside of my house? Huh? Does anybody know? We got 3-foot doorways. This house was designed for me being 70 years old, 80 years old, with wheelchair accessible. That doesn't show up. Your comparable was 1.5 acres, or not 1.5, 5 point some acres, right? Pull my place up. Let's get a top view of that.
1 acre.
I've got grain bins that are sitting just off to the side of that. I could not use them grain bins if we pulled the 1.8 acres out of there and sold it.
But we're talking about this property today and not the property next door. The property that we're talking about is 1.8 acres, and I'm assuming it's platted.
That's right. But I was also told that location has effect on the selling price, does it not?
Correct, and the comps are in your market neighborhood.
How can you compare a house that's sitting on a farmstead that cannot be sold out because the rest of my place would be useless? I've got trucks and semis that come in that driveway every day, and you're comparing me to some house that sits out on 5 acres that does not have this? It's unbelievable, people. It's not a comparison. We're not comparing apples to apples, you know. I can compare a Ford to a Cadillac. Yeah, we all got wheels and we all going to go someplace with the thing, but what are you going to use it for?
So there's agreement between the county and you that the land price is $49.84. But Don, you're saying the structure, your house, is worth $170,000 and change, and the county says your house is worth $271,000 and change, right?
Right.
So $100,000 difference between the two of you guys, and then your local board stood with you and said, we'll value everything at $175,000.
Commissioner, if I may.
Yeah,
You
go
did
ahead.
point out the value of the lot, and the lot is being classified as agricultural because of the use of the property there. He does meet the agricultural classification requirements, and so that's why the value is only $4,984. Had you been assessed at a non-ag owner-occupied classification, the property value would be $75,600 just for the land alone. So I think there is consideration for the type of use that is going on there, just based on the land valuation and taxation difference alone.
Well, I've been there at his house. It's a farm. I've stood in his machine shed. I know the state of South Dakota says you can have a nice house built on a piece of land that's classified as ag, and that's the policy of this state. I'm going to close the floor to testimony now, and does anybody have a comment or a motion?
If I may.
Yes.
Morning, Don. A couple things I'm going to discuss with you. The fact about, we're looking at this property, and there's definitely an impact if you sold that to the use of the other property. It doesn't have to completely eliminate. I personally have done it. So, and the property's actually changed hands twice since I've sold it. It's gone up time and time. Again, it's actually dramatically increased just this last time. Community of Tea alone this last year went up 17%. The 3% everyone wishes they could have just,
I'm averaging.
I know.
over-
I'm just, what the reality is the 3% is not reality. Market has gone way above that over the generation that we've had on this. The consideration that the land gets put at the 90 or 49.84, that's somewhat of that compromise of that it's still ag use. It's a tough decision. It's the biggest thing is the 62% increase. It's a shock. It is a shock. You're not the only one, but we need to be fair to everyone, and comparable properties like this are assessed probably even higher that because we don't give them that discretion for the ag value of the land. I would like to be saying, I'm in the ag industry, I know it's tough, but the same token, I go in front of the people that don't want to have livestock facilities put up, and if I argue today that your value of the house should be lower because you have a cattle lot, then I'm just admitting to what I don't agree with, having cattle lots show up, in areas or feedlots in other areas as well. So I'd be contradicting what I've been saying for many years, that I'm pro livestock production in our county, and in the same tone try to change it now. So I think it's fair. It is a heck of an increase. I do realize that. But it is what has been going on, unfortunately, in Lincoln County. Everyone wants to move here. Our values have gone up. I mean, every house in T assessed 17% higher. And this is after they already had been assessed 20 or 30% a few years ago. It's just unbelievable what property values are doing. It's terrifying. And what I hope is that the state comes in and recognizes this, because people are going to get pushed out of their homes for that reason, that have no intention of moving, but they're having consequences that are outside of their control affecting what they end up do pay for property taxes, predominantly for education for children that are moving into the area. So I hope that the state legislature finds a mechanism to remedy this. Us at the county level, we don't get a lot of discretion when it comes to that. We could set this value at any price that we want. We have that discretion. But then we've got to go back and do it. The next person comes in, now this becomes the benchmark for their assessment as well. So it's if we don't try to be equitable to everybody, we're going to constantly be in here just pulling numbers out of the air. But I hope that and I've talked to our legislators, I said, find some mechanism for these individuals that are getting punished. They built their home 30 years ago. They have no intention, they want to retire there, and they can't afford to. That's what I would like the state to come in and say, give us something to work with.
Can I comment to that, Mike?
Go ahead.
Carlo, I have the information, house sold on 57th Street, Lynn Puden's. You've got the information on that?
Which one?
Lynn Puden's, Swiss Stone Circle, right across from the driveway going into Yankton Trail Parks. Approximately 10 years ago, I believe he said he paid $400,000 for the house. Spent $200,000 on it.
What was the name?
Lynn Puden's,
P as in
P-U-D,
P-U-D.
E-N-Z.
Yep, 4801 Swiss Stone Circle. What did you want to know about it?
He just sold it, right? You got any information on that?
$450,200. We currently have it assessed at $576,000.
Okay, 576,000. He bought it for 400 and some thousand, I believe he said. He stuck 200,000 into it, so he's got 600,000. They had a light appraisal of it, was 800,000. They're downsizing. He's a marketer. I mean, you walk into his office and he's probably got a half a dozen marketing screens on there. And he said, it's time to get out, Don. He said, because the housing market's about ready to crash because of the price of lumber. It was appraised at 800,000. They put it on the market for 900,000. His wife was mad at him because she said, what's the neighbors going to think of us? Jacking the price of the house this much. Within 2 days, they had 5 offers at $900,000. 2 guys got in a bidding war. It sold for $955,000. And you have an appraised price.
We only have it assessed at $576.
$575. Okay. So what draws what's driving our assessments? Sale price. We've always come back to sale price, comparables, selling this. We just increased the assessed value of somebody's place by $150-some thousand because somebody was stupid enough, sorry, my language, stupid enough to pay way over the value. Don't make me pay for somebody else's stupidity here.
Don, if I may,
I've got
May
a
I?
daughter, one more. I
Okay,
got her
but I-
daughter. Lives
One
in
more.
Harrisburg. Built the first house. Their idea was that they were gonna build houses and so the fourth one or fifth one was gonna be paid for. They built one, sold it, made about $100,000 off of it, turned around, built another one, cost them $250,000 to build it, because he built it in Harrisburg. They had an appraiser come out and estimated at $375,000 to $400,000. A realtor come out and says, oh, we'll just tack another $30,000, $40,000 on there because houses are a hot market right now. Okay, so now all of a
Yeah.
sudden, we're going to determine assessed value. I'm glad I'm not sitting on your side or on the school board because
I agree,
we
Don.
are headed for trouble.
So Don, here's what I'm gonna do. Thank you for your presentation. I'm gonna close the floor now, and then if any commissioners have a comment or motion, I'll let them make their comments or questions. Go ahead.
If I may have the floor.
Yeah.
Don, this goes right back to what I was talking about at the state. We need to get to the state legislature. Because under our directive from the state legislature, we have to be within 85% of sale values. So when we looked at the sale values in T, Carla, correct me if I say this wrong, the sale values had jumped so dramatically we were out of compliance and we needed to raise those values into the realm, the norm of what the sales are up there. The state dictates us what we need to be within compared to sales. And that's why we're getting some of these dramatic, some of the reason, but the market has jumped. And we have to, according to the state, stay within 85% of the actual sales of those types of properties. That's where we need to get back to the state legislature and say, hey, we need some relief on here, especially in our area, because our numbers are jumping dramatically.
And Don, also just keep in mind, Mike is right. We have to be within a target range, and that's 85 to 100%. Constitution, state law says 100% of market value. The 85 is a taxable valuation. Now, the level of assessment that the county is at is, we want to be we're at 90%, 90.82. We want to make sure T's at a very similar level of assessment as countywide. Harrisburg's at the same level of assessment as countywide. So that's why T received approximately a 15% increase. Harrisburg,
I'm sorry I said 17.
Right, 15, 16.
Thank you.
Harrisburg received a 6 to 7% increase. So we want to make sure everybody's at the same level of assessment.
Yep. Thank you, Carla. Appreciate it.
One other comment, Don, you're absolutely right. I don't care if you go to Yankton or if you go to Mitchell, if you go to Watertown, housing is hot. There isn't enough supply. It continues to, I think Sioux Falls is probably short maybe 3,000 to 4,000 units. The average length of time that a house stays on the market is, and people are bidding way beyond, as your example was. Great concern as to how we try to balance this thing out. So where that's going to go, I don't have any idea, but it doesn't make this side of the aisle any easier. I have a recommendation here, Mr. Chair, or do you have one yourself?
Go ahead.
Well, if you have one, I'll defer to you.
No, I'm sitting as the chair, so go ahead.
Okay, I was looking at this thing, and this isn't maybe whatever, but I got this thing down to about $229,000 as opposed to the $175,000. And I come up with $54,000, and I'm trying to figure out how in the heck I did that before we got deep in the weeds on this other one.
Well, there was a local board. It
Yep.
is from LaValley Township. They don't usually make a lot of objections to the assessors, so it is somewhat of an oddity here. and the folks who are closest to the issue rendered a judgment. Doesn't mean you have to agree with it. It is a ag property and it is adjoining a feedlot. I understand the comparable across the street, maybe across the street from the feedlot, but that doesn't mean that that would indicate that maybe the person wanted to live on the feedlot. They're willing to live across from it, but not on it, and that is a distinction. So with that, is that your motion?
I took $54,000 off the 276, bringing it to 229, 217. Are you going to ask me how I did that?
And I know what the answer is.
What's that?
You have no idea.
No, I had logic here. I'm having a serious moment right now as to how I come up with that $54,000. And
I would like to know that because I'm going to ask the Department of Equalization to make that same correction to all properties that are ag-related.
Is there a second?
Really?
229, 217.
I'll second for discussion.
Got a motion and a second. Madam Auditor, could you tell me what the breakdown is, what we're voting on?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. What's the breakdown, please?
If I leave the land value at the 49.84, then the house value would be 224, 233.
So what we're voting on is to value the land at $4,984 and to value the house at $224,233. I've got a motion and a second. We've clarified what the vote is. Would you call the roll?
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
No.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I think then whatever logic was used on this property should be implemented on all ag-type properties similar, because I don't believe that other people would have believed that we had this type of discretion, and it'd be only equitable to all those operations to have the same discretion.
I encourage those people to appeal next year if
Very
they,
good.
I
if they
would,
feel
I
the
would
same.
say, no, we have to have some semblance here. You know, and I understand that we've got very much inflated property, but I look at our local board that wanted to go back to 175,000, which was a nice gesture on their part, but not fair to everybody. But on the other hand, when I look over at property taxes today and all that, I have grave concern about where our future is going to be a couple of years from now, because these taxes just can't keep escalating like this. You can't. We have to find something.
Mr. Schmidt, this doesn't change the taxing budget for any of these districts?
No, I understand that, but I think the thing that has to happen is the citizens have to realize that counties cannot live on real estate taxes alone. You cannot do that. Like a county like Lincoln County cannot possibly do all the things it needs to do and then nail the taxpayers. And we live in this situation, the county isn't the problem. You got 2 school districts that are growing. So, you know, I think that we're gonna have to sometime look at a sales tax or something else, but I'll get off that soapbox.
Thank you, gentlemen. I've got.
Congratulations, Don.
Thank you. You will receive notice from the auditor, Don. I've got 11:50 in the morning, and I've got Lorraine Stratmeyer's appeal. Is Ernest, are you gonna handle that? Okay, come on forward, and then let's start this off, Assessor's Office.
Are we out of order?
Our next appeal is parcel number 098.50.12.2010, located at 47,527 280th Street in Canton, South Dakota. It's a single-family property with, that sits on 80 acres, built in 1908, 1,190 square feet, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. We originally sent out an assessment notice at $283,935. Our recommendation to the board after reviewing the property with the appellant and looking at the comparables is to have a recommendation to keep the land at 211,772. The house, we would change from 64,693 down to 52,470, and the outbuildings decreased from 7,470 to $6,823. We have some comparables. One of which is a 73-acre piece that sold in September of 2019 for $750,000. We had that property assessed at $268,159, nowhere near market value because ag land is being valued as a productivity valuation system rather than a market system. But what we're comparing is house to house. The subject property and the most comparable property, which is comparable number one, is of similar age, size, condition, and that house is one of the reasons why we made our determination for the recommendation.
Okay, and so if I understand the posture of this, Ernest appealed to the local township. The township, and I'm not seeing it on here, did the township make a determination? Because I know that this is an appeal back by the
Yes.
county. Let me hit the PT-17.
The reason for the appeal back is because we made a recommendation to the local board and they did not act on that recommendation. So we wanted to make sure that our recommendation was to be heard because that recommendation was based on facts.
Yep, heard by the board
And
here.
corrections.
Yep, and you're doing it the right way. So that puts it properly in front of us. And Ernest did not file an appeal, correct?
No.
Okay, so Ernest, I'm gonna let you talk, but here's the thing. You guys did not file an appeal, so technically, you know, we don't have, we got Lorraine on here?
Yes.
Who's on the phone?
This is Lorraine.
Okay. Miss
Yes, and-
Stroutmeyer, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys didn't file an appeal, but the county did, okay? And that's because
Excuse me.
yeah, hold on a second, Miss Stroutmeyer, hold on.
Okay,
Just
okay.
I'm setting the table here.
Mhm.
So you guys did not file an appeal, but the county did, and that's because the county assessor's office wants to fix a few things, and they want the county equalization board here to fix it. So, Ms. Stroutmeyer, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you want to tell us? And tell us your name and address.
My address is 47527 280th Street, Canton, South Dakota.
Okay, go ahead.
And also you said something about we did not send in an appeal. I did send in an appeal.
To the local board, yes.
Yes.
Right, but not to the county. So just go ahead and tell us what you want to tell us.
Okay. No, that's all I had in mind right now.
Okay, thank you. Ernest, what do you want to say?
I thought she had sent it to the county, but I don't know where she mailed it because she done it.
Okay.
But regardless, the biggest change on it that we seen was the house value, and as far as what the county done for appeal or rollback or whatever it's called, I don't know what that is. I don't know what was done.
It's a notice of intention to appeal the decision of the Lynn Township Board. So we're appealing Lynn Township's decision because they did not make a change to the property that is being appealed. And we were recommending a change based on
If I
an
may, I'll
error.
put the motion on the table and you can hear it.
So we had a value of 283,000 to begin with, and then after the review with the appraiser, they found some correction to make, which I believe is the part explained in red down there, which changed the value from 283 to our new recommendation of 271. The local board received that recommendation and made no change. And because this is a change based on corrections to the facts about the property, we're appealing it back so that the county board can make this correction because the local board did not make that correction.
So it'll go back and be done again?
Nope, it'll
Oh,
be
right
finished
now.
right here today.
That's what's
And I'm gonna close the floor to testimony now, because I think it's fairly straightforward. And is there comments or a motion?
I have a motion if you're ready.
Go ahead.
I would move the land value to 211,772, the house value to 52,470, and the other buildings at 6823 for a total of 271,065.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Got a motion and second. Any discussion? Would you call the roll?
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Thank you, Ernest, and thank you, Ms. Strottmeyer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very well. You'll get notice from the auditor. The next appeal is by Lennis and Kathy Hahn. Are they here or on the phone? On the phone.
Our next appeal is parcel number 099.51.01.4032. It is located at 46952 274th Street in Lenox, South Dakota. It's a single-family property on 5 acres, built in 1985. It has 2,440 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 3+ bathrooms, no lower level finish. We currently have it assessed at $357,619. The lot value at $94,209. Accessory buildings of 1,251, and a house value of $262,159. Staff is recommending no change to the current assessed valuation. Our 3 comparables are listed in the date range between 2019 and 2020 sales. We have an assessed market range between $296,000 and $386,000. We felt our most comparable was comparable number 1, which sold for $300,000 in April of 2019. It is much larger, or much smaller than the subject property. 1 less acre, but there is basement finish. Thank you, Ethan. Currently, our assessment is being valued on our subject property of $107 per square foot. Our cost is having a range between $136 and $147. If we minus out the lower level finish, we have a cost range between $120 and $127 per square foot. The market is indicating a range between $138 and $176. The subject property is well below both of those ranges. If you squint really hard on the map, you can see where the subject property is located on the northern portion of the map, and the comparables are relatively close in conjunction with the subject property. Once again, staff is recommending no change.
Thank you. Any questions for the staff? Okay, hearing no questions for the staff, do I have Mr. and Mrs. Hahn on the phone?
You have Mr. Hahn on the phone.
Okay, Mr.
But
Hahn,
Lennis
state
is
your
okay,
name,
too.
state your name and address, and then give us the basis for your appeal.
Lennis Hahn, 46952 274th Street, Lenox, South Dakota.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm appealing the valuation of this property. When I look at the appeal process guide that I got, it says that the question is, if I sold the property, would I expect to receive the valuation amount? And I guess my answer to that would be a definitely no. Even though the Director of Equalization does not take into account the last purchase price of this property, I do think it has something to say about the value of the property. I purchased the property in 2010 for $102,000. Now, their records say I paid $180,000, but that's simply not correct. It was $102,000.
Was that due to a short sale?
Well, they say, that is written down someplace I've seen too, that it was a short sale type thing, but the property was sold by a realtor. It had been on the market for some time. So it's not like somebody came to me and said, hey, would you give us some money, so we can get out from under this thing. It was a fair market price at the time.
Have you made any improvements, if I may, Mr. Sorry.
Well, two of the biggest improvements I made was we had to put a new heating, air conditioning system in. And then the second costliest item we've done to it so far is put new shingles on it a couple of years ago.
Does it have basement?
What about the basement?
Do you have one?
There is a basement under a portion of the house, not the entire house.
Is it
footprint,
finished?
But no.
Does it have water problems?
It has structural problems. There has been water down there before. Since I've owned it, water has creeped up through the floor on a couple of heavy rains.
How old is the siding?
The siding, I suppose, is original. Now, we did, replace some of the boards.
When was that
were rotted
replaced?
out. Oh, so shortly after we purchased it.
In 2010.
To keep the weather out of it.
How old is the roof?
The roof I had done like 2 years ago.
Okay. Any other defects in the house?
Well, like I say, there's structural issues. There's bowing walls in the basement. The beam, the main beam in the basement. Boy, if you was going to write an article on how not to install a beam, this would be a perfect picture opportunity. It's not only the beam, but it's also the columns that support the beam need to be replaced. They're not installed properly.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Couple other things.
Go ahead.
A few other things I'd like to mention is, there's ponding issue here with some of the land, and the assessors told me that, or when I went to the local board, they told me that, well, the land is just valued, per square foot, and there's nothing they could do about it. But when you have land that, is underwater, it definitely devalues the property. So I would hope that there'd be some way of taking that into account.
And then what's the other issue?
Well, another thing that there's a deck on the back of the house, and it's shot. They told me that they didn't put a value on that, but it's concerning to me that since the property is so overvalued to begin with, that if I do fix the deck or do any type of improvement, it just keeps bringing the value up on this thing.
That is, yep, understood.
And I've talked to the folks at Equalization, about these problems. I've even sent them some pictures, but their answer is that I have to go through this process. So here I am, and I'm just not sure what I do at this point.
Okay, so sir, you're saying the land is worth $57,000, the structure's worth $177, and the county says the land is worth $94,000, and they say the house is worth $262, and then you must have some kind of outbuilding on the property that the county is saying it's worth $1,200, right?
Yeah, it's a little shack. It's in pretty rough shape.
Okay.
Again, my thought has been to put up a nicer outshed, but with the way this thing is priced, there's no feasibility to it.
Okay, I understand. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close the floor to any testimony, but if there's any questions or a motion, now is the time.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have one
Yes.
question. Overall, the condition, we were not able to get into your home. Could you just give me a quick synopsis? What is the general condition of carpet, paint, windows, general condition of your home?
You know, the stuff has all been in here since we moved in. We haven't done any floor coverings. You know, there's some wood flooring that's bubbled. There's carpet, you know, it's not in the best of shape,
Okay.
you know.
Thank you, thank you,
It's
sir.
pretty plain Jane. Windows have not been replaced.
Okay, thank you, sir.
There's some that are clouded up.
Are there any other questions?
Question for staff. Grade 3, where does that fall? Is that an average grade, below grade, above grade?
Good,
That's a good grade.
good, just.
Which is up to date to standards for today's new builds.
New builds.
Yep.
And
Which
I
is
do know that, I have one more question for the appellant, if I may. Can you tell me, does your chimney have a twist in it?
Yeah, it's not, it's not real straight.
So I have driven past this property personally over the years. What I'll say, it's a beautiful location. There is no argument going to be made that land value is not that. If anything, that I would be sympathetic to, that it may have a grade situation, possibly. But as we've seen in values, people are paying way too much for everything nowadays. I have no doubt if you put this on the market, it'd bring more than this. But if there was something that we wanted to maybe consider, would be a grade change down 1 degree, possibly.
And if I may address the board, to the appellant's credit, we do have interior pictures on his file that he must have provided to us showing the condition of the
Okay.
foundation. And I can see some cracking and shifting of the foundation,
Okay.
so I would agree with him.
Okay, so is there a way that you could give me a number that is a grade, 1 grade down?
Sure.
Thank you.
A full grade, a step.
Half a grade, actually.
So grades go from 3 to 3 minus 5 to 3 minus 10 to 4 plus 10. So do you want a 3 minus 5 or a 3 minus 10?
Let's go to the 3 minus 10.
That would be half a grade.
Yeah.
The structure value would be 242,810.
That would be my motion. And leaving the outbuildings at 1,251 and the land value at 94209. And if someone has the total.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Would you call the roll?
Yes.
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 Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hahn. You'll receive notice in the mail from our auditor. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next
You too.
appeal is by Robert Hofer. Mr. Hofer here? Yes, he is. All right, step forward, Mr. Hofer.
Our next appeal is parcel number 099.51.11.C100, located at 46824 275th Street in Lenox. It's in Perry Township. It is for land only. It's 5.41 acres. We currently have it assessed at $95,604. Let's see. Our sales map is on the second slide. It shows a date range for sales indicating between 2018 and 2019 with a sale price range between $132,000 and $153,470. Currently, our assessment on the property is, this is an average, a price per acre, $17,672. Our cost range is indicating $14,021 to $27,376. Now that's based on price or how many acres each comparable we had. Market indicates between 21,110 and 26,400. Our map is showing where the subject property is located in comparison with the sales comps. The The sales comps 1 and 2 are relatively close to the subject property. Comp 3 is directly north. On the first slide, underneath the subject property, it shows you how we arrived at the price we did. The first 2 acres are being valued at $42,000 per acre, then the remaining acres at $34,003. Staff is recommending no change as it's equalized.
And this property was purchased in 2001 for $111,400.
Thank you, Ethan.
That was with the house on it, correct?
Yes,
So question, is there an old house on there or not?
there is. There's a few moving parts to this deal.
Sir, would you state your name and your address? And then
Robert
go into
Hofer,
it?
46824, 275th Street,
Thank you.
Lennox, South Dakota.
There was a house there that was removed.
We demoed. So they
Okay.
bought it for the land.
Yeah, it's not demoed yet.
Oh, it's still there?
Yeah.
Oh, we're
Why
not
don't you give
knowing
us
it.
the rundown, Mr. Hofer?
Trying to find an excavator that'll take it down at a decent price and get rid of it because
luck.
the majority of the cost is taking it to the landfill, what they're gonna charge. In the meantime, I've had a few people interested in moving it since, material prices have skyrocketed just the last few months. So I've got some interest in it again. And those always seem to, that's happened over the last 2.5 years. And they're interested for a while and then it just kind of fades away. So it will go down if this next one doesn't, pan out. So I guess all of that's kind of a moot point now. I paid taxes on that old house for the last 2 years, which I should have appealed last year, I guess. But that's all kind of a moot point. But I guess my deal is, the land valuation doubling in 2 years. So, it's probably gonna be short and sweet here, but
County says your land is worth $95,604. What do you say?
well, last year was at 72.
And you had a 15% market adjustment upward in 19 and a 25% market adjustment in 2020 for a total of 40%, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And that goes to prove to the last appellant's point, 3% a year would have never gotten us to market. And we have a sale price on this property showing market value.
And also for clarification, what you guys are looking at, we supplied you only with land information because that was what he was appealing. There is an old house value of $10,602 on his property and a new house value of $294,015. He was directing his appeal strictly for the land, so that's what we wanted to
Yeah.
supply you with.
Gonna knock it down.
And I appealed to Perry Township a couple months ago and they deemed it abandoned, so I think that's a done deal, I just either gotta move it or demo it.
So do you have a piece of property that you can compare yours to land-wise that, our objective
The
is
guy that was
strictly.
just on there before me, Han, he's got 5 acres.
Yeah, and his land stayed the same
Well,
at the,
I'm kinda with Mr. Schmidt, where does this end?
we're all in that, and that's why, unfortunately, we don't have that power. It's our legislators in Pier that have the discretion to give us some different guidance. Because if we break what they require us to, it won't be a 85% correction. They'll come in and do it for us. But, that being said, the Hans was at 96, or what was their land value? So it seems like it's right in line with similar land value. It is a shock, the increase. There's no doubt on that, but.
Bob, does this have rural water? Does it have a well or
Rural.
rural water? Okay.
So it's a marketable piece of property.
So you bought the property back in '01 for a total of $111,000. And I suppose you probably thought the house was worth more than that when you subtract 111 from 95, right?
Yep.
And so you're saying it's kind of out of whack and you ought to get some
Well, I just think
adjustment.
the land valuation's doubling. I mean,
Sure.
it's in the paperwork right here. It's just out of line, and so I guess I'm here to appeal it, and
We don't disagree that what people are willing to pay seems
Yes.
to be outlandish.
I understand.
There are more slides to this appeal. We also have some vacant home sales attached to it. So here are some properties that have sold with vacant homes on them. They're buying the land.
Yeah,
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Buying the land.
Understood.
Which
Thank
was
you.
your intent as well, right, sir?
correct.
Okay, I'm gonna close the floor to testimony. Any questions or motions?
Yeah, as sympathetic I am to everyone that's in this situation, I've yet to find a property that I can use to come with a different determination for value. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to stick with the recommendation from the Department of Equalization here at 95,604 for the land, and ask everyone to call their state legislators and say, hey, we need to have some help on
They're
this.
sticking it to the people with acreages.
Well, the people are paying, I mean,
That's just the
That's-
I mean, they're
market.
coming in from
yeah.
California.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we need the
Everywhere
help from the
else, they'll
state.
pay anything for
Is
it.
that your motion, Commissioner?
That is my motion.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt the assessor's recommendation of land at a total assessed value of 95,604. Is there a second?
I'll second for a discussion.
Discussion, please.
Any comments from anybody?
I've said more than anybody wanted to hear, so I'm done.
Okay, any more discussion? Hearing no discussion, there's a motion and a second. Would you call the roll?
If I could just get one little bit of clarification.
Yes.
So we're going with the full total value of the 405, 489?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Gibbon?
No, the total is 95,604.
That's the land, but she's
Correct.
looking at everything which has the structures on it
Yes.
as well, so.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Gibbon?
Do you have my basement is finished?
No.
Because it's not.
Commissioner Poppin?
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt?
Yeah, yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes.
Reluctant, I guarantee all of us are reluctant on this.
I don't like it.
Okay, thank you for your time, sir.
Bet.
The next appeal we've got here is Dale and Vicky Muntz. Are they present or on the phone?
They're there.
Okay, they're in the back.
Our next appeal is parcel number 099.51.28.A100. It's located at 27714 South Dakota Highway 17 in Lenox, South Dakota. It's a single-family property built in 1961, owned by Dale and Vicky Muntz. It has sitting on 16.12 acres, 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, 1,160 square feet. We currently have an assessed value of $287,668. The land is being assessed at $132,050, accessory buildings of $27,782, an assessed value on the house of $127,836. Staff is recommending no change as it falls within the cost and the market approaches to valuation. Our 3 comparables are on the next slide. From 2018 to 2020 sale dates, the sale prices are between $235,000 and $335,000. Felt our most comparable to the subject property was comparable number 1. Although we didn't use it in our analysis, we did use it for the sake of comparing assessments. It's of similar age, grade, and size. Our subject property is assessed at $110 a square foot for the house and $107 on the comparable property. When you look at the range, Once again, the subject property is assessed at $110,000. The range is between $107 and $182 per square foot. Our comparable purchase price per square foot is between $174 and $200. The map is showing you where the subject property is located with the comparables within the same area of the subject property. The appellant had brought to us in regards to some water issues that he felt needed to be addressed on his property. We show you on our slide after where the sales and the comparables are located, some flood risk and flood plain on the subject versus the sales.
That's not even my place here, though, that one.
The one on the top left?
Yeah, it's
Top
not
left.
mine. Yep.
He's correct. What happened here with this is, as you can see, in the picture, it shows the search bar and it's parcel number 09851. It's exactly the same, except it's 098 instead of the subject's parcel number 099. So that was a mistake that was just caught this morning, and we weren't able to correct the PowerPoint. Okay. So I apologize about
We
that,
can
sir.
show you that on the parcel browser
we can
if you wish.
pull it up instead.
Yep, you can address the board.
Is the staff done? Is the staff done, or do you have further presentation?
Looks like there's another slide for the outbuildings here, showing the assessed value. I think that was part of the appeal, probably, was the value of the outbuildings.
Right.
So this shows pictures along with the assessed value on each of those.
Questions for the staff? Okay, yep, Commissioner, go ahead.
Well, I'll save it for later.
Okay. Mr. Muntz, would you say your name and your address for the record?
I'm Dale Montz, my wife Vicky back there.
Okay.
27714 South Dakota Highway 17, Lennox, South Dakota.
Okay, thanks for being here today. Why don't you tell us what you think we need to hear?
Well, the whole thing is 83.3% increase in 1 year. I thought that was quite excessive, you know. Majority of the people around Lennox is about 30-something, but again, no, it's way out of line in 1 year, I thought, 80-some% in 1 year. And I've had different ones tell me that's just unheard of. You know, basically it's 15, 30% a year, but we're playing catch up, I have no idea, but. Anyway, again, like say now the first 2 acres on land are each one assessed at 42,000. That's something new again, which increased it. And all these buildings now, each one has assessed individually. That's something new again too. And like say, it's a lot of extra cost pushed my way here with all this extra. And again, like say the house was built in 1955 and it's still got the original windows, doors, woodwork. And it needs, like I had a realtor come out on Saturday, we kind of went over things, and he says, you usually spend $100,000 in my house, get it upgraded to where it should be, where you want somebody, you know, the newer generation to live in, but this house is still back in the 50s and 60s as far as inside structure in the original part of the house. We did add an addition on there to the north on it, but, and you see the cement there on front of the driveway, that's all cracked. But one time, that small building there, you said there was a garage, they moved it off, and they did not pour no footings, they sat this new addition when the former owner there, and now all this concrete is cracked, by rights, all this end of this garage and entryway should be jacked up and footings put underneath that, because the door shuts, and now it don't shut. But again, that's something we inherited, and they never took care of either.
Any questions for Mr. Muntz?
I have one if you're.
Go ahead.
The
Okay.
local board changed it to 256,948. This is for ponding. Was there anything else beside ponding that they
Well, again,
recommended
like
it for?
say, excuse me, there's a picture of the flooding on here. Again, I addressed this board 2 years ago.
If you may, I'll pull the correct property up, yours, and we can look at that on the parcel browser for everybody too.
Mr. Jimin, if I may, I have another question while he's doing that. Maybe you can answer that, if I may.
Sure.
morning or afternoon already. Of the 9 buildings that are listed or shown on the exterior of your home here, do you utilize all of them or any of them?
Well, when I bought it on auction, they were all there.
Sure.
And
I
I'm
mean,
just saying, I didn't have no big deal, you know, put 10 on them. Again, they're all, the old farm buildings there.
yep, I'm just curious if you utilize them in any way. Do you store, for instance, I'm looking at a Butler or a Sioux grain bin. Do you store anything in it?
It's junk. See, Goldman auction across the road.
Yeah, I know.
For all them years. That was a bad
So you
deal.
do utilize it a little bit. How
Well,
about,
but stuff-
there's a chicken coop that looks like it's on skids on the lower
Well, that used to be old hog shed.
Or old hog, forgive me. I
Hog
should've-
feeder. And I used to close the side. Now I got $823 on the
Yeah,
old hog shed.
Do you still store some stuff in it?
Well, there's just a bunch
Yeah,
of wood in
but it's
there.
on skid, it's not on a permanent foundation. Yeah.
No,
All
it's
right.
not a permanent foundation.
Thank you.
And, the land, real estate agent out there, you know, Steel Ben at $307, thought that was outrageous too for a Steel Ben, which is, again, that's,
Okay. Thank you for letting me ask
So,
that.
so you would say more all of these are used for storage? than-
well, like he told me, I got way too many buildings in the place, and and he should get rid of a bunch of them. And I agreed 100% with him. Before, it was no big deal, but now he started evaluating every building in the place. Yes, it makes a big deal versus previous. Before, they used to go around each building, get so many square feet in each one, add it all up, and
Any other questions for Mr. Muntz? Okay, hearing none. Any other questions for the staff after what you've heard? Okay, I'll close the floor to testimony. Is there a motion or any other questions?
so did he bring that slide up there on water on the?
Oh,
yeah.
Does the commission have any other motions it wants to bring forward?
excuse me.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a motion. I took all the buildings and I looked them over and I reduced them to $9,100. For their usage and age, I couldn't see that some of these had any value at all. So when I leave that 9,100 and I add 132,050 for the land at 127,836 for the house, brings the total to 268,986.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll
Is it-
second that motion.
We've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or question? Will the clerk call the roll?
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, very well.
Thank
Sir,
you.
thank you. You get a notice in the mail from the auditor.
Thank you.
Okay, that was our last appeal.
Mr.
I know. That was our last appeal before we were supposed to break for the noon hour. But it looks like we got somebody here who wants to talk.
My apologies, I was scheduled for the 20th, and I guess I visited with this gentleman on the phone, and we miscommunicated. I had down 12:40.
What's your name, sir?
Arlen Olson with The Hospitality.
Okay,
And I now see that on the schedule, I was here at 10:50 this morning, and obviously I wasn't here.
okay.
Because we were an hour and 50 minutes off on our communication. I don't know if I can still present a case or not.
Okay, hold on a second. We'll ask the board. Did the staff fill you in on what the decision is?
I received a letter.
No, just
No,
from
no.
the earlier today.
Did the staff tell you what what we decided a couple hours ago?
No, I haven't heard anything.
Okay.
Okay, so here's what I want to happen. I want the staff to talk to Mr. Olson here, tell him what we decided as a board, find out whether he still wants to appeal.
Mr. Chairman, I do think we
Yeah.
need to take a break, so.
I think so too.
This was an appeal back to correct an error.
I agree. So
So-
here's what we're gonna do. While you guys visit with Mr. Olson, we are gonna recess until 1 o'clock, okay?
Okay.
We'll take a break and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
We're going to convene here until our chairman comes back, but we'll get started here. Do we have someone on the line?
Yes.
All right. The staff will go through their presentation, and then we'll open it up to you. Go ahead, Carla.
Parcel number 099.51.31.1012, located at 27817 Cleveland Avenue in Lenox, South Dakota. It's a single-family property located just right outside of Lenox, 5 acres, built in 2017, 2,484 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms. To our knowledge, there's no lower level finish. We currently have it assessed at $462,326. Our land value is assessed at $94,209. Accessory buildings of $22,905. A house value of $345,212. Staff is recommending no change. It did appear before the local board of equalization. They made a slight change of to the value. I believe it was for ponding. Our 3 sales are on the next slide, showing a date range between 2019 and 2020, with market values ranging from $300,000 to $429,000. We felt our most comparable was comparable number 3, sold in April of 2019 for $300,000. It is quite a bit older than our subject property, as it is much smaller than our subject property. We were using this as a comparison as a pricing per square foot. Our subject property is currently being assessed at $139 a square foot. The cost range was indicating a range between $137 and $149 a square foot. The market is indicating a range between $138 and $249 a square foot. The subject property is on the lower side of all of those ranges. You can see where the subject property is located. Comp 1 is nearly just a quarter of a mile away from the subject property on the edge of Lenox. Comps 2 and 3 are scattered. Sorry, I'm having a hard time looking.
Just to the north side of Lenox.
Oh, there you go. Yep. Just to the north of Lenox. Thank you. That is all that staff has.
All right, any questions for staff? If whoever is speaking on the phone will give your name and your address, go ahead with your presentation.
Yep. It's Wesley Heidloff, and address 27817 Cleveland Avenue, Lenox, South Dakota, 57039. And I emailed some basically evidence in for my case. You guys have that?
Is it in your docket?
I'll have to look. I don't see it on this presentation. I don't see it on this in this packet here. Is it a certain parcel, sir? We could also look it up.
Yeah, there's actually multiple different parcels. So there's information in there from my, when I talked to a realtor, they basically said total price you probably could get for your property is $342 total, not $462,000. You guys are over by $100,000.
Let me interrupt you excuse me, sir. What email did you send that to?
I sent that to the assessor's office.
Okay, we'll look for it. We don't have it, but continue. Thank you.
And then, so basically, I've got about a quarter of the land in ponding and flood possible. Tried to develop, so where I'm at, I'm locked in for development purposes, which decreases the value from what my real estate agent said. And not only that, but when I built this place, the insurance value is $280,000 for the house. And this is what the insurance value came back. And I also redid my mortgage for $382 when I built this. Not only that, but back in 2019, I came to the same board
because they did the same thing, said, oh, well, these valuables or these values are so-and-so, and they were way over. And the board agreed that you guys were too high back in 2019. And then I've got subject properties, multiple different properties that have the same amount of square foot and about 100,000 less total.
Can you, given that we don't have, excuse me for interrupting, but could you give us a parcel number and address on what you think is the most comparable?
Okay, I can give you an address. It's 28252 466th Avenue, and that's one of them. And back in 1/31/19, it was sold for $300,000. Has about 4 acres. Total first floor square foot is 2160 square foot on the first floor. And it's got a finished basement, completely finished. High-end appliances, high-end cabinets, high-end countertops, high-end flooring. So it was completely redone, and it sold for $303,000. And it's got 4.13 acres.
Okay.
And then another house just right down the road from me, sold on 7/24/19, 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,037 square foot main floor. That one sold for $148,000. 1 acre. So if you actually take the square footage of that, the square footage, and I even talked to some real estate developers, and they said, yeah, you're looking about $100 per square foot for building costs for new. Which, if you take these values of all the houses I found, that's about right. So they're about third. They're not factoring in the land values of all that. So when you factor in all the land values, the total value, you come out to about $100 a square foot. And whatever their numbers they're using is not coming out to that. Because one here right in Lenox, 4-bedroom, 3-bath, and address is 221 South Blaine Street. It's got 2776 square foot. It's going right now for sale for $279,900. 221 South Blaine Street.
And how much did you say
And
it's
that
for
one's
sale?
average $279,900. And basically, the land is, for what the real estate agent said, the land is way overvalued, and the house is way overvalued. Because when you take into an actual sales cost, you also have to take in the cost that you're paying 6% to the real estate agent, and you're paying sales tax on that house. When you guys are looking at that sales value, that's not taking into account any of that.
And sir, I do believe that I discussed some of these sales comps with you. The one that you stated at 28252 466th Street is a mobile home. It was put on a foundation, and I believe does have lower level finish. We currently have it assessed at $353,000, and as you said, it sold for $303,000 in 2019. The reason why we're over the sale value at this point is because there was a building permit taken out for a 65 by 96 foot pole building, of which we are assessing for $108,000. So,
yes, and I can understand that, but if you look at the house value, what the value of the house is assessed at versus the house value mine's assessed at is a huge difference. There's a $200,000 value. That is not going to be in the market.
And
the market
like I
can't
said, it was a mobile home. It is a mobile home. So the quality of construction is different.
Okay. Is there any questions for the appellant or staff yet? Is there a motion?
And then what about the one in Lenox? So the one for $279,000.
So it's listed for 279. We have that house assessed at $217,577. That house was built in 1998. It's only 1,400 square feet, whereas your property is about 1,000 square feet or 1,100 square feet larger than that house, which is also over 20 years older than your home.
Why are they listing it for 2,776 square foot?
I have no idea. Maybe there was a building permit taken out that we don't have on record yet.
But
But the thing is, it's what it's selling for. So when I talk to real estate agents and they say I'm only going to be able to get a max 340 for everything, that is where the problem is. You know, you might say, oh, a mile down the road, but that property has building capability on it. Mine does not.
Sir, you
I don't have capability. I'm across from manufacturing and all that.
I think so, yeah. Quick question. You had indicated, or maybe mentioned, that you had a official appraisal done on this to refinance. When was that?
Yes.
Would you be willing to present that?
I would have to try to get that, but it was done part of my mortgage. My mortgage is $287,000.
Yeah. What year was that?
Refinanced it for.
You don't remember
that was done. It was done the end of December.
Of just this last year? Yeah. If you had an appraisal, that would be some very good evidence. If you had that appraisal.
I have a question. Was this a Robert, was this a real estate appraiser, or was this a bona fide appraisal that was hired by a bank to do this? Because there is a vast difference between what a real estate will appraise things at versus what a bona fide licensed appraiser. Was yours real estate, or was it a bonded appraisal?
I'm not sure. It was done through the bank.
Okay. What did the local board, when they made their adjustment, what did they quantify that with?
Basically everything. When I built this thing, the value that it was built at.
So they just lowered it by that set amount. They didn't pick. Did they pick the land? Did they pick the house? What did they pick?
They picked, well, basically it was a total of everything. So they adjusted the house down because the house was, I think, about what the same it is right now. And they agreed that it was overvalued. And same thing with the land. They basically reduced the land down because the total land value. And when I showed them some of these comps, some of the same comps, like of houses that sold nearby and real estate agent stuff, they said, yeah, they're overvalued.
Local board only changed the value of the land, and they lowered it roughly $5,000. They made no change to any structure values.
Else? Okay.
Okay, so what was the value of the structure before?
The value of the outbuildings was $22,905, and the home was valued at $345,212 before and after local boards.
No, it wasn't, because my value tax last year was $268.
We're not talking about your taxes last year, sir. We're talking about your 2021 assessed value.
Assessed value, not your taxes.
I'm asking last time, what was it assessed for? Because that's when I went to the board and they agreed.
It was the values I just stated, sir.
Are you referring to 2020?
Yes.
That would have been, yes, county board, then it was 268,063.
So what was the house value at that time?
That I don't have.
Couldn't tell you. Don't know.
Okay, so the board agreed at that time, and the house was finished, that it was overvalued. And now they're saying at 268, that's what they put it at. And now they're saying that, it's a 72% increase. That's not correct.
The 2020, I'm going to say that 2020 was actually not appealed. I believe, as I look at this, it was probably appealed in 2019. It was set at 268, and then stayed the same for that 1 year, and then we come back and did a reappraisal on it. But I would ask for clarification if that's not the case.
That is exactly the case. And the board, if I remember correctly, lowered the value in 2019 because the property had, the area had not been reappraised. So they felt the home that we're in question of today, they equalized with a non-reappraisal valuation in
And
that
since then,
area.
it's
Yep.
been, the area's been reappraised.
No, that is not true.
Yeah, it is.
Because I brought in values of houses that sold. So what you guys are saying is not true. Because I brought in multiple values of that, and they agreed with the sales values of closed homes.
Are you talking about the county board or the local board, sir?
The county. It was Lincoln County, because I came in the office and met with the whole board there at that meeting in 2019, which was the value for 2020s. It was not for 2019s. It was for 2020s taxes. No, because it changed. If you do 2019, you have to do 28. It was been done in 2018.
Where are we at?
Well,
We're
about
at the end
ready
of his
to-
presentation.
If I may, I'm going to end I think we've had the discussion. Is there a motion to any effect on this? Or any other questions from board members? I need a motion, or we need a motion to keep moving here, guys, one way or the other. With that, I'll turn the mic back over to Chairman Aaron's, and I will move that we stay with the assessor's recommendation of 345, 212 on the home, 22,905 on the outbuildings, 94, 209 on the lot, with a total of 462, 326.
All right, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So I want to ask then, who's going to buy this from me at that? You guys going to write a check to buy it for that right now? If you think it's worth that, write a check.
Okay, I'm going to close the floor. Thank you, sir. I'm going to close the floor to testimony now. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. The clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
I'm going to abstain because I was partially gone for the first half. The motion passes. Okay, we'll move on to the next appellant, which is Kevin and Paula Rakusik.
Parcel number 100.49.64.C107. It's located at 27029 Revillo Place, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It's a single-family property on 1 acre, built in 1992, 1,396 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 923 square feet in the lower level. We currently have an assessed value of $270,972. Our land value is $54,890. Our house value is $216,082. Currently, the staff is recommending no change. It's between it's actually below the cost and the market analysis. Our comps show a date range between 2018 and 2020, with a sales range between 352,500 and 383,255. We felt the most comparable was comparable number 1, sold in June of 2020 for 383,255. It was similar in age, size, location. Currently, the subject property is assessed at $155 a square foot. The cost is indicating a range between $164 and $179 a square foot. The market is indicating a range between $190 and $236 a square foot. You can see where the subject property is located. Comparable to is across the street from the subject property. Also on this particular map, we show some water issues or potential water issues, which the appellant has brought forth in his reasoning for appeal. Comp 1 is located in a similar subdivision as is Comp 3. It's not in the same subdivision as the appellant, but in very similar with the same similar water issue.
Comps number 1 and 3 are only roughly about a mile away from the subject in comp number 1 for
Thank you.
reference.
Again, staff is recommending no change to the 2021 assessed value.
Any questions for the staff? Okay, hearing none, I will ask, are Mr. or Mrs. Rakusic on the line?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Would you state your full name and your address, and then go ahead and tell us what you think we need to hear?
Okay, Kevin Rakusic, 27029 Ravillo Place. And those comps they're comparing, none of those are in the floodplain. They're not required to have flood insurance. The one that is, they didn't put that one down, was 27033. That's the only other one in our area that is required. I sent a document. It was on April 20th. Just stating that we're required to have flood insurance from FEMA. And those other houses aren't even in the floodplains. I thought you were going to get comparables. I thought the houses that are in the floodplains, you should compare those compared to the other houses that aren't. Because if you look at those other ones, they're not required to have flood insurance. The flood insurance ranges from $2,000 to $4,000 a year, besides your house insurance.
Sir, are you required to carry flood insurance if your home is paid for and you don't have it mortgaged?
Yes. And that document I sent, you should see that with that document. And it's, here's what it's called. It's the Federal Emergency Management Agency document that sent that. It's like a 2-page document. I guess I was wondering, why didn't you compare other places with that have to require flood insurance?
Can you see the map where comparable number 2 is?
We don't know what flood insurance.
Is that across the street from me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's on a higher elevation. If you look at the elevations, the only part where the flood goes, it's part of the back portion, back southwest of mine. And then the house across from me is also in the floodplains, which is 27033. You want to look at that one as a comparable. Because they require flood insurance as well. But we're the only ones that have to.
Sir, did that house sell to the south of you?
Yeah, it did.
When was that sale?
I think it was a couple years ago. Maybe 3 years, 2 to 3 years. What was the price on that one? I'm just curious.
Sir, why don't you just give us a second? You probably can't see us, but they're looking up an answer to your question, okay?
Okay.
So you can't see them, but they're typing this into the computers now, so just give it a minute.
Unless he's watching live.
Yeah.
Oh, did you get my document too from FEMA or not?
I checked my email personally, and I know that we've had some correspondence, and I didn't see it.
Well, I sent it to, I called and someone from Lincoln County told me to send it to this, let's see what address I sent it to.
While we're waiting for those questions here, sir, Joel Aaron's here. Just want to make sure I got your request understood. You think your land is worth $50,000. That's the value you put on it, right?
Well, let me just, my thing big.
that's
I'm
what
trying
you-
to find where I sent
Yeah,
the
that's what you
document.
put in your form, right? And then you said you think your structure's worth 195K, right? The house?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think you ought to be taxed on a total valuation of
Well,
245,000.
see, when I bought it, taxes were really low, and the real estate agent said the reason for that was because we're in the floodplains, we require that other insurance. But it turns out the appraisals been done for years or was out of whack, or I don't know, and ours increased significantly the last couple of years.
I got that. I understand it. I'm just trying to figure out your valuation. It's 245,000 is what you think it's worth, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Now the
And then-
county.
and then I sent it to-
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Now, the county, the assessor's office, you think the land is worth 54,890, and you think the house is worth 216,082, right? For a total assessed value of 279,772. So there's about 25, 25K difference in your valuation here, right?
Yep.
And what you're saying, sir, is you think your valuation is more accurate because because your realtor told you something and because you've got to pay that mandatory flood insurance, right?
Right. If you have the houses side by side, if you have two houses that are exactly same square footage and everything, what would you rather get? One that you just pay that, just regular house insurance, or would you want to pay $2,000 or $4,000 more for the exact same house? Requiring flood insurance plus house insurance.
Yep, I understand. Yep, I understand you. That's what I'm trying to figure
Yeah.
out here, what your argument is.
Then I sent it to assessor at lincolncounty.sd.org. That's where I sent that document.
Thank you, sir. We did just get that pulled up now.
Okay.
So what this document is this does confirm what he's saying is because of the change in an amendment to the flood map, his house has been pulled into it now, right? Or am I understanding that document correctly?
Yep. Yeah, and I'll never get out of that. So I talked to the person and the land parcel. The elevation is
No, I understand. The flood map changes and you got pulled into it and now you got to pay higher insurance.
Yep, and that was before, when I bought the house, it was like that. But I was under the interpretation, the reason the taxes were so low was because of this. Turns out that probably wasn't the case.
Right.
But that was one of the reasons we bought this house, is because the taxes were a lot lower. And and that's what, based on real estate agents, that's why the taxes were lower too, because of that.
The reappraisal was a shock for many people who have recently purchased properties in your neighborhood as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
I wanna
so,
find out.
sir, are there any defects in the house you want to talk about that you think would lower the value of the structure or not? Other than this flood plain or floodplain issue?
The flood is the main thing. And we have railroad tracks right beside our place too, but the main thing is the flood, where we're required to have that flood insurance.
Okay,
It's not
got another commissioner who wants to ask you a question.
Commissioner Poppins, I just want to clarify something. You purchased the home in your, June of 15 for 260,000, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, it was in the floodplain.
Right.
Okay.
Taxes were a lot lower at that time, and we were under the assumption it was because of that, because we had to, for the flood insurance.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I'm going to close the floor testimony now. Do any other commissioners have motions or questions?
I have a motion.
Go ahead with your motion.
I would recommend or move that we stick with the valuation of the home of $216,082 and the lot at $54,890 for a total of the 270, 972. Thank you.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to keep the land at 54,890 and to value the house at 216,082. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
No. The motion passes, and sir, you will receive some more information from the auditor's office. Thank you. We're now on to the 1:20 p.m. agenda item, Jeffrey and Tracy Boyle.
It's parcel number 100.49.65.G001. It's located at 47581 271st Street. It is a bare piece of land consisting of 3 acres. We currently have it assessed at $95,973. Staff is recommending no change as it is comparable to the cost and the market approaches to value. Our next slide shows a few sales that have sold between the years of 2018 and 2020, anywhere from a price range between $73,000 and $165,000. The $165,000 was 1.94 acres. Our cost is indicating, our subject property is currently assessed at $31,467 a square foot. The range for cost is between $15,279 and $69,062. The market is indicating a range between $23,692 and $85,052.
And the subject property was purchased in 2015 for $113,000.
All right, thank you. Questions for the staff?
Sorry, did I transpose a number when I was reading?
No, I was just curious, am I subject property assessed value per square foot at?
Per acre.
Thank you. Okay, just that correction.
Yep, good catch.
Yeah, 31,000 per square foot may be a little high. No, it's per acre, per acre. Do we have the appellants on the phone? Mr. and Mrs. Boyle?
They RSVP'd that they would be in person, but they aren't present.
Oh.
I do not see them here. Okay,
Is it?
and it is, it's 1:40. They're on the agenda for 1:20, so we're good there. This was an appeal by them. Correct? They're the ones who filed the appeal document with the county? Okay. Does anybody have any additional questions for staff, or do they have a motion to make in the absence of the appellant?
I'll make a motion to accept the assessor's recommendation of $95,973.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Got a motion and second to value the land at $95,973. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Thank you. The 1:30 agenda item, appellant Jeff Cavan.
Our next appeal is parcel number 100.50.32.E100. It's located at 47121 272nd Street. It is 4.11 acres with a single-family home on it, built in 1933, 1,456 square feet. We currently have the home valued at $7,922. The land is valued at $103,763 for a total assessment of $111,685. It currently sold in December of 2019 for $210,000. Staff is recommending no change to valuation. On our next slide, we have 3 sales indicating land pricing between 2018 and 2020 being sold anywhere from $158,000 up to $195,000, which ranges a price per acre of $25,246. Our cost is indicating a range. Excuse me. Our cost is being valued at 42,000 for the first 2 acres and the remaining at 3,300. The market is indicating a price per acre range between 31,600 and 37,284 per acre. You can see in the map, it shows where the subject property is located in pink with a yellow arrow, and our comps are also indicated with a yellow arrowing scattered around the map.
Any questions for staff? Do we have Mr. Cavan on the phone? No? Ma'am, you aren't here for Jeff Cavan, are you? No. Okay, just making sure. We're running a little behind, that's why. Okay. Did he receive notice of hearing, notice of appeal?
You're too far ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
With that, Mr. Chairman, if you're ready for a motion.
Yep, ready to close the testimony and entertain motions.
I would leave the house at the $7,922 and the lot at $103,763 for a total of $111,685.
Is there a motion? Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second, keep the land at $103,763 and to value the house at $7,922. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. The motion passes. The next agenda item is our 1:40 PM. Travis and Megan Dahl or Dale?
Dahl.
Dahl. Okay.
Our next parcel is parcel 100.50.32.f10A. It's located at 27212 471st Street in Harrisburg. It's a single-family property built on 2 acres. The home was built in 1915, has 2,368 square feet, 5 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms. Our current assessed value is $287,198. The land value is being valued at $96,800. The house value at $190,398. They purchased it in July of 2015 for $319. We currently have it assessed at $287,198. Staff is recommending no valuation change. The home falls between market and cost. They all had also indicated within their reasoning something about basement finish and having to, that it has been damaged. We have never had any basement finish attached to this property. The local board did lower the value and we appealed it back. They lowered it to $266,800. That was a total valuation, and they lowered it due to the fact that there had been some basement finish removed or there had been some damage to it. Once again, we did not assess any lower level finish. So that's why we're appealing it back to the County Board of Equalization.
Along with the purchase price of the home.
Any questions for staff? Okay, do we have Mr. or Mrs. Dahl? Mr. or Mrs. Dahl available? Are you on the phone?
Nope.
Nope. Did they receive notice of hearing?
Yes.
And they're actually the ones who appealed it to the county.
We
back.
appealed it.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yes, that is
It was an
correct.
appeal back by the county.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I don't see them present with us here. They're not on the phone. I'll close the floor to testimony. Is there a motion?
I so move, Mr. Chair, that we accept the assessor's recommendation for $96,800 for the land, $190,398 for the house, for a total of $287,198.
Is there a second?
Second.
You've heard the motion. We have a second to value the land at $96,800 and value the house at $190,398 for a total assessed value of $287,198. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, I have 148, and our next hearing is set for 150. That is with Dennis and Deanna Weaver. Ma'am, are you Mrs. Weaver? Are you okay with starting early?
Sure.
Okay, then we'll start.
Do I start right from this seat then?
You can stand up at the lectern
Sure.
because we need to have you talk into the microphone. And then we'll have the staff from the county start off, okay?
Okay.
Our next
May-
appeal,
Pardon me. May I take off my mask?
You
Thank
can.
Thank you.
That is the practice here.
Thank you.
our next appeal is parcel number 100.50.62.4035. It's located at 46780 271st Street in T. It's a single-family property on 3.52 acres. Home was built in 1977 with 1,748 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. It does have some lower level finish of approximately 1,513 square feet. We currently have an assessed value of $350,137, 101,816 on the lot, and $248,321 on the structure. Staff is recommending no change. The property, so this property was not heard at local boards. So we brought it back to the county so the appellant could be heard. And
Yeah.
The reason why it wasn't heard at local boards is because postal mail was used. And it was sent to our office rather than the local board clerk, and so it didn't get exchanged in time before the meeting.
Understood. So the county said we still want the appellant to be able to make their case, and they did that for you on your behalf, Mrs. Weaver. And so this case is properly in front of us, and here we are. Thank you for showing up today.
Absolutely.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and state your full name and your address, and then give us your presentation.
My name is Deanna Ray Weaver. Our address is 46780 271st Street, T, 57064. My husband Dennis Weaver is unable to join us today, so I'm representing us. We bought our house, I'm probably repeating something that was said, we bought our property in 1974, 3.5 acres for $5,500. We have built our own home, and we have enjoyed living there for 45 years. In 2016, when our home and our land was reappraised, during that reappraisal that the county did for everyone, our land value actually went down, and I'm going to round numbers, but it had been $36,000 and it was rounded down to $33,000. It has remained constant since that time. So you can imagine our shock when we received our recent land evaluation. The land evaluation went up 200% since last year to a total of $101,000. We asked what other commodity or service raises its value suddenly by 200%. Our economy could not sustain that. My husband and I are concerned that we will not be able to sustain the ability to live on our property. We've been retired 10 years, and it was our hope that we could stay there. I'm going to read to you part of the letter that I wrote. You may be familiar with it. If not, I have a copy, but it's a letter I wrote and sent to the wrong address. I just want to stress why we're appealing the decision. Even though we know that land values have gone up in Lincoln County, let us explain why we do not believe that our land deserves to be assessed at such high volume. To describe the land, it is a rectangular piece of property with a frontage 190 feet. The only access to the property is a poorly maintained and highly traveled gravel road, and I would assume it's the worst road in Lincoln County. Very highly traveled, off the oil onto our road. Come visit sometime. There have been no significant improvements to that road in 45 years, nor have there been any utility improvements. We have been connected to Lincoln County rural water for many years, but we have no option for sewer except a septic system. The length of our property is 105 feet. Our home and our shop are at roughly 400 feet from the road. The remainder of the property, or the back half of the property, has limited use. The neighbor directly to the north of us was given permission by the county. Now, I want to just say, I don't know if you specifically, if the county specifically gave them permission to install tiling and berms to drain their land of water. But what I can tell you is our neighbor next door came to the county, a commission meeting or 2 or 3, whatever he did, to try to stop this from happening, and the county said, we have no control. So that's what happened a few years ago. And we get, and I'll keep reading here, we get runoff from his property, and we are suspicious that fecal matter from his barn is included in that runoff. Our neighbor to the east has lost numerous trees because the trees could not survive growing in the lake that resulted from the runoff of the neighbor's property. I don't know how many acres he has. I'm guessing 30 east to west. So there's several homes that are affected by the runoff that are just directly east of us. We also experience natural drainage from the west that traverses across the naturally occurring low ground on our property. That amount of ground is about 150 foot wide and takes up the entire width of our property. So it's right, just about as the property would be cut in half. That's where our natural drainage is across the entire width of our property. And we have not been able to get in that part of our acreage for many, many years because of the rain and the runoff. Just this last late summer and fall, we were finally able to get in and take out 32 loads of volunteer trees that had grown in that swampland. Now, at this moment, at least, we think we can start beginning to mow. We have 2 questions to ask. And I don't know what's proper. I don't know how you'd answer this,
You
but
just go ahead and ask.
all right.
Ask what you want.
On that criteria, we would like to know what criteria you used to increase our value by 200%, number 1. Number 2, did all the land value in our vicinity increase by the same percentage, and if not, why? And I guess another question we have, and it's just, we simply don't know, most of the people that are in our quarter came out in the 70s. We have 3 to 5 acres. We're immediately adjacent to all the new homes that went in north of 271st Street, north of T. We'd kind of like to know how we compare to that. How do you know, we're not going to tear down our house and revamp our land and put a bunch of houses in. That's not what any of us want to do. We want to be able to afford to remain where we are for a long time. Another question that we have is the equalization that you determine, is that for public information? And if so, how does landowner, how would I know what everyone is valued in our area?
Is that everything? Is that,
I have one more
go
thing.
ahead.
Should you decide to lower our land assessment, we'd appreciate it. And if you do, you might consider everyone else in our area,
Okay.
us old folks.
Thank you, ma'am. I
Yes, you're
appreciate
welcome.
it. I have a question for you.
Yes, I'm thirsty, I'm a
Did
little
you ever
nervous.
think, did you ever think in 47 years your property would be worth 350,000? Not a trick question.
No, I know. I'm just
legitimately
thinking about
asking.
it.
Yeah.
It's astonishing to us how much land values have gone up in Lincoln County. Our daughter is a physician. They live in Lincoln County. They like to buy other property to rebuild. They're wealthy enough to do it. And she's saying it's out of sight. I mean, I can't even remember what she said. And it's like, well, does that mean we older folks have to leave the county? That just the equitable answer to that is shouldn't have to. That's.
If I may, Mr.
Go ahead.
This has been a repetitive thing that we've heard today, and I don't think you're going to have a disagreement at all from anybody sitting on this board. The unfortunate part that we sit is we're dictated by the state as to what we have to do in regards to equalization of values of property. And again, I recommend, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure, is we need to get a hold of our state legislators, because it's people like you that are literally going to be forced to move, because it is a wonderful place to live, and unfortunately, the valuations are jumping. People are moving here, the school districts need to grow, and they need to build new buildings. But because of that, it's not so much, you could care less what your value of property is, it's what your taxes that you have to pay.
Well, right.
And, people are not able to afford to pay the taxes and enjoy something they've built for 40-plus years.
Right.
And we need, there's income guidelines that we have that restrict us and all of those types of things nowadays. Well, our state legislature is the ones that need to change or give us some guidance as to how we can accommodate individuals so they don't have to move out of this area that they have loved for decades and raised their family and their grandchildren and such into.
Right.
But right now, we're in a position that we have to, through our office, look at properties that are of similar size, shape, design, and make sure that their valuations are all the same. We can't go over market, but yet we have to have them within the state wants us to be at 100% market. Well, if we go below 85%, we get a little bit more of a slap on the wrist, and it ultimately doesn't affect our taxes. It's just how valuation or taxes are spread amongst those that reside in an area. So.
Okay, I understand that, and I appreciate knowing. I mean, I didn't think there was any way that you would have that you personally would go out and decide these things. I knew there were guidelines, but what I'd like a little more clarification on, how is it possible that our property went up, now the land I'm saying, went up 200% in 1 year?
Well,
Has the land values gone up 200%?
It won't be that it's 1 year, but it's over a period of time, and since the last time it had been looked at. And values, the city, for instance, and I stand corrected, I had been using the numbers, 17% for every household inside the city limit of T, but it was 15, or maybe a little bit more than 50% in 1 year. Every home was
50 or 5?
15, 1.5.
1.5.
Just this last year alone has
Okay.
gone up.
Okay.
So we're getting an influx of people coming from all over the nation because they're finally realizing how good of an area that we live in because of the shortage of homes and things like that. It has just pushed our values year after year after year well over 5-10%, and it is a surprising and a shock, and we don't have the state has not stepped in to help us. But for people specifically like you that had nothing to do with this, you're just trying to enjoy retirement or whatever. So,
And how about the fact that half of our property is unusable?
it's still
That we
you
can't
look
mow.
at 2 acres, and 2 acres nowadays in northern Lincoln County where we're at, it'll sell for $115,000 to $200,000 just for 2 acres.
It doesn't even matter what the condition of the
How
property
the
is.
rest of it is, yeah.
Ma'am,
It's that building eligibility.
ma'am, I want to thank you for
Yep.
coming here today.
Mhm.
Our next folks are in line behind you, so
Yep.
what I'm going to do is close the floor to the testimony.
Okay.
And ask the commissioners, do you have any other questions, or does somebody want to make a motion?
Can I motion that we have
I'm
her
not
stay?
prepared to make a motion yet. I'd like to ask how now, we were told, our appellate told us that the land was worth $33,000, and now we have it at 101. Was that accurate, at 33, and we jumped it that far?
Yes.
In 1 year?
Yes.
We had it at that. That doesn't mean.
Here's the thing. You've seen all day long our lot sales, anywhere between 2018 to 2020, ranging at 150,000 for 2 acres, all the way up to 210,000 for an acre. Those are just a few that we're showing you. You know, 1 or 2 sales every year, is that making a market? We are not usually using those 2 sales to raise everybody. But now we've got 3 years worth of 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 sales. Now we have a trend, and we have a better base to use to come up with an assessment.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So has there been any sales of homes on our crappy,
Yep, right next to
excuse the
you.
term, shitty gravel road?
Right next to you is a sale, ma'am, that we use.
How much was that land valued at then?
We have it currently assessed at $80,850, and it's 1.75 acres.
Is that
The one
Justin's?
on the far right there, does that look like your neighbor's house?
No.
80,000. How many acres you got?
Well, maybe from a,
I'm
from
gonna say,
the.
I'm pretty sure it is,
must
because
be.
that,
Yeah.
you're the one in pink there, and the neighbor would be the one in blue that I was referring to.
Okay, that has to be them. So 80,000 for their property?
No, you.
88,840.
No.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry, 101.
Yep,
Oh,
You
they're
have-
101 also, they went the
Yeah.
same then.
yes.
The lot is
The
101.
The
How
outbuilding.
about when, don't you go to when it was sold?
My apologies.
No?
What's that?
Oh, what did it sell for though? What was the
320,000.
When the land was sold, what was the?
No,
value?
we, this is
no.
a,
This is-
we look at the total of the property.
Okay,
She's got
It sold
3 acres.
in 2019 for 320,000.
Hey, ma'am, if I could, I would invite you to come up to our office anytime outside of the appeals meeting to look at some of these assessed values and sales. It's all public information, and we're very transparent. We'd love to go through some of that with
it's not
you.
on the internet though, right?
Yes,
It
it
is.
is.
Oh, under. well,
Parcel
I can-
browser,
I can
yeah,
call and
yep.
find out.
Lincoln County website's got a couple of different options for
fine.
public maps you can look through.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
do
co-
appreciate your time, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, do you have a motion? What action would you like to take?
Go to Pier. Let her.
What
get
I'd
a-
like to take-
Bring it, I'd like to bring on our state legislators, is what I'd like to do. But
Well, I
that's
could
not
send a
what we can-
copy of the letter to them, I'll do that.
Well, we have a sheriff, and we could send him out
Okay.
there, but I don't think this board could do that.
Yeah.
Nor do we want to. So, do the commissioners on the Board of Equalization have a motion to make with regard to the valuation of the appellant's property?
I'm gonna move to place the lot at $95,000 even, and the house at $235,000.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You've heard the motion and a second to place the land at 95,000 and to place the house at, did you say that again?
235,000.
235,000. We have a second. Clerk will call the roll.
What's
Commissioner
that-
Gibbon.
before you do
Oh.
that, what's the total value, total assessed value then?
$330,000.
330,000, okay.
Clerk will continue the roll.
Commissioner Gibbons?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes.
Please send the letter to every legislator you can. today.
Okay. I appreciate your time.
Ma'am, thank you for
Yeah.
coming in. We
You're welcome.
appreciate your
Better
time.
yet, call them.
Call them.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll have my husband do that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Looking around for my purse, I see it. Take care. Thanks a lot.
Next matter on the docket is Chris and Carrie Hansen at 2 p.m.
And they
here?
are on the
Mr.
phone.
and Mrs. Hansen? They're on the phone.
They're on the phone.
Yeah, this is, yep, Chris
All right.
is.
All right, Mr. Hansen, we're going to let the Equalization Office speak first, then we'll get to you.
The next appeal is parcel 100.50.62.G017. It's located at 46775 Valerie Place in T. It's a single-family residence on 2.03 acres, built in 2003. 1,462 square feet, 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. We have a current assessed value of $355,901. The land value is assessed at $96,899. Accessory building of $26,028, and the house is valued at $232,974. Staff is recommending no change to the property value. It falls within both the cost and the market approaches to value. Our sales are between the assessment years, or the date range between 2018 and 2020, with the selling prices between $320,000 and $434,900. Felt our most comparable was comparable number 1, sold for $434,900 in November of 2019. Our price per square foot on the subject property is $159. Our cost comparison on our comparables ranges between $138 and $162. The market is indicating a price per square foot range of $188 and $201. The map shows where the subject property is located in red, and our comparables in blue, which are all within the same neighborhood. The appellant has sent an email to my personal email that he would like me to present to you. He's also on the phone.
I did get those printed out too.
Yep, I'm here.
We're reading an email.
One more down. It says from Chris Tyler. That should be the one. Down.
Which one?
Down. There.
Yep, and it'd be the one I sent today, right? It's a Word document.
Yep.
And I was really just planning on kind of going through it, the pages, pictures from kind of top to bottom, and get to the assessment amount during the last page. If that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Start again. My name is Chris. I'd really like to just go through these kind of page by page and get to the assessment part at the end, and kind of detail why I see the what the actual price or the tax price for the property and the house should be. Starting on the first page, page 1, you can see my lot, my property lot, 46775 Valerie, has kind of the red dot on it. In this area, you can also see the property to the north, as far as this is kind of a water, drainage area way. So everything to the east, kind of getting into the property, my property lot, 2 acres. It is on a bend, kind of on a corner. So as you can imagine, the first part, there is a ditch, on this entire side of the road that's really not usable, and on the east side, that is drainage that drains to the kind of the holding area, the wetlands that are just west of the schools in T, if you're familiar with that area. And then I kind of get into why this is more usable of 1 acre of property, and I'll get into that in the next slides. So on page 2, if you guys are able to slide down, this is page 2. This is a picture from just a couple weeks ago. As you can see, there's water. This kind of drainage area. This goes to the south as this fills. My whole half my property to the east, to the east of the house, is all relatively damp through a lot of the year. This just shows, a part that's, not even usable. Is the shed. You can see my shed to the east. I had to bring in 200 cubic yards just to level that out to make that property, that 40 by 60 square foot area usable for the shed. Scrolling down to page 3, you can see more of when it rains or when it's wet. Right now would even be this year would be not even considered really a wet season, and this is where it's at. There's for dirt that's about 4 feet, 4 feet risen. I had to put in to make this grade level the similar level to the road, just so it really doesn't flood. Going down to the next page, you can see, the duck, geese, stuff like that, but it's really not usable. Even this is farmland across the road. A lot of this is slough. They don't even farm, this type of area either. So that's where I'm really trying to get into. This is 1 acre of usable space and, assessing accordingly. Going to the next page, sliding down, you can see the ditch. The ditches, this has to be good, 10, 15 yards in from the road. It's a ditch, and it goes for 500 feet, the radius of what's, touching to the road. So, this is all ditch area. This, again, is not really usable space. Scrolling in, this is water. It's kind of holding water area, as it rains. Scrolling down to the next, this is really showing when I built this shed. I think for the assessment of the shed, that's fine. I'm not disputing that. It's just really, again, for usable space. This is about on the east side of this. This is 3 to 4 feet risen, just to more stay level with where the road's at, so I don't get moisture issues into the shed. This shed was built 2 years ago, and it has been assessed accordingly. Scrolling down, this is where I really get into, just looking at the numbers, not really what my thoughts are. So there are properties that have properties that have been sold in the last couple of years. 1.12 acres for $55,000. And the other one was, you could say this is farmland, whatever it is, but 10 acres for $55,000 also, which is like $5,000 an acre. These are actual properties that have been sold. These aren't being punched into a calculator and spit out. These are, again, actual assessments of things to look at from land that's been sold, and the only land that's been sold in the last couple of years that I could find. Scrolling down to the last page, this is where I would run the numbers and really looking at your comps. I agree that your 3 comps that you have here are the ones closest to my house. I'm not disputing that. One of the things that you really don't break down well is for other buildings. For the first 2, for the one in the center that was at 46773, that property is right next to me. That property has a detached building that's finished. It has a office has office space in it and garage. Concrete floor and finished space. And power. My shed is just I think it was set at 26. Mine is just a metal building, no concrete, nothing's finished, anything like that. So with that, where you have a 17, I assess both of these, and the first property, 46780, also has a shed that's concrete and more finished than mine also. So I would really assess those both at $20,000 more for the other building, and that brings down, because you're looking at your calculator, you're looking at the all the property, everything as a whole, and that really, when you recalculate that for square footage of the living space, you get the first property at $147 per square feet, the other one $149 per square feet. The third property, I don't really dispute. That one's at $138 per square foot, and that's where I'm saying these properties per square foot are actually much less than you're calculating, because you're shorting the buildings that are the other structures that are on the property. From that, that's one other thing I'd like to note is on your comps and how you've calculated this. Looking at the state website and their standards requirements, they assess at 85%. it looks like of percent, it looks like you guys are at 90%. That doesn't really look to fall target the state guidelines. And then getting to final calculations. So if I use $149 per square feet, you know, of what are more actual to the square foot of the house, that is 217. My outbuilding, my pole barn, 26, stays at 26. And the lot, again, for the usable space, I say 1 acre, and 1 acres are selling for $55,000 or less. Is that's just what they're selling at. That's a total of $299, $738, and that's pretty much what I have. I don't know if do you guys have any questions?
Okay, Mr. Hanson, I understand that. Does anybody have questions for Mr. Hanson? Okay, at this time, I'm going to close the testimony, and we'll proceed to any other questions and/or a motion on the part of the board. Mr. Hanson, if I understand correctly, could you bring back up Mr. Hanson's figures and calculations there? Because they're different than what are on the slide.
I think the difference between his calculations and ours is using the lower level square footage along with the main floor square footage or the above grade living area. Is that correct?
Well, part of it was you were calculating 159 and 162. You were using the upper level square footage, correct?
Correct.
And so what I did to back calculate that is I had your outbuilding 20,000 different. So $20,000 of that would go towards the pole barns, the outdoor buildings, and then your house value is $20,000 less. So then, as that's an actual, more actual figure, and then I divided that, like for the first house, 245,000, divided that by the square footage, and I get $147 per square foot. I did the same thing for the second house. Because what you're doing right now, the way I see the numbers, is you're making their outhouses that are finished, you're making those low dollar numbers, and you're inflating their actual house, and you're saying that's how many dollars per square footage, and then you're assessing everybody's property around that, which isn't it's not that high, because you're saying it's 159, 162, but then properties that don't have an outbuilding, like this third one, it's at $138 per square foot, even though you say the finishes are closer to a 4 to 10 grade.
Well, sir, the home and the outbuildings are assessed individually. As you can see, the total of the house is $265,329 on the first comp, and the outbuildings are $29,904. So we are assessing both of those components of the property, and it would misconstrue the price per square foot to add in other buildings along with the house building when you're trying to compare one house to the next house, not one building to the next building.
Yeah. But that's what I'm trying to tell you is your outbuildings are assessed way low on these because these are finished outbuildings. And people paid, you're looking at the total amount people paid, and that's great, but they've paid a lot more for the outbuildings and a lot less for the house, if that makes sense.
Well, and that's your disagreement, sir, and that's why we hold these boards in order to try to sort through those things. And
yep,
hold on.
I was just going to say.
Go ahead, real quick.
I was just going to say house number 3 kind of shows that. It has no outbuilding, and it's sold for $138, or that's for $138 per square foot.
Thank you. So we've closed the floor to testimony. Does anybody have a question or a motion? There's about a $56,000 difference in valuation here between the owner and the county.
I'm trying to see what the discrepancy is using the comparables that they have. The lots still seem to be in line. We've seen that valuation all day long. I don't think there's an agreement other than maybe the outbuilding's actually possibly too low on some neighbors or not. A building permit in 2019 was taken out. So we get back to the square footage in the house and, 159, which is a square foot, is equalized to the one right next to it. So I'll listen to somebody else make a motion, but I'm not seeing anything that's been done improperly or that's wrong with the department's valuation on the property.
Well, and here's what I'm seeing. He basically is within a couple $100, about $700 on his outbuildings between him and the county, so virtually no distinction there. He values his house at $217, county values it at $232. So there's about $15,000 difference there. But it looks like the gist of his argument is he believes that his land is worth less, primarily as a result of the flooding that he receives or excess water. And I think he disagrees with the valuation of the county on the basis of he feels that he's lost utility and usability because of that water situation.
And I don't know if you noticed on the map, but a lot of the pictures that you were showing us, sir, of the water is on your neighbor's property. Your property line doesn't go to the tree line there. I don't know if you're aware of that, but most of what's east of your building there that's wet is on your neighbor's property. The neighbors own that tree line, and they own some of the land to the west of the tree line.
I think they basically share that pond, don't they?
We somewhat share that because if you look back to the where the water sits, like my marker line sits in the water, like back,
Right.
where the trees, far back 100 yards back where the trees are. So, but yeah, I don't disagree. Some of that water is on their side, and some of it's on mine.
It's a shared problem nonetheless, and certainly it's suboptimal.
Yep.
And I think Commissioner Schmidt would agree that problem has been sought after by many people trying to move into the country to have a little pond in their backyard and will pay premium to have what him and I have determined as sloughs for many years.
One of his comparables was for 1.12 acres and it sold for $55,000. That's $49,000 plus dollars per acre. We're assessing it less than that.
When you
and that I would say there was no wet. From where it looks like it's dry property. I guess there's two things. One, there's water on my property, and then the other one, at the corner, it's kind of a corner lot.
Blue Spruce
has a lot of road frontage.
The unfortunate part, Blue Spruce, I'm very familiar with. That whole thing could be underwater at the wrong time of the year, the whole property, with flowing water. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, oh, sorry.
Absolutely. I'm entertaining any comments or motions.
I'll entertain a motion to put the land at 91,899.
Say that again. I'm sorry, say it again.
91,899. The house at 222,974, and the other buildings leave the same at 26,028 for a total of 339,901. That'll be my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and second to value the land at $91,899, to value the house at $222,974, and to value the outbuildings at $26,028. I've got a motion and a second. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Poppin, Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time, sir. The next appellant we have is docket number 25, scheduled for 2:10. It's 2:27 now. Randy and Barbara Haskell, and they are with us in the back of the room. And then I just want to let everybody know, before we start on this one, I did receive an email from one of our applicants, appellants, that we heard from a few minutes ago. He feels like he was unjustly cut off. That's fine. After we hear from the Haskells here, we will try calling that individual back, I'll ask him a very simple question, whether or not he has new information, because he feels like he was cut off. If he has any new information, then the board will decide whether to reopen his appeal for another vote. Okay? So let's start with the Haskells.
It's parcel 100.50.65.D 500, located at 46918 272nd Street in T, South Dakota. Single-family residence on 6.09 acres, built in 1993, 1,056 square feet, 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom. It does have some lower-level finish of 892 square feet. The current assessed value is $278,017. Land value $110,297. Other accessory buildings at $11,196, and a house value of $156,524. The staff is recommending no change. The property falls within both cost and market approaches to value.
That's right. Next to
The other 217.
west of G on that.
There are 3 comparables that we used just for presentation, with a date range for the sales ranging from 2018 to 2020. Valuation for the market value is between $292,500 and $405,000. Felt our most comparable property was comparable number 1, sold in 2018 for $338,000. It's similar in age, size, and quality of construction. Currently, our subject property is assessed at $148 a square foot. The cost approach to value is indicating a range between $149 and $169.5 a square foot. The market is indicating a price range between $197 and $271 per square foot. The map shows where the subject property is located in comparison with the comps. The comps are in the white box scattered on the map. Again, staff is recommending no change to value.
Okay, any questions for the staff? Okay, hearing none. Mr. and Mrs. Haskell, would you please give us your names and address for the record?
Sure.
And then start in with your pitch to us.
All right, I'm Randy Haskell. It's my wife Barb Haskell.
You can take your mask off too.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm Randy Haskell. This is my wife Barb Haskell. We're at 46918 272nd Street. This is just a couple pictures of our property. This is the.
Why don't you set them down on the lectern? And
Okay.
you see that thing in the ceiling there? That is the camera that will put them on the big screen for us.
This way.
There you go.
Okay. This one's a little bit from a little farther away, so you can see we've got 6 acres. It's 200 feet wide by 1,300 feet back, so a lot of grassland here in front of our house. This is it. We are not objecting at all to the assessment on our house or our shed. We think those are fair. The only thing we're objecting to is the land value. It was in 2020, it was $60,797, and now the new assessment's $110,297. So that's an 81% increase in 1 year. We've lived there for 27, 28 years, so we know we've seen the land values go up, the housing values go up, especially the housing values recently shot up. So we know that things are continuing to climb and pretty extremely, but we feel that 81% in 1 year. I just can't believe it took that big of a jump. So I don't know whether it should have been, it was assessed too low originally, or why there's such a big jump in it. I know the value's gone up. Those other properties that were listed on there, I think were all 3 or 4 or 5 miles from us probably. So, and I don't know how far you have to go to get a comparable one either. But
Can you switch it back?
one of them was on Cliff Avenue at 106, so just south of Sioux Falls, quite a ways away. And
Are you guys in city? You're
No.
in city limits, but technically you're in the township, right?
We're not in city limits.
We're surrounded by city limits.
Right. Yeah, you're within the city boundaries, but you don't live technically in the city.
Right.
Correct.
Right, we
Yep.
haven't annexed.
So we did use some rural comps that are around you there as well. You can see number 3 is about 1.5 miles, 2 miles straight west of you on 272nd Street.
That's the closest one, 2.5 or something
Yep.
like that.
And then comp 1's up in the corner there on 270th Street, and then
And so that's like
comp 2 is
7 or 8 miles, and then 4 or
It's
5
very
miles.
hard to find them right next to
Right,
that
and
look
I
exactly
understand that. I
Especially in
understand.
the city of T. I mean, there's probably very few people who have a lot your size there.
Right, I understand it's difficult.
Do you want to continue, Mr. Haskell? Do you want to continue, or do you have questions for the staff? They have questions for you?
No, I don't think so, just, I'm sorry, I have one question. Which one did you say was the most comparable? I'm sorry, which one was it?
Comp
The
one.
one.
On the map, which
This
one?
one
was it?
here,
270.
comp 1 would be
That's out.
up there in the
Northwest.
left corner of the county.
No, I think that's,
Well, the fact that we were told by a developer that our acreage is not wide enough that we could consider putting a street through and have normal sized lots on both sides, which kind of leads us to the belief that it would have to be one street, kind of where our driveway is, and the houses to the east of that is the only option that it would be. So, you know, our concern is it as valuable as some of the other land that they can put a street through and put housing on both sides?
Just for clarification on that, though, the land I don't think was valued at city-type property. It's comparable to rural property. And to go back to your answer, it's a shock. But, yeah, we've been around this area long. I've been there for 54 years. You know, when I grew up in that town, you know, you couldn't get in trouble because your parents knew everybody, and now I don't know anybody, and the whole town itself, thankfully I got corrected. I thought it was 17%. It wasn't that bad. It was only 15%. The whole town got assessed up just this last year alone. People are moving here from all over. They're realizing what we've known for a long time. And the demand is outpacing the supply. So our numbers, our data is telling us that these are the sales out there. We've had numerous people in here, and we've asked them to do the same things, talk to the legislators, call them, write them, whatever that can, to give us some discretion, because when we look at this and our data gets compared to what the actual sales are, and the state goes, well, you're not within the normal range of what we need to be at, and then it comes back to our staff that has to try to make that correction. I mean, yes, we can place things anywhere we want, but when our sales come back and goes to the state and we're not within our tolerances, they're gonna come down and make a phone call or visit and go, hey, we need to get this fixed. And that's unfortunately what we had to start doing a few years ago, and kind of getting caught up. You know, we're blessed that we live where we are because our values have gone up. But unfortunately, communities have grown, and school districts are needing to build buildings, and that takes money. And it's when none of us are worried about what it's assessed at. It's ultimately what are our taxes, and the only thing that I will say is they're not completely correlated. You know, like for the community of T, if they all go up 70%, the actual tax, you know, from one to another stays the same, because we don't generate any additional revenue. The school district may generate a little extra revenue. It's when they need to build the next building, and the bond that needs to get passed for that is when our taxes really start to change. So talk to the legislators. We want people to be able to stay in their homes after they've retired and not get pushed out. And I'm not saying, I don't know if you're retired, working, whatever, but we've heard it time and time again. That's what people are afraid of, is they won't get to stay where they've raised their children, and hopefully get to see their grandchildren grow up, because, you know, a property they bought for $5,000 back in the 70s now is worth $150,000 just for the land alone. You know, so I don't know. It seems like it's assessed properly. Could there be an adjustment? Yeah, but it won't be a substantial adjustment, I'm afraid.
right, I was here, around when you guys were, it was like 80% and then 90%, and they're trying to shoot for 100%. About 80% in 1 year, was this common to the land in northern Lincoln County, what, 80% in 1 year?
We've seen 100%, and I hate to say it, but it's not that it truly changed. It's just that it had been under assessed in the previous, and now when we look at them, they
So
get.
this is making up for past years then?
Making up, and it may not seem like a condolence, but, you know, individuals maybe have had a fortunate break over the last few years, And now we're trying to equalize and make sure it's fair between everybody.
Yeah, ours has gone up like everyone else's over the years, and we've never objected before.
Nope.
This is the first time we've had a 80% increase on land in all the time we've had it.
Yeah, land is just ridiculously moving right now, as homes are too. But I'm not making a motion. I apologize to the board. We've been here a long day. I apologize to you guys, but it's truly is we need to have some guidance from our state to give us some leniency to make some different decisions. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Did Mr. or Mrs. Haskell, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
I guess my question is, how far back does this go as far as increasing? Because I think a couple years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, it went up considerably. I want to say in the last, I can't remember what it is, 9 years, it's gone up like 70,000. The land value has.
Do you see the assessment history on the box right there on the screen? That is your assessment history.
18.
Since 18.
Okay, so since 2018, it's gone up almost $70,000.
Correct.
The land value has.
No, the whole property.
Total
Or the
value.
whole property.
The whole
Okay.
value.
You saw a significant increase in value from your 15 to your 2016 assessment year. That's when we went in and did the reappraisal in your
Right,
area. We were probably conservative when we put a value on in 2016. Number one, our goal was to equalize everybody, use the same methodology. But since 16 to current, the sales have just continued to increase, and that's why you're seeing these increases in your assessments, just because of what properties are selling for,
And we've
especially
put-
within the last 2 years.
Because I think at that time, our whole assessment went up like 30-some% too.
Correct.
And then to get an 80% on the land now, it just seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to keep moving things along because we do have a docket schedule.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. So I will close the floor to testimony, and do any of the commissioners have a motion to make?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have been on Randy's land, and while they do have, they can make a valid point on its buildability and not running a street down one side and building houses on both sides. I propose that we assess the land at $14,000 an acre, bringing that to a total of $96,000 even, and the house stays the same, and the outbuilding stays the same. So what's that add up to, Madam Auditor?
So that's 96,000 on the land, 156,524 on the house, and 11,196 on the outbuildings.
Correct.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
My second.
And a second. I have a second. I have a motion and a second to make the land 96,000, make the house 156,524, make the outbuildings 11,196. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins, Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Haskell. Okay, so we're gonna get Mr., is it Rakuzik back on the line?
Who's he?
He felt, he had some concerns about, he said he had some other things or felt he got cut off.
What time was he?
110.
110.
All right, do we have Mr. Rakuzik on the line? If I give you his phone number, can you call him?
Jake calling.
Jake's calling.
Okay, thank you.
What did we do with him anyway?
Left him alone. No change.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Rakuzik, Joel Aaron's here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you felt like you had been cut off. Our apologies. Before we open the appeal back up, what I want to ask you is, do you have new information above and beyond what you told us? And if so, what is it?
Well, during that time, they were going to check on that property, the 27033, what the value was, but we never got that because that was sold a few years ago, and they were requiring flood insurance as well. So I was just kind of wondering what the price on what that was. That'd be
Okay.
more comparable.
Okay, you want to know what the price of that is? What's the next thing?
That was it. I think we were waiting on that, and then it seemed like it got cut off because I think they were going to look into what the value was on that property.
Okay, what's the address? Got it. Okay.
27033 Villa Place. Because that one's requiring flood insurance as well.
And we also didn't make an adjustment for that property. The total value is $219,253. That property sold for $235,000 in 2017. It also sold for $250,000 the year before.
So it went down in price?
The sale price went down, the assessed value did not.
Yeah, because of the flood. Yeah, because they require flood insurance. So yeah, that's more of a property that is kind of on my grounds. Yeah, because it does deter potential buyers when you have to pay an additional up to $4,000 a year besides your house insurance.
Okay, I think
So
we understand what your argument is, Mr. Rakuzik. Fully understand. I don't mean to cut you short, but we gave plenty of time with regard to your argument, which is the flood insurance issue. I got that part. Do you feel like you got a sufficient answer to your question about what the price of the comparable was that you asked about just now?
Yeah, that's significantly lower than the other ones they compared.
Okay, so you got an answer
And
to
it
that.
actually went down in value, and it went down in value, not up.
It didn't go down in value, it did go down in sales price on the open market. It was still assessed at the higher dollar amount. So what I'll put to the board here is, given what you heard, does anybody have a motion to reopen the appeal?
One other thing, I like to ask everyone on the board. So if you have a house, so say if you buy a house exactly
hold on,
the
Mr.
same.
Rakuzik. Hold on. I'm waiting for a motion to reopen your appeal. If there is no motion, we have to move on, okay? I don't mean to cut you off, but we did hold the hearing. The only issue is whether or not there's new information for the board. So there is no new motion, so we can't hear the appeal, okay? If you want to say something, I'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's just obvious. No one's gonna. It's kind of unfortunate, but if you have the same house, same specs, everything, but someone has to pay $4,000 more a year, which house would you get? That's all I'm saying. Why would you value the taxes the same way? But I guess nobody really cares, so that's fine.
Is that everything?
That's all I gotta say.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Okay, we will move on to the owner-occupieds. It's 220 on the agenda. It's Todd and Janelle Boots. Now, we're going to have 4 of these, the Boots, the Eulers, the Parsons, and the Coughlins. And as I understand it, each of these is individuals who fell into the unfortunate category of not having owner-occupied status or applied too late or purchased their property
Correct.
after the cutoff date. And now they're asking for a little bit of relief here because they're paying non-owner occupied rates, but they are in fact owner occupied.
Correct.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear it.
Our first appeal is parcel number 240.66.03.001, owned by Todd and Janelle Boots, located at 2325 Marymore Circle in T, South Dakota. The Bootses purchased their property November 16th, 2020, therefore making them ineligible for the owner-occupied reduction in taxes. You have to own and occupy your home as of November 1st of a preceding year, assessment year. So this would be, they would have to own it and occupy it as of November 1st, 2020 to be eligible for the 21 assessment year. They purchased it November 11th, 2020. I've provided you with the law on owner-occupied eligibility, a copy of their transfer, property transfer that we get from the Register of Deeds, our assessor recommendation, which is no change, their reasoning, and also a copy of the owner-occupied certificate that they filled out in regards to it, their property. All the documentation from the appellant and the denial or review letter stating they did not occupy the property as of November 1st, which within that notification, if they wanted to appeal, they had to appear before the board and have notice to the auditor by April 6th, 2021.
Okay. Do we have Mr. and Mrs. Boots on?
Yes, I'm here. How are you today?
Okay, Mr. Boots, this is Joel Aarons. I'm on the commission. We got the rest of the commission here. Why don't you state your name and your address, and then give us your pitch.
Todd Boots, 2325 East Marymore Circle, T, South Dakota. Now, I do understand the letter of the law, but I did have some in my letters that I wrote down what kind of happened, and I did send a few pictures that do show me sitting at my kitchen table November 1st in the house, and I do, like I say, we do understand the letter of the law, but we were supposed to get in October 1st, and then it became the middle of October, then it became the end of October, and then it was a guessing game due to waiting for some building materials to be able to finish up the house, to be able to get final occupancy. The last things we were waiting for, some newel posts for the stairwell, did make it just in time, but by the time trying to get in to get a closing date and get into land title, they couldn't fit us in before November 1st. We took what we could get after the fact. So that's kind of why I'm making the pitch to get a little bit of a break, because a lot of the stuff was out of our hands. Like I say, we were supposed to be in October 1st by our contract. And last year, as you all know, things went a little sideways, and especially in the construction industry, waiting on pieces. So, again, we do understand by the letter of the law, it's November 1st, but due to some things out of our control, we're just asking for a little bit of a break.
Right, I got it, Mr. Boots. I fully understand the nature of the request as well as the basis. Would you agree with me? You paid $346,930 and change for the house, or for the real estate?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you think there's any reason that the value of the house is not what you paid for it?
Not really, in the fact
right.
We were owner occupied.
So what we have to determine here today is whether or not the valuation of the house.
No, we're just looking
No, it's just the owner-occupied status.
Oh, we're only looking at excuse me, they're right. We're only looking at owner-occupied status here today. And it says you filled out your form you occupied the property on November 10th, 2020, correct? And signed it November 10th.
That's when the closing date was.
Yep.
Yes.
That's it. So that's the only issue in front of us, is whether you occupied it on or before November 1st.
Yep. But I'm going by, we were living in it, just it was beyond my control having the legal documents taken care of.
Mr. Boots, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Boots, was the house given owner,
Owner-occupied
no,
status.
No.
Contractor?
the final inspection, authorization to occupy.
Yes, that
what
was
day had
done. Of course, I don't have it right in front of me. I'm on the road. It's either October 26th or 27th is when the final inspection
given-
was done, that it could be owner occupied.
by the inspector, authorization to occupy. So you are testifying you were occupying it, but the agreement done, had you put any money down on the property?
Yes, we did. We had a $5,000 down payment at sign of contract back in May
And did you
of
get,
2020.
and were you going through it before November 1st, walking inside of it, inspecting it, testing it, looking at it?
Yes, we were living in it on November 1st. There should be 4 pictures I sent down that got some screenshot dates on it.
Hold on, Mr. Boots. Some of what you've sent in is not always in front of our computer screens. It takes a minute here. You give it a second.
This is their floor mat. This is,
That's a screenshot that says November 1st at the top.
yep, there is a picture that shows,
That's me sitting at the kitchen table. Not the best picture of me, but
We're
it's
looking
me.
at it. We're looking at it.
Completion. That was,
yeah.
I'm usually not very sympathetic, but given.
Before you go, Commissioner Poppins, I want to know who was your lender? And would your lender allow you to be living in a house prior to the sale of the house so that you have signed all the documents? I'm really
First
confused.
National Bank. First National Bank was our lender. Red Rock was our builder, and nobody had any problem with us moving into the house because it was done. And I was unfortunately going to be, my lease ended October 31st where we were living, so it was either get moved in there, even though all the legal documents weren't done, or find another place for our stuff and live in a hotel.
But you also realize, sir, that if you didn't get it this year, you could apply again next year.
Yep, I understand that.
Okay, I'll close the floor to testimony. Do we have a motion? And I guess the motion here is going to be one of two. Either find that he was occupying the property on or before November 1st, or find that he wasn't.
I don't think there's any doubt that he was occupying it. The question is, does his occupancy qualify as ownership? The paperwork didn't get done until after that, but I don't know that there's any, by the intent of the law, he was occupying. That's a lot of the times is the issue. They close and then they don't get into it. This gentleman was living there. I'm going to move to grant him his owner-occupied status.
Is there a second? Okay, for lack of a second, the motion dies. Is there an alternative motion?
I'll move not to grant it. I think
You
there's
have
only
the
one or two
authority.
options.
You have the authority.
I know we have the authority, and I guess we have the, if we can have a second so I can discuss.
Go ahead.
I need a second, though, yeah.
I'll second it.
Again, it's an interpretation. I think he meets the qualification. He was in it. Did in all practical purpose he own the home November 1st or not? I don't know, what's the law say about occupancy?
The standard is not whether he was living in it. The standard is
Yes.
whether the owner of the occupied dwelling submitted a certificate to the county director of equalization stating that the owner is the occupant of the dwelling and that the date of the dwelling is the owner's principal place of residence. And they have to do that on or before November 1st. So the standard is not whether he was living there. The standard is, did he submit the document?
Okay.
And
You know, I'm very.
I mean, that's just one opinion. Does the assessor's office agree or disagree with that? I mean, you're free to disagree with my interpretation of it.
So the owner has to be the owner and the occupant as of the legal assessment date, which is November 1.
Yeah, I would say that, typically we would agree with you, Joel. We
Yeah.
follow the law black and white as it is on the application.
Of which
This is about as gray of owner occupancy status that I've had in 12+ years of sitting here.
Well, I mean,
Oh, it's about ready to get
Huh?
more. There's more gray.
There's more coming?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
you know, the thing that we have to live by is what the law says. We don't get much. And I'd be very empathetic to people if they lost it altogether. But they do have the ability to apply the subsequent year and take advantage of the owner-occupied status.
Well, let me ask a follow-up question here. It says the owner occupant shall submit the certificate by March 15th. Okay, and that's in our briefing packet, and that's in the statute here in red. Was that done?
That was done. They submitted their owner occupied form right here, March 4th, 2021.
So his document was turned in time. It was a timely application.
Correct.
And he was residing in the property on October 31st.
Correct. But he wasn't the
Did
owner.
he not own the property? I think I could interpret that he owned it, he just got the mortgage finalized. I don't know. You say we got better ones coming, this will be interesting.
Okay, well, we need a motion to.
You have a motion to deny it.
have a motion
and
and
a
a
We have
second.
a motion to deny it. Do we have a second?
Yep.
And we have a second. Clerk will call the roll.
Commission Gibbon,
Yes.
Commission Poppins,
No.
Commission Schmidt,
Yes.
Commission Aaron's,
You're not gonna like this, but no, because I disagree. And that puts us back in the
To a
spot we were in.
You're gonna have hung jury.
We're hung jury.
You're gonna have a hung jury here.
so now we go the other way.
We're hung. What's the weather outside, Mr. Boots? We haven't been out for a while. We're getting a little itchy.
Well,
inside.
let me tell you what the weather is at exit 61 in Rapid City. It is sunny and 54 degrees.
Well, thank you for that weather report.
Was it a construction?
I can't tell you what it's doing in T, but I can tell you what it's doing in Rapid City.
Mr. Boots, I'm certainly, I don't mean I'm a sticker on this, but, you know, we got to live and die by deadlines. And the law is pretty emphatic to me. And once we start equivocating, I understand we've got gray areas all over the place. And believe me, I was, as a student, I tried everything possible. And I had more teachers always tell me the date was the date, and that was it. So
5 of us.
I'm sitting here saying.
And like I say, I understand where you're at after 10 and a half years on the city council in T. Again, I just, I've had people come in front of me for 10 years with a whole lot flimsier things than this. So I thought, well,
Let me ask
I'm
you
not
one
out
more
by
que-
nothing asking.
May I ask you one more question?
Yep.
Did you have an opportunity? Could you just walk away from the home?
Could I walk away from it?
And not
No, not without losing my down payment.
the most you had at risk was $5,000, you believe?
Well, at that point, but now does the contractor hold me to it because I've signed? You know, again, that's an answer I don't have.
From my point
Because the money was sitting, we had money at land titles, so it's like, you know, I probably would have walked away from a lot more than $5,000. I'd have walked away with I probably would have ended up with my profit, or not profit, the proceeds from our other house. So I probably would have walked away with less than half of my money. So
Sir, this
that's
is,
again, it's an answer I don't know.
sir, this is Commissioner Gibbon. When you first moved into it, was construction still going on?
Nope. That's why we got final occupancy. Like I say, we were in so fluid in the month of October when we were able to get the final pieces in, those newel posts and stuff, just so you could safely have
Occupancy.
your stairwell taken care of and get your get your final occupancy. And then obviously with this November 1st deal, and Britt, our banker, told us, you know, November 1st, we got to have this done. Well,
Did you have a
you know, when
construction
it got
loan?
down to that time, no, we didn't. We weren't carrying the construction loan. The builder was.
All right. Thank you.
Well, I guess it all comes down to how each of the commissioners define ownership. And in this instance, I think he was the owner. And I think he had occupied it on or before November 1st. Just because the deed wasn't filled out, that's simply, in my opinion, that's a ministerial type of event that just makes it official.
Completion occupancy.
Yeah.
But we're at a deadlock today. Carla, we're gonna have to convey as 5, I think. When could we table this till we had 5 board members?
We're going to have to table it to Tuesday, the 27th. So does somebody have?
I would so move that.
Second.
Yes. Poppins moved and Schmidt second to table this to be heard on April 27th at the regular commission meeting. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbons,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Before we hear the rest of these, does somebody have a motion with regard to the rest of these? Do they want to hear all of them today, or Mr. Boots? Thank you for joining.
Can I just have,
Mr. Boots?
can I just have 1 minute
Nope.
yet?
Mr. Boots, this has been tabled, and you got to come back to the Tuesday commission meeting on the 27th, okay?
What time is that commission meeting?
8:30 a.m., and you can call in if you want to. And,
Okay, because I get a COVID shot at 9:30 on the 27th.
well, that's
Commissioner
important.
Aaron's,
Yes.
would you mind if we called him when we were ready?
We will call you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Question I have for the commission here is, given the fact that, I know you haven't heard it, you haven't prejudged any of these yet, but is it worth our time to hear the rest of these today, or should we just push them off to,
We have people here.
we do?
They all have a scheduled time and we're given notification of that time.
Okay, well,
Parson?
there
Yeah,
is
and
the
we do have
possibility this may be shifted to the 27th then. But, okay, we'll go on. The next docket is Joseph Euler.
Our next appeal is parcel number 240.67.03.021, owned by Joseph Euler at 1401 North Rose in T, South Dakota. It's in regards to owner occupied eligibility. Joseph Euler purchased the property November 2nd, 2020. The assessor is recommending no change. They did submit an owner-occupied certificate stating that they weren't the owner November 1, and they did not occupy it November 1. We did send a review of which is appearing on your screen, that they were not the owner, they were not the property owner as of November 1, and they did not occupy it as November 1. Therefore, a letter was submitted to them that the hearing for this matter would have to be held in front of the Board of Equalization, and their appeal would have to go to the county auditor by April 6th.
They made a timely application for their
Pardon?
appeal? Their appeal was made timely?
Correct.
Okay. And are they on the phone here today?
I believe so.
Mr. Euler or Mrs. Euler?
Yeah, Mr. Euler's here.
Mr. Euler, okay.
hmm
Anybody have questions for staff? Okay, hearing none right now. Mr. Euler, give us your name and address, and then tell us what's going on.
My name is Joe Euler. I reside at 1401 North Rose Avenue in Tea, South Dakota. And we're in hearing for owner occupancy. It needed to be occupied by the 1st of November, I believe, is what the deal is. And the 1st of November was a Sunday. The builders did let us move all our stuff in the week before into the garage, but they would not let us close on the house until Monday the 2nd, as they couldn't be at the closing hearing, is my understanding. We had been trying to move everything up for a couple weeks before that time, as we were homeless, just looking to get into our new home. So I guess that's where we're at.
Any questions for the appellant?
No.
So, Mr. Parsons, I do have a question for you. Joel Aaron's here.
Parsons?
Oh,
Euler.
excuse me, Mr. Euler. Sorry, I was looking at the next docket entry. Mr. Euler,
That's fine.
what it looks like here is you stated in your documents you were allowed to move personal items into the home on October 31st and November 1st,
Yeah.
but you were only allowed to put them in the garage?
Yes.
And that's because the builders didn't want you moving into the rest of the house until you closed?
Until they could make it to closing. They couldn't move it up any sooner. I don't know what kind of schedule they were working on, but it kind of seems like it was for tax reasons or something in that effect, but I don't know for sure. I do know November 1st was on a Sunday, so there was nowhere that we could close, and they couldn't close any earlier than the 2nd, even though we had been trying to talk them into it for a couple weeks.
Did you put money down?
Yeah, I put $100,000 down.
But we're not in the home.
No.
Okay,
Just in the garage. Possessions in the garage.
yeah,
They were not living there.
not occupying. I'm
We
afraid
had
this one's gonna not be as gray, given that you didn't occupy the home, sir. I do have a question for staff, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have it, was it completed on this date, for the tax years? Is it listed as
Yes.
completed?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Does anybody have a motion or a question?
If he's done, yeah, I have a motion to not grant the owner occupied, status.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second to deny the owner occupied status. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes.
Will you notify him so that he can apply next year already? Will that
Yes.
be, he'll have that
Yes.
tax break the following year. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Euler. The next docket entry is Jeffrey and Lacey Parsons at 240, and it's 311 now. So what's going on here?
Our next appeal is parcel number 281.59.17.003. It's owned by Jeffrey and Lacey Parsons at 5312 Southeast Wind Avenue in Sioux Falls. It's in regarding the owner-occupied classification. The Parsons purchased their home in July 24th, 2020. They did submit a Application for owner-occupied status. It was received in office March 17th, 2021. It was supposed to have been postmarked March 15, 2021. Attached, you will see a copy of the envelope, which was postmarked by the Sioux Falls Post Office, March 16th, 2021. Therefore, the criteria that was not met was postmarked by the 15th
Okay.
to be eligible.
Very
I
well.
believe Ms. Parsons is in the,
Are the Parsons here? Ms. Parsons? Ms. Parsons. Go ahead, step up, speak into the microphone, and tell us what we need to know, or what you think we need to know.
I thank you guys for your time. I've
Thank
never
you.
done anything like this before, so
You'll be fine. That's
I
fine.
obviously the postmark says what it says, so I'm just hoping you guys will hear my story and be forgiving. But if not, like you've said to other people trying to appeal, there's next year. I had an appendectomy on March 4th, and my husband had knee surgery on February 22nd. Per doctor's recommendation, he was out for a month and I was out for 2 weeks. You know, that's kind of a matter of opinion as to whether you think we were capable of getting this here on time. I thought I had communicated with my husband that it was put in the mail on March 12th, but I can't argue postmark dates. All I really have are like hospital bills to prove our procedures and doctor recommendations, so that is my argument.
You said you put it in the mail on what date?
I thought I communicated with my husband on Friday, March 12th, but.
Okay, so
the
Friday,
post-
March.
yeah.
Did you put it in the
I did
mailbox? Okay.
No, and
your
of
husband
course he's
did.
not here, so.
I like this thing in the law. There's this thing called the mailbox rule. Okay, and South Dakota somewhat follows the mailbox rule for when you put things in the mail. I don't know if it follows it with regard to official governmental actions. That's an entirely different question. But if you were the one who put it in the mailbox, I was curious as to what date you put it in there on and where the mailbox was.
We have where we live, it's one of those larger mailboxes with everybody's in it. I don't know what that's called, but. And there's one slot for outgoing mail, and so I gave it to my husband to put in there on Friday.
In your apartment?
No.
Oh.
We live in an owner-occupied, single-family home,
Okay.
5312 Southeast Wind Avenue, Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
And it was put in the community mailbox?
Yes.
Okay,
The outgoing mail slot.
okay. All right, thank you. Anybody have any questions or comments or motion?
Right, this you got some great ones this year, Carla.
I don't know if you guys.
these
need
are
to see the proof
hard.
and stuff,
These are
but
hard.
We also had a baby at in the
Oh,
middle of October, so.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Not that that's, you
I
know,
might be.
everybody's
I might
having
be
babies,
glad he
but.
couldn't.
You know, as maybe, we do have the discretion, state,
We are both essential workers. He's a mailman, which is even more embarrassing. And I'm a healthcare worker, so. Very. Not helping.
you know, we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna move to grant your,
I'll second it.
Wait, what'd you say?
I move to grant the owner occupied status.
Okay, we have a motion to grant the owner-occupied status. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, there's a second.
And I'm doing it based on I believe that they had it in the mailbox on the 15th.
Any discussion?
I'm gonna blame the mail service.
Is there any discussion such as how important it is to meet the deadlines, Commissioner Schmidt? I'm hearing none, so I'll
I
ask
reserve the
clerk-
right, I reserve the right for extenuating understanding of special needs.
Well, I think she had it in the mail before then, and I believe in the mailbox rule.
And
so-
and being a new parent and having an appendectomy and having a husband that was in the hospital, what more do you want?
Yep.
Greatly help our medical.
Clerk will
bills. I
call
really
the roll.
appreciate it.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes.
And I
Okay.
can understand why he didn't want to testify.
He's working.
Congratulations
This is
on
my
your-
first day off in like months. So.
Congratulations on your newborn.
Thank you guys.
Boy or
Okay.
girl?
Girl, Maggie.
Thank you, Mrs.
I have three
Thank
of
you.
them. We can
Parsons.
talk later.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay, our next appellant is Patrick Coughlin. What do we need to know here?
We can't have any fun.
Our next appeal is parcel number 282.13.04.003. It's owned by Patrick T. Coughlin at 6209 South Burlow Trail in Sioux Falls. It's in regards to an owner-occupied classification. Patrick Coughlin purchased his property 11/6/2020. The application was filled out and submitted to our office December 9th, 2020. He stated on the form he was not the owner November 1, 2020, and he did not occupy the home November 1, 2020. Therefore, our office sent out a review to deny him his owner-occupied classification based on those two criterias. We sent him a notice that he could appeal that decision and have it to the county auditor by April 6, 2021, in which he has done. Mr. Coughlin did not RSVP to our hearing date and time. There is a letter that he submitted, and I'm guessing it's in your packet.
Well, let's take a look here. So it appears what he says is, I fully understand the November 1st cutoff with my move-in date being November 6th. I graciously ask for reconsideration as I moved in the same week and just a couple days past the deadline. Greatly appreciate your time and consideration. I think what I'm hearing there is an admission that he moved in after the deadline. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Doesn't provide any extenuating circumstances or hasn't appeared here in person today. I don't know, is Mr. Coughlin in the audience? No, doesn't look like it.
No.
Are there any other questions, or is there a motion?
I move we deny owner occupancy.
There's a motion to deny owner occupancy. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to deny the owner occupancy status. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Motion carries. That is the end of the owner occupieds. So here's what we need to do. Now is the time and place where we recess as the County Board of Equalization, and we need to reconvene as the Consolidated County Board of Equalization.
Correct.
So we don't need a motion because it was simply a recess. So we'll ask Mr. Sean to join us up here. And we have two appeals, one appeal.
Disregard the time. That was for Monday's meeting.
And this is this for the Heartland Fields Investments?
No, this is a tabled appeal. We did not
There we go.
have an inspection done during the reappraisal. I myself did inspect the property on 4/21/2021 with the appellant's request. There were some adjustments made. One of the adjustments was in regards to his lot size. I did pull up the plat for his property, and it's Plat F, page 145. It indicated size of 7,900 square feet, so I did correct the land valuation based on that plat. And also after inspection, there was a change to the square footage in the basement area. He had indicated on Monday during his appeal that some flooding had occurred in 2014, and he ripped up some of the flooring. We went back and I went back and inspected it. There was no flooring, and it was a standard type finish, meaning the walls were there, the ceilings were there, but no flooring was on the property, and it was a rec type room. It was just one large room with walls and ceiling and no floor type of covering. So I did adjust the basement square footage along with the finishing, and that lowered the assessment from 152,751 to 143,977. The afternoon of 4/21, I did contact the Thorburns and letting them know what my recommendation would be to the board, and they agreed with the assessor's recommendation.
Okay. Do we have or do we need the Thorsons? Are they appear? They said they weren't gonna appear.
He did ask if he needed to appear, and I did speak on behalf of the board, and I said, as long as you agree with the assessor's recommendation, I didn't feel there was a need for him to appear.
Okay, very well. So it looks like we have a settlement and compromise.
I would move to go with the new recommendation of $17,775 on the land and $143,977 on the house for a total of $161,752.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second. So clerk will call a roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Sean,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you. Do we have any other business as a
We do not.
Consolidated County Board of Equalization?
Nope.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the Consolidated County Board of
Not-
Equalization.
Not until May 4th.
Not until May 4th. I stand corrected. We will recess
When we
as the Consolidated County Board of Equalization, and we will re-adjourn. We will come out of recess as the County Board of Equalization. And then we will move on to our agenda items for 3:10 and 3:30. First agenda item is for Heartland Fields Investments LLC. So first of all, as I understand it, we recessed to allow perhaps some time for Heartland Fields to discuss with the county board or with the assessor's office. Did any discussions take place, or do we need to move on with the hearing? And the appellant is here. Are we moving on with the hearing or not today?
I guess I wasn't under the understanding that I needed to talk to.
I didn't
you.
either.
I didn't know
I thought
that.
the councils were
You
gonna
tabled
meet.
it.
Okay,
That's all
very
we
well.
know.
We'll continue on with the hearing then. I just thought maybe there were some settlement discussions that may have taken place. If not, we'll move on with the hearing.
Okay.
Did attorneys visit with each other?
Oh, well, I did with Bill.
You did?
After, but he said he was gonna talk to you. Let me, so what happened after you guys tabled it? Is it okay if I go?
Go ahead.
Okay. After you tabled it, Bill Golden grabbed me downstairs and we talked, explained to him our situation and my feelings on it. And, his last thing, he says, let me talk to Carla, or let me talk to the assessor's office and see if we can come up with a compromise.
Right now.
He's sneaking in behind
And
you.
there he
There
is.
was a
So
discussion.
that's the last thing I knew, was Bill was gonna, contact assessors and maybe come up with some agreement, but I don't know if that got done, so.
Okay, well, we'll ask once since he's here. We were questioning, do we need to continue on with the hearing, or is there a settlement and compromise to present in this matter?
There was no settlement.
Very well, we'll continue on with the hearing then. And as I've been instructed, Pursuant to SDCL 10-18A-1, we do need to treat all of these parcels individually, which means that this board will need to make a determination of each of the individual parcels' valuations. Now, doesn't necessarily mean we need 56 or 60 motions, but we do need to determine the valuation of each parcel, okay? And so, do you want to present any more testimony to us?
I really don't. And, I've explained till I'm blue, so, most of these things, there are, just so you guys know, there are basically 4 different things that get assessed there. There's a 3-bedroom, there's 2-bedroom, 2 baths, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and then there is the fitness center. So you really just have 4 different things. Really, all we're asking is that if you want to do a comparable that was built the same time and has the same finishes like Ethan has brought up, similar to ours would be MacArthur Square. It was built about the same time, and we were just wanting to be treated on assessment value similar to theirs, less their commercial. That's what we're after, treated like an apartment like we're doing on the 3 buildings. We don't have any, we have no, we're not appealing those other 3 oddball units in the other buildings because those are in the owner occupieds.
Did you withdraw those appeals?
We did not, no.
Okay, so, here's one question I have. I'm going through the list here, the 56 parcels, and I'm looking at each of them, and it looks like all but 2 of them are assessed differently with regard to the NAD line item. The NAD on all of them, except for 2 of them, is 8,900. Is that correct? And then there's 2 of them that are assessed at 13,340. And I know you don't have
I don't have it in front
this
of me,
list in front of me here, but do you know why that would be?
Yeah.
And I'll throw that open to either Carlo or to Mr. Hauser.
Believe I can answer that.
Okay.
So the NAD value is the common space.
Okay.
So within the master deed, it'll say a percentage for each unit for the common space. So based on their master deed, that's how we arrived at that NAD value, is from their percentage of the common. So I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I'm guessing the common space that is arrived on the master deed for E101 and E103 is larger than the rest of them, whether it be another garage or wider hallway. I'm not sure how it's stated in the master deed, but that is that value, the common area in that first NAD.
Of the land.
Of
There
the
is
land.
common area of the building, the garages, the pavement for the parking lot, and so forth as well.
Those 2 units are basically about the same size. They're right around 1,300 square foot of floor
Okay.
space. That's how they arrived at it.
Okay.
That's okay.
Does any other commissioner have a question or comment?
I
Well, go
would
ahead.
like to comment in regards to his biggest comparison that he stated just a few moments ago. These are condo units. He's comparing an apartment to a condo building. These have been individually parceled. They have been individually sold on occasion. There were a dozen or more that sold in 2020, probably that many in 2019. These have been continuously sold to private individuals.
So like I stated before in the previous, the 3 buildings we treat just like an apartment is. That's the way we're doing those. Yes, they're individual legal descriptions, none of those have been sold. Those have finishes that are different than the one she's using as a comp in the other ones that are owner occupied. These are non-owner occupied, those are owner occupied. And they are just totally different design, shorter ceilings, all sorts of stuff.
Is it
Finishes.
fair for me to say that your argument, Mr. Hauser, is overall, you believe the total value is 4.386 million?
That's the appraisal amount.
Okay. Do you agree with your appraisal?
I'm okay with that appraisal because that appraiser, like I brought up the other day in defense of him, he did that appraisal based off of the use that we're using it at. We're renting all those units out in those 3 big subject properties. We rent them out just like an apartment building, so he has to find comparables just like an apartment building. There isn't anything sold with our finishes. If you can find something in an apartment building that's sold with our finishes, I'd sure like to know.
I believe that was the scope of work for that appraisal, and that was the intended use for that appraisal. But the highest and best use is what should be considered for the market value of
That
these
is the
properties.
highest and best use at this time for that because we're treating them all together.
And one other question, as you can see on the map here, one of the buildings you're referring to is actually attached to one of the buildings that you're
is.
not appealing, correct? But you feel the values should be different between the two, even though they are attached?
They're totally a different side. So if you look at comp 3 and comp 2, those are 1,185 square feet in those 2-bedroom, 2 baths, and the one on the east side is 1,300 square foot. So that 12-plex is totally different than the 18-plex on the other side.
Yeah, and we have assessed those for those differences.
That's right, but you did not assess it different on the other side. So when we do this, if I split that apart and try and get that done and get the plat done, which I can do because I'm the original developer and changed the master deed, that's a full party wall in there. It's got fire protection, 2-hour, we can put the split. That's the way that was built.
Mr. Hauser, I see on your application here, or whoever filled it out, it says you believe the land is valued at $498,380. County says the same thing. Is there an agreement between you and the county that at a minimum, the land is worth $498,380?
I'm okay with that. Yeah,
Okay.
that's not that much different. It's
Okay.
in the value.
It's the structures and the
It's the-
valuation.
It's
that
the
you-
valuation and the price per square foot put on that.
Okay. Now, I do want to offer you this opportunity. Do you want to go, and you're not going to hurt my feelings one way or the other. Do you want to go through each of the 56 parcels?
No, I do not. I want you to do it as one, however many motion.
Consolidated.
Consolidated motion, I guess
Okay.
I'd call it.
Because I just want to make sure you have the right to do that.
Yeah, no.
We can go through all of them, and it will not hurt us one way or the other.
I don't want to waste your time and mine on that.
You're not wasting our time
Not
at all.
wasting our time.
Yeah, just consolidate them. I'm okay with that.
Okay. So at this point in time, I'll close the testimony on the floor, and I'll ask any of the commissioners if they have any questions, comments, or a motion to make.
I have Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we are, as I view this thing, we're at about $1 million apart, are we not? Or not quite?
We are just shy of $1 million difference with regard to the structure.
I'm certainly not an authority. Is there any way that any further negotiations can go on to try to come to some equitable solution here?
We do have the authority to table this until May 4th. So if this commission decides today it does not want to address this appeal, it could table this all the way up to and including close of business on May 4th. Is there a motion to that extent?
I would prefer that. I will, and I'll tell you why. I'm uncomfortable in, when you're dealing with that much disparity between two different things, I think that negotiations should be tried at least before I'm comfortable with making recommendations. Therefore, I would motion to table this until, is it said May 4th?
Madam Auditor, is that our deadline?
That is your deadline.
It would have to be April 27th.
Well, hold on just one second. So we could either do it on the 27th or we could do it on May 4th. We have until May 4th to adjourn as Board of Equalization.
May 27th is.
April 27th.
Excuse me, April 27th is a full agenda.
You think?
So let's just go to the max.
May 4th.
We're going to table it. Highly encourage the parties to settle and compromise. In the meantime, settlement and compromise is always encouraged in the law. But neither party needs to settle. Neither party needs to compromise. You are entitled to a hearing and entitled to a decision by this board. But we do have a motion to table this matter until May 4th. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
No.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Hauser.
I'll be in touch with you and let you know what time.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, so we're gonna negotiate with you guys and we'll get together on a date to meet with them. and Away we go. All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Let's just get it over with.
All right,
You
Ethan
guys gotta
is
do it
up.
May 4th.
We've
I'm gonna be
got
in the
the,
field plan.
looks like we have the matter of
Well, he's gonna be in the field planting, he says.
Cameron and Nancy Carlson.
It's gonna rain that day.
Okay.
Is this our last
He'll
one?
be in the field planting too.
Go ahead, Ethan, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so our next appeal is parcel number 281.31.14.019, owned by Cameron and Nancy Carlson. It's at 7204 South Burleigh Circle in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. This hearing was tabled from Tuesday in regards to the discrepancy between the blueprint that the appellants have and our current sketch and assessed square footage of the home. Those appellants did provide that blueprint to us on Tuesday evening. We were able to review that yesterday, and after review, we were able to clear up the discrepancy that I was able to find, and it did reduce the discrepancy between their opinion of the square footage of their home and our opinion of the square footage of the home down to 65 square feet. However, the appellants are not satisfied with that, to my knowledge, and so I think that's what they want to present today. As we presented on Tuesday, we do feel that this property is in line with its assessment related to the comparable properties here, and also under the market value of those comparable sales. So we aren't recommending any further change beyond our corrected value, which is our assessor recommendation of $1,258,824.
And that's all in the structure.
The change was in the structure, yes.
Again, sorry, 1,250,000.
The structure value,
No, just what's the total?
the total value is $1,258,824.
That's the new recommended value. Thank you.
Correct.
Could you go back to that first slide that showed that? Thank you.
It went down from 280.
No, okay.
And I believe the appellants are in the crowd here.
Yep. It's down at the bottom under total assessed value. And the changes are reflected in the house, the 1.082 number.
Correct. The previous value was in the yellow over there at $1,104,038.
Okay.
If I could explain the discrepancy,
Yeah.
the appellants have a large open area on the main floor of their home. They have a ranch home. You might be familiar with an open foyer in a two-story home. They have an open foyer in a one-story home. So if you're on the main floor, you can look down into the basement through this hole And so it's a 198 square foot hole on the first floor. And it's a little complicated to do the cost approach on that, and it wasn't done correctly the first time. I do believe it is done correctly now.
Okay, anything else from the staff for right now? Okay, you'll get another chance. Hearing none. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Carlson, thanks
Okay.
for joining with us again.
Thanks for correcting that, and then,
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear what you
also,
have
I
to say.
think you're still off a little bit, because, you know, you weren't there, so you wouldn't know, but if you look, it says open to LL, like lower level. But there's no room above there. Here's the actual picture.
That's our
That's what
kitchen.
that
We
means,
just have
sir.
a ceiling that
Hold on,
goes
just,
up.
hold on.
Ceiling of,
We got into this last night, or the other night. Here's what I want to do. Just one person talks at a time.
I was.
The Carlsons have the floor at this time. That means one person from the Carlsons as well. And then staff, you'll get a chance to rebut what they say when they're done with their presentation.
Okay, so, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think Cameron would do this more correctly than I, but if you look at this spot, which is what our issue is, that's 198 square feet. That is not an open area that goes to the second floor. That's this little tower thing, and what it is if you look at this picture, that's my kitchen. And it's just like, we couldn't afford to do a vaulted ceiling there, so they bumped it up. So it's just a little area above my kitchen. It doesn't go down.
It's like an
What they
island.
mean by open to LL is that it's open above to the floor. It's like instead of a vaulted ceiling, we went with a straight up thing with the little windows around it. And that's what it looks like right there. It's just above the kitchen.
So that's one thing, and then the,
So that's not square footage. You see, it's not a double count.
it's not a room or anything.
Uh-uh.
And then the only other thing, you know, the other thing is our blueprint is 3592, and then you get like 3657, which is a 65 square foot rounding error, and in your favor. And we've actually been paying for that for the last 4 years, because we sent our comps in on 2017. And we didn't know you didn't have them. I guess we didn't notice it on the last few years. But I guess our main thing is the square foot, and there might have been some misunderstanding of what that actually is. And that's, you know, 198 square feet. That's literally just in the kitchen. You look up and it's just a taller ceiling.
What do you believe is the appropriate square footage for your house?
On our blueprint, it's 3592.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
And then there was a 65 square foot rounding error that was from the software that you guys use versus the architect that we paid to do our work. And that rounding error makes us have an extra 65 square feet. It's like in your all's favor, instead of making it fair and equal, you know, it could at least be split. But it seems like it's not part of our house. It's not our square footage that we paid the architect to exactly calculate.
And so when that rounding error is calculated into your response, that's how you get the 3592?
Well, the
Or are you
3592 is,
subtracting 65 from 3592?
3592 is what our house
first
is.
floor.
Okay.
And then the, excuse me, the only other thing is, we just have, you know, so many comps that are in the $1 million range, where you have homes that are, like I've got, there's 10 or 11 of them that are right around $1 million, and the majority of them are larger than our home. Like here's one that just sold for $1,038,000. It's 8,200 square feet, 4.5 baths. You know, our main thing is we want our square footage to be correct going forward on our records, because, you know, 2 years from now, you call us back and raise it, then we have to argue again on the square feet. We, you know, we just want that to be right.
And we have paid for 4 years on the wrong square footage that they just fixed today, in addition to this other issue that we have. We've been paying for that, and it just seems like we could get a little bit of a break here, you know, I mean,
And then the one house that we're being compared to,
that house is
that
like,
house is roughly this 7,300 square feet. There's not really any
and the
comparison
finishes
between
are
the two.
amazing.
Yeah.
And then this is my cousin's house, the Hollywood house, they call it. Our house is nothing like this. It's very simple. We have tile, $5 a square foot. So those are kind of outrageous comps, we
Yeah.
feel.
So your
that's-
first
that's
argument
about
is,
it.
so your first argument is square footage,
Correct?
and your second argument is incomparable comparables.
And the
Okay.
65 extra square feet rounding, as well as that we overpaid for 4 years.
Okay. Do you have anything else you'd like to
Oh,
present?
just, the only other thing was, so, you know, just a little bit of the history here. In 2017, they came in and, you know, they painted us as people who won't let us in our house. So they came there in March of 2017. And we came here and y'all agreed that our house was worth $894. And then the next year, you said it was worth $1.3 million. And then we negotiated down to $1.1 million, and now it's back up to $1.3 million, but that's 43%.
In just a
3
few
years?
years. I mean, that's just outrageous.
That seems like a lot. And the thing was, is the first time we all agreed at $894, we raised it like $400, you know, $300,000 to $500,000 the next year. You know, there's people in here arguing for $20,000. I'm like,
This is a huge thing to
Yeah.
us. We're
So-
trying to do the right thing. We're not trying to be, you know, unfair. We're honest people. We're both professionals, and we just really feel uncomfortable with this. That's why we're here.
so I think that's about it.
Very well. Are there any questions from the board for the Carlsons? Okay. Now, county equalization staff, would you like to provide a rebuttal to what the Carlsons provided us just now?
In 2017, when they appeared before the local and the county board, it was on an incomplete home. The home was not completed
Yes, we
at that
moved.
time.
Ma'am,
In-
I'm sorry,
here's what
I'm
we're
sorry.
gonna do.
I'm sorry.
We-
apologize.
You're gonna take notes either mentally
Okay.
or physically with everything she says, and I'll give you an opportunity to
Okay.
respond.
Got it.
Thank you.
So to clarify, November 1st, 2016, for the 2017 assessment year, the home was incomplete. They brought a complaint to the local and county board of equalization. They are both correct. There was a price negotiated. Upon inspection in March of 2017, was part of our field notes for the 2018 assessment year. The pool was complete, the house was complete. So November 1, 2017, for the 2018 assessment year, we provided a 100% complete full and true value. The Carlsons come before the board for the 2018 assessment year. And the board lowered it to $1.1 million. That value has stood since 2020, the $1.1 million. Just to clarify, they feel that they've been over-assessed for the 198 square footage overage. You've never been assessed for your square footage. You've been assessed by a board value. This is the first year that we've put forth our assessment based on square footage for the Carlsons. And the matter is still under, in consideration for the decision of the County Board of Equalization. The best way, we've been looking at blueprints from 2016, square footages from the blueprints. We've actually physically measured the property. We came up with a valuation based on our measurements and not blueprints. Blueprints can change. A physical measurement we feel is most accurate. The lower level, where it says within the sketch, open to lower level, makes me want to go back and say we need to add 198 square feet because we actually deducted it. So the actual square footage should be 3,855 square feet. We actually lowered it based on that 198 that we felt, according to their blueprint, was open to the lower level. The only way we're going to know for sure what the true measurement is, interior finishes are, because they not only have complaint in regards to our square footage, it's some of the lower level square footage. Our notes indicate the lower level finish at 2,855. They say 2,000. We're so far off. And we actually had somebody physically measure the unfinished area in that lower level. I feel pretty confident with our notes, and I say that with hesitation because it was notes based on someone that's no longer staffed in the equalization office. The only true way would be let us in.
Okay, any other comments from the staff? Okay, hearing none. Carlson's, you'll get the last word. Okay? So go ahead and give us the last word. Tell us what.
Well, you could call the Deffenbaugh because they're a third party that built our house. And the 3592, that is what our house is, and it has been, an architect did it, so it's exactly what it is. And you can ask them, we give you permission to call them, they're a third party, not related. You can ask them what our square footage is if you want to, and they will tell you. And
We actually have the blueprints out in the car, and they're from dated 2018. So
and the other thing is, we moved
Final
in
ones.
on October 31st of 2016. So if our house wasn't done, how could we move in? They wouldn't let us because we wouldn't be able to settle the price and so on with the builder. So that's the day we moved in, and I remember it very clearly because it was Halloween and it was 2016. So that is not true. And as far as the lower level, that part that's not finished, they charge us more for that because they said that we had epoxy flooring, like the stuff you put in your garage, and that counts as a flooring. Whereas I feel that is tile or something like that is really what flooring is. And as far as coming back in, to be honest, I just feel a sense of disappointment in all of this, and it's hard. We've come down here twice. We both work. We're very busy, and I've had to cancel my clients today, and it's just a headache. And we gave you the opportunity. We were very forthright. You came in, measured everything, looked at everything. Nothing has changed. You can confirm that with the Deffenbaugh. And that's all there is to it. I just don't understand why this has to be so combative, and we're just trying to be fair.
do you want the blueprints? They're dated 2018. Huh?
I guess if you have something more updated than what you had sent
Yeah, it's
me
No.
Monday or Tuesday, I would appreciate
Yeah,
it.
go get it.
Okay, can I have a sheet?
I mean, we'll leave them with you, and then if we can get them back. Sure.
Okay.
That's about it.
So I'm going to close the floor to
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, of course.
So basically downstairs in our basement, as you walk down, there's a a little room for where all the electronic equipment is. On the other side is a great big unfinished ceiling open furnace room. And on the other side, there's another great big furnace room. We cut the wall in half, so it's like a long, so it's like giant furnace room, little equipment room, giant furnace room. And then we have bedroom, office, bedroom, hallway, long thing, and then a bar. And another area
Kitchen?
here.
Kitchen?
Yep, yep, kitchen.
Anything else?
Yeah, it's around 2,000 square feet, so we cut off just whatever is, you know, highlighted in yellow on that blueprint I gave you, so.
Okay.
Yep.
So what I'm going to do now is close the floor to testimony. And if any of the commissioners want to ask staff or the appellants a question, now's the time to do it.
Thank you for having us come back, I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you. Yes.
If I may.
Yeah.
Just like to clarify, I'd be very happy to look at your updated blueprint. However, if this doesn't get tabled, that's going to be for the 2022 assessment, because today you are deciding the 21 assessment. I can't change what your decision based on a blueprint that I received after this meeting.
We're going to allow Ms. Carlson enough time to cut. She went out there to go get it for consideration. No vote will be taken until she brings that back in here.
I'll take a 2-minute recess.
And what I'm hearing is the members have been sitting for quite a while now, Mr. Carlson. So
Yep.
we're going to take a few minutes, and I don't want your wife running out there in heels across the street.
You'll be
So let's take a 5-minute recess.
All right.
Thank you. Back on the record here, it's 4:08. We took a brief recess in order to allow the appellants to produce some records and produce them to the equalization staff. And I assume staff and the Carlsons had an opportunity to speak with each other while we were in recess. Did you get anything figured out?
Mr. Chair, what we have determined in regards to differences in square footage may be, because I took the exterior measurements all the way around the house compared to the blueprint, 2 inches off here, 3 inches off there. We might have 13.3. On the blueprint, we said 13. We might have 13.7. We went to 14. At the conclusion, not knowing where the architect came up with their square footage, whether it be interior square footage or exterior, is unknown. Because when I took their blueprints from their exterior measurements, were very similar. But the total square footage on the blueprints versus our total square footage is different.
Okay. Any
Yes.
questions?
Mike? No.
If I may, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
absolutely.
So you again looked at the measurements of the blueprints? Because sometimes when an architect draws, they may take a closet, a hallway, a staircase, something like that out of living space, possibly. I mean, that can be, and if we're looking at, and they've been able to take the measurements of the blueprints and recompute it, and is that what you're telling me you were able to do that?
Very
And it still
quickly,
comes up-
yes.
The math is still saying that the footprint
The footprint.
of the structure is still the same.
And nothing was recalculated, it was verified.
Okay.
Okay, so the blueprint that's in front of you, what does it give for the square footage? 3855 or 3592?
3592.
Okay, and so you produced some records that say 3592. My next question for staff then is, if we reduce the property down to 3592, what does that recalculate as?
Computer died. I can bring it up over here.
Of course.
So we can all watch it happen.
May I see the blueprints? Yeah, that's the,
There's a couple, anybody else?
Sure.
We got here.
They're dated 18 and then yeah.
Then you're locked.
Oh, it does.
You locked me out.
Okay. Work the magic.
$35.92.
I thought it was
35.92.
58 or something.
No, he's saying 35.92.
I have that one memorized.
Total living area.
Total living area?
Total living area.
Okay. That would bring the value down to 1 million on the structure, 1,054,604. Total living area, 3592. I don't know if you can see that from up there.
I can't forget.
3592 TLA, which is total living area.
That's the size, so that's just verifying that would match your blueprint.
Yep.
So the value on the structure would be 1,054,604.
What's the price per square foot?
We'd have to take that, divided by the.
Oh, no, never mind, I just thought it was something you put in.
Yeah, that's an Excel sheet, so it's.
Gotcha. Never mind.
Just recalculate it though.
And then what do you have for bottom square feet?
The lower level finish.
Yeah. 2,000.
We have 2,855 square feet of living area in your basement, and we have 1,000 square feet of standard finish, which means it may have a wall and a ceiling, but no floor, or one of those three components is missing.
Is that
And it's-
floor counted as epoxy paint?
Because we really only have 2,000. It's mostly, it's like a giant room for a furnace room, another giant furnace room, and another room. We cut the wall down the side, so it's about 2,000 square feet. And a kitchen.
Yep.
And one more bathroom. So that's what the blueprint says, is 2,000 square feet. It's kind of
And
odd, but
bedrooms?
it's-
How many bedrooms?
One bedroom, like a little office, I guess you
Office.
could call it a bedroom. We made it an office, but
That's where we're really off.
yeah, well, they took that.
Honestly, we're really off in the
They
lower
took the
level.
wall and just went down the side, and the whole thing is furnace room.
Okay, are there any questions or comments or motions from the board?
It's a lot without knowing.
It's not that much, I think. 30 bucks.
if we were to change the living area to the 2,000, which states on the blueprints, which I would not suggest doing, but just for the sake of discussion, that would bring the valuation for the structure down to 987,516 for a total valuation of 1,163,691.
And then going forward, the square footage would be correct.
Well, is there further discrepancy between the blueprints and the assessor's office records?
There's a big discrepancy.
Well, they counted one room that had an epoxy floor as a room. It's a
They said that was
mechanical,
floor.
like a mechanical
It had
room.
walls, but no ceiling and a furnace in it.
It's a furnace room and it's got the sump pump in it.
Well, it's up to you all whether you want to allow access for an inspection or not. If you don't want to,
2885 or whatever.
but if you want to allow an inspection to get down to the bottom of it, you can do that.
These are some of the hand notes, which I don't regularly show, but I mean, the appraiser went in and they measured each one of these areas, you know, and came up.
It does verify what the appellants
I
are
mean-
saying. It says drywall, no ceilings, finished floors.
And we counted that as standard finish.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yep.
I didn't know
Okay,
Yep.
that's cool.
that. That's fine.
Okay.
We don't know what.
Yeah, I know, it's terms that, it's making up a lot of
You
financial
say
terms that I wouldn't
unfinished, you
understand.
say standard finish. Unfinished would be, you still see the foundation walls as concrete, no finishing, period.
Oh.
That's unfinished.
Okay. Yeah, that's correct then. Just leave it at the 2880,
Okay.
whatever it was.
So we're going back to the,
Well, that's fine, that's the lower level.
no, 1 million.
What do we have, Ethan, what do we have the garage at for square footage?
There hasn't been a discrepancy there yet, but the garage is 1,375 square feet with a 390 square foot core floor basement.
Yeah, see,
No, that's, oh, you have two of them. Yeah.
Yeah, the total.
The little one
total's
has
the-
a core floor under it.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just. there's not-
No basement under the original
Nope.
garage, just,
Just the core floor.
yes.
We're at
Save this.
I was the first one, and then this
1,375.
last one, Carlos said
Oh, well,
it's
you can see
Yeah,
that there on the
this
sketch,
is the
it's written in
house
blue as a
only.
note, or in black as a note there, there's the garage.
Oh, look at that.
See how we did the two separate parts, because one
Okay.
part has a basement.
So the
other part
land
does not.
is 176
Right.
and the house is 1 million.
Isn't it 163?
That's the discrepancy of 35 square feet according to.
If I add up this and this, it's not the 163, is it?
I thought that's what Carlos said.
Oh, it probably is. Right down there, like
Where,
that.
is there a measurement on the sidewalls that's off somewhere according to the blueprint compared to the sketch?
I'm just doing a calculation.
It's already 4 o'clock. We still have,
Did you have something you wanted?
Take your mask off. Can't breathe. She's choking.
Which ones are those?
Okay, I have 420. Do any of the members have any more questions, or do you have a motion?
Just for clarifications, we have the house now at 1
turn your
million.
mic on, Jim. Turn your mic on.
For clarification, we have the house listed at $1,064,694. Is that correct?
If we accept their square footage.
Okay.
No,
No?
1,054,604.
Yes.
604, excuse me. I was off by $90 there.
No, you're right.
Are we in agreement on the land cost?
What was the land again?
No, I mean the total.
So what are we, what's the last,
The only, is
Okay.
The other night I talked about our lot back there, and literally a third of it is in the swamp, just so you know.
You mean that lot next door?
No.
Or that-
One that we
Just
live
we,
on.
you know, we put our house on there,
Yep.
and we've got about 5 feet, and it's swamp, and we own right into the swamp. Like,
That
it's
isn't the lot.
35,000 square feet, 11,000 of it is swamp.
We're not talking about the lot that you purchased next door, are we?
They're
Okay.
both in the swamp
They're
though,
both
that's,
in the swamp.
Yeah.
Yep.
but we, you know, we just,
We own halfway to the swamp, and Catholic Church owns the other half of the swamp. But it's literally 11,000 square feet swamp. So it's about 24,000 square feet of usable.
We rectified the square footage according to the blueprints, and that would be the valuation.
$1,230,779.
Have the land at 176,175, the structure at 1,054,604 for a total of 1,230,799.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second to value the land at $176,175 and to value the structure at $1,054,604 for a total value of $1,230,779. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Carlsons, and thank you,
you.
Board of.
Don't forget your blueprint.
Thank you, Equalization staff. Okay, it looks like we've got to
Thank you.
deal with
Yep, thank you.
the next issue in our agenda, and it looks like the last issue is we need to approve new exemptions. There's six specific items on our agenda here. First issue is 2021 exempt list, including new exemptions. And that's contained on the agenda items. It's a Excel spreadsheet.
You'll
I'll enter-
see,
Go ahead.
apologize.
Go ahead.
In your commission packet, you will see a spreadsheet similar to this. We have six new exemptions for the 2021 assessment year. The first one is exempt by South Dakota Codified Law 10-4-13. It's under the name of the Sioux Falls Christian Schools. Application was submitted and reviewed by the Director of Equalization's office. And my report of investigation is they would qualify for 100% exemption on the land and structures for the 2021 assessment year.
Move for approval of the exemption of the Sioux Falls Christian Schools.
Second.
I got a motion and a second to approve. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes.
Now, I apologize, I'll be a little more specific on the next one. The next one is owned by Vera McKinnon. It's parcel number 281.19.00.001. This is not a new application, but every year it's reviewed based on information on what portion of the property is owned and used exclusively for religious or benevolent or nonprofit healthcare. This one is under SDCL 10-4-9.3, which is a nonprofit healthcare. Each year, Avera McKinnon supplies us with a sheet similar to this, and they tell us how much is leased. And based on all information for the 2021 assessment year. The assessors, after the report of investigation, is determining this property to be 93% exempt for the land and 93% exempt for the structures.
You've heard the request. Is there a motion?
Move for approval, Mr. Chair, on the Avera.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second on the approval from Avera report of investigation. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Poppins, Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Motion passes.
The next exemption is also in the name of Avera McKinnon. It is parcel number 282.05.01.001. It's under SDCL 10-4-9.3, nonprofit healthcare. Once again, Avera has supplied us with information in regards to the leasable area attached to the exemption. And after the investigation, the Department of Equalization Office is recommending to exempt that parcel at 99% exempt for the land and 99% exempt for the structures.
You've heard the request. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the report of investigation presented to us. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Motion passes.
Our next application is the Home Builders Association, parcel number 281.27.05.002. Again, this is not a new application, but it's an annual review because certain portions of the property are taxable. The Home Builders Association supplied us with the proper documentation to give a recommendation to the board. After investigation of their documentation, the Director of Equalization is determining that 5.3% for the land is exempt and 5.3% is exempt for the structures.
You've heard the request. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair, on the exemption for the home builders.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and second on the request for the home builders. Approve the report of investigation. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbons,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Motion passes.
Our next exemption is Habitat for Humanity. It's the exemption is under charitable exemption, South Dakota Codified Law 10-4-9.1. They are requesting 100% tax exempt after investigation on the property. The assessor's office is recommending to have the land be at 100% exempt and the structures 100% exempt. That is located here in Canton. Parcel number 200.13.48.006A. This is actually a foreclosure. They had sold it to an individual. Habitat got it back, and now they're applying for exemption. And once they sell it to a private individual, then it would be.
Go back on the tax roll. Yep.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the report of investigation for Habitat for Humanity?
Move for approval, Mr. Chair.
You have a second?
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to approve the Habitat for Humanity report of investigation. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes.
We don't have executive session listed on any of our stuff here, do we? Nope.
Could someone see if Bill Golden is available? And then Carla, I'm sorry, you probably did we interrupt your flow? Do you have more to present?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Keep going, let's just see
Okay.
if Bill's,
Go ahead. It has nothing to do with you.
Our next application is the University of Northwestern. They are applying for tax exemption under the charitable exemption 10-4-9.1. After investigation on the property, the Department of Equalization is recommending the land to be 100% exempt and the structures to be 100% exempt based on application and investigation.
You've heard the request.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the report of investigation for University of Northwestern as presented. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes.
Our next exemption is a new property. It's owned by the cemetery. It's a cemetery under the name of Pleasant View Cemetery. It's located in Harrisburg, 270.16.00.301 under the cemetery. And I apologize, I don't have the South Dakota codified law, but it is under religious exemption. I don't have that. 1049, thank you, Ethan. After a report of an investigation, the Director of Equalization is requesting that parcel to be 100% on the land based on investigation.
You've heard the request. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the report of investigation for Pleasant View Cemetery as presented. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Motion passes.
The last exemption to be heard is a new application, Harrisburg Economic Development. Keep in mind, economic developments are exempt up to $750,000. Once they reach that tier, then that portion would be taxable. So this is exempt under multi-business incubator.
You've heard the request. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Yes. Gibbon.
Got a motion and a second to approve the request for the Harrisburg Economic Development Foundation to approve the report of investigation as presented. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes, motion
that-
passes.
That would be under South Dakota Codified Law 10-4-8.1. Our last application is not a new application, but it was received in our office after November 1. I am petitioning the board to grant exemption on Faith Baptist Fellowship Church based on SDCL 10-4-9.
So move.
Hold on a minute. I don't have it on my list.
What's that?
What's the parcel number, Carla?
It is parcel number 280.25.00.001 and 280.50.10.002.
You've heard the request. Is there a
Move for
motion?
approval. Schmidt.
Is there a second?
Yes. Gibbon.
Got a motion and a second to approve the application from Faith Baptist Fellowship. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Poppins, Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes, motion passes. Carla, do you have any further business in front of the board?
I do.
Okay.
It will be under, if you could read items 2 through 6 within the exemptions to in accordance to South Dakota Codified Law 10-6A-2, allow the Director of Equalization to make changes for elderly, low-income assistant freezes for the 2021 as certified by the Lincoln County Treasurer's Office.
I would so move to allow you to do so.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. Gibbon?
There's a motion and second to approve as read. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Under South Dakota Codified Law 1-19B-25, allow the Director of Equalization to make the necessary changes in value for qualifying historical properties.
You've heard the request. Is there a motion?
Also move. Gibbon?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the request as read. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes. Motion passes.
Under South Dakota Codified Law 10-6-35.2, allow the Director of Equalization to make the necessary changes in value for those properties qualifying for the discretionary formula.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and second to approve the resolution as presented. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbons,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes. Motion passes.
Under South Dakota Codified Law 10-4-24.1, allow the Director of Equalization to exempt those properties qualifying for the exemption of dwelling owned by certain paraplegic veterans.
Also move.
I'll second.
Got a motion and second to approve the resolution as presented. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbons,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes. Motion passes.
Section 6, so South Dakota Codified Law 10-4-40, allow the Director of Equalization to exempt portion of those properties qualifying for the partial exemption of dwelling owned by certain disabled veterans. This will include those that have qualified but missed the deadline. By doing that, then we can avoid the abatement process next year.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and second to approve the resolution as presented. Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
That is all.
Thank you, Carla. Before we adjourn, or excuse me, before we recess, because we still have one appellant case that will be heard no later than May 4th, we do need to consult with legal counsel regarding this process. We do not have the executive sessions listed on the agenda. Is it proper for the board to go into executive session to consult with counsel regarding this specific equalization board issues?
We're all looking at you, Bill, yes.
I was trying to figure, it's not on the agenda or listed on a meeting, but this is really acting as a hearing. I don't right off the top of my head know the answer to that.
So then I recommend we don't. I do recommend that you maybe visit with staff and come up with counsel for the next time we meet. Is that all right, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead,
I
Carla.
did visit with both partners outside the hall with counsel, and we do have an April 29th at 10 o'clock scheduled visit with their attorney and staff.
That matter
Carla,
will,
could we take 5 minutes? Would you go visit with Bill a second and then come back?
will be in recess. And, okay, Mr. Golden, go ahead.
Okay, so the last item on your agenda, I did speak to Mr. Hauser yesterday, and I spoke to his attorney. And from that, it was very, very clear the three of them were not on the same page. And so in order to, there was no way to negotiate or do anything with them because the three of them weren't communicating at that moment. I do understand that there's a meeting that's been set up now with Carla, and so they're going to meet and see if there's any common ground, and then we'll see what happens.
And then, I may ask for another short recess again here, because I would like legal counsel and the equalization staff to go meet with each other and discuss another matter that we as a board can't take up right now. So we'll be in recess.